races 1 and 2. And we do have 6 races with trifectas. I will mention those as we go along. All right, if you turn to race 1. Race 1, number 3, full body stare, change turn to race 2. Race 2, number 5, Mickey's Money, change the driver to Hank Levan. Hank Levan will drive number 5, Mickey's Money, and number 6, Whiskey Twist, is not wearing trotting hobbles. No trotting hobbles on number 6, Whiskey Twist. Turn to race 3. Race 3, number 3, Delta Lady, change the driver to Mark St. Louis Jr. Mark St. Louis Jr. driving number 3, Delta Lady. Turn to race 4. Race 4, number 2, Enner's Place, change the driver to Luke Hanners. Luke Hanners will drive number 2, Enner's Place. Number 3, Backstory, change the driver to Mark Hedworth. Mark Hedworth will drive number 3, Backstory. Turn to race 5. Now race 5 will be the first race with a trifecta. It'll be a trifecta in race 5. Race 5, number 2, Hey Hey, It's Friday, change the driver to Luke Hanners. Luke Hanners is driving number 2, Hey Hey, It's Friday. Number 5, Pure Dragon, has been scratched sick. Scratch the number 5 horse, Pure Dragon, sick. Turn to race 6. Race 6 will also be a trifecta race. Trifecta in race 6. Race 6, number 3, A Little Intoxicated, change the driver to Pierce Henry. Pierce Henry will drive number 3, A Little Intoxicated. Turn to race 7. Race 7, number 2, Wanna Know What Love Is, change the driver to Luke Hanners. Luke Hanners will drive number 2, Wanna Know What Love Is. Number 3, City of Fear, change the driver to Greg Mason. City of Fear. Number 6, You're No Daisy at All, is drawn. Scratch the number 6 horse, You're No Daisy at All, Transportation. Scratch Transportation. Number 6, You're No Daisy at All. Turn to race 8. Race 8, number 3, What Say You, change the driver to Luke Hanners. Luke Hanners will drive number 3, What Say You. No change in race 9. Turn to race 10. Race 10 will be another race with a trifecta. There'll be a trifecta in race 10. Number 1, Pete Said, make the driver Hank Levan. Hank Levan will drive number 1, Pete Said. Number 5, Cruising Over Fire, change the driver to Mark St. Louis Jr. Mark St. Louis Jr. driving number 5, Cruising Over Fire. And we need to know the driver on number 6, Widger's Boy. We need a driver on number 6, Widger's Boy. Turn to race 11. Race 11 will be another race with a trifecta. Trifecta in race 11. In race 11, number 3, Suds and Ritz, make the driver Luke Hanners. Luke Hanners will drive number 3, Suds and Ritz. Turn to race 12. Race 12 will be another race with a trifecta. Trifecta in race 12. Race 12, number 6, Shine All the Way, make the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Mark St. Louis Jr. will drive number 6, Shine All the Way. Turn to race 13. Race 13, number 1, Dancing Excitedly, change the driver to Luke Hanners. Luke Hanners will drive number 3, Dancing Excitedly. No change in race 14. Turn to race 15. Race 15 will be another race with a trifecta. Be a trifecta in race 15. Number 4, Romeo at Heart, change the driver to Luke Hanners. Luke Hanners will drive number 4, Romeo at Heart. Turn to race 16. Race 16, number 3, Extra Easy, change the driver to Rod Adams Jr. Rod Adams Jr. will drive number 3, Extra Easy. And those are the only changes and corrections that we have at this time. We're being entertained this evening by Matt Richardson from Hambler. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please stand as Matt Richardson sings our national anthem. Your attention to barns. Start hooking your horses for race 1 and bring them on out. That's Juliet Capulet, Don't Bruise Deb, Full Body Stare, Lover's Waltz, Mount Camus, She's So Fast, and Racing Artist. Hook them and bring them on out for race 1.
They need a 1 for race 5.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bunch of them, Gus said, that took them way, how many races you had. First 10 should know.
Bill, I think I got another driver show for you here. Okay, in a second. Drew Neal said where Emmanuel Miller's down in Hagen he drive the roads. So 2-4 is Drew Neal. I think it's what
They are.
I told him, I said, yeah, give with mine.
In your program, number 4, The Hill You Won, change the driver to Drew Neal. Drew Neal will drive number 4, The Hill You Won, in race 2.
Just got a few left.
Deal now, with 6-4.
Eight, that's fast.
I got a copy. All right, leave it on. Dad, you got yours on?
Wild Child Annie is
Probably 6-4, I'd say.
yeah, Drew Neal.
It looks like 11-6.
So 6-4, you're saying it's Drew Neal.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he said anything that Commander Miller was driving for Hagen. he would
Okay.
drive for Williams.
Okay, gotcha.
Check 1, check 1, 2. 5 out, that leaves 2 to come. I need 2 more horses here for race 1.
Kurt Harper? Okay, yeah, I need to try and meet him because it's a bit of a weird connection. But when I was a kid, his cousin Brad leads him. He taught me how to ride horses. So hoping to try and meet him at some point.
6 out, that leaves 1 to come. We still need 1 more horse here for race 1. Just bring him along slowly. That last horse can drop it. Bring him along slowly there, Mr. Clegg. Horses are parading postward for race 1. This is the first division of the 2-year-old filly pace. Going for a purse of $3,930 and a blanket courtesy of Paulding County Agricultural Society. Number 1 is Juliet Capulet, owned by Kimber Clegg of Meadowhouse, Pennsylvania, trained by Betty Clegg, the driver Nick Clegg. Number 2 is Don't Bruise Deb, owned by the High Stakes Stable Incorporated of Farmington Hills, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 3 is Full Body Stare,
All my Brett Boyd Racing Incorporated, Jonesville, Michigan, trained by Brett Boyd, the driver, Greg Bateson. Number 4 is Lovers Waltz. All my Ivy Holdings of Apple Creek, Ohio, trained by Robbie Brooks, the driver, Pierce Henry. Number 5 is Mount Camus. All by Hageman Racing and Melinda Hirschberger of Mount Vernon, Ohio, trained by Herman Hageman, the driver, Emmanuel Miller. Number 6 is She's So Fast. All by Winchester Bay Acres Incorporated of Orlando, Florida, trained and driven by Hank Command. Number 7 is Racing Artist. All by Billy Robert Defiance and Denny Miller of Archville, trained by Billy Robb, the driver, Mark Hedworth. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Neutral windows closing in for a minute. Hurry and don't be shut out. There's one place and exam.
Think we should go? Yeah, I can't hear me at all. Oh.
Well, hey, hi everyone. Welcome back to the 2025 Ohio County Fair racing season. Here we are, Ashley Daly, Susan Schroeder, Matt Clark, and we do have Stephen Taylor, a new OHHA employee, joining us this afternoon. Here we go, 127 racing cars throughout the entire year. Kicking it off here today in Paulding County. We apologize, we're having some slight audio issues in true county fair fashion. We are figuring some things out as we go. Thanks for joining us. It's been 242 days since we have last seen each other at a county fair.
It wouldn't be a county fair if we weren't having a few issues here and there, but we're having a little sound trouble. Hope you can hear us, or you will be able to see us. We've got, I'm going to give you really quick one driver change in race number 1. If those of you who've had their program, don't forget you can go to harnessracingohio.com and get your programs. And we do have one driver change in the first. Greg Bateson will drive the number 3 full body stare. Interesting, too, that the first horse coming out on the track today, a trainee of Betty Clegg, and Betty, of course, was our leading trainer of the year last year.
I can
I
kind of hear you, yeah.
I can hear slightly. Okay,
Good
we're
enough.
good. We're going over the air, Matt says, so we got to watch what we say now, Ashley, because we know we're live. And as Ashley said, welcome to everybody. We've been waiting for this. Fans were here early. Judges were here early. Everybody was here early today because I think everybody is so excited to finally get this fair racing underway.
And we do have, well, we're moving behind the gate already. 16 races today, a lot of 2-year-olds, and of course I think we have a spring Haven Ladies Driving Series, you name it, a signature series, of course, and some 3-year-olds to back us up. And our first race here is a 2-year-old filly Pace, a purse of $3,930. This is the first of 4 division, a field of 4, a field of 7 here at Paulding. So I'm trying to time out exactly how much time we have. Susan gave you that driver change.
I think we can go down the field really quickly. We won't be able to give you a lot of information, but from the rail out, we have Juliet Capulet with Nick Clegg up for trainer Betty Clegg.
Leaving from the 2-hole, we have Don't Bruise Deb. Martin St. Louis Jr. will drive.
Full body stare. This is your driver change. Greg Bateson up for trainer Brett Boyd.
Our 4-horse is Lovers Walt. Pierce Henry drives for Robert Brooks.
Empty Camus, Emmanuel Miller for Herman Hagerman.
And our 6-horse is She's So Fast. Hank Levan drives and trains.
And rounding out the field, Racing Artist with Mark Hedworth up for trainer Bill Webb. Horses 6 and 7 will start from the second tier. Track looks pretty good today. We're going to talk to Gus from right here, Gus Davis, who is the speed secretary. They got some new drainage here, so even if it rains, we're going to be okay here at Paulding. So let's, the horses are at the head of the stretch. Let's turn it over to Bill Peters.
Here they come. Here, off and facing the first horse away at the rail is Juliet Capulet. Moving up on the outside second is Lover's Waltz. 3 wide is Mount Camus. At trail 4th, that's She's So Fast. 5th is Racing Artist. Racing 6 is Full Body Stare. And the last horse at this point is Don't Bruise Deb. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over that quarter-mile mark. Nick Clegg has Juliet Capulet on top by a length and a half. Pacing in there second, his Lovers Waltz, driven by Pierce Henry. Moving along third, Mount Camus, driven by Emmanuel Miller. Fourth is She's So Fast, driven by Hank LeMond. Fifth is Racing Hardest, driven by Mark Edwards. Sixth is Full Body Sarah, driven by Greg Mason. The last horse is Don't Bruise Dab, driven by Mark St. Louis. First quarter is paced in 33 seconds. Off stride now goes Full Body Sarah. As they race around the upper turn now to come down past the sands for race time. That's Juliet Capulet with the lead. Right there, close second is Lover's Waltz. Edging up on the outside third is Mount Camus. Also on the move fourth is She's So Fast. Fifth is Racing Artist. Racing in their sixth there is Don't Bruise Dab in front of back. Seventh is Full Body Sarah. Past the half-mile mark. That's still Juliet Capulet with the lead. First half pace in 105 and 4/5. As they round the turn now to down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. That's Juliet Capulet all the way with racing up on the outside second is Mount Camus. On the move third is She's So Fast. Racing up the way fourth is Lover's Waltz. Fifth is Racing Artist. On comes Don't Bruise Dab and Full Body Sarah. Going to that 3/4 mile mark. Front five are pretty odd months. That's Juliet Capulet now by a length and a half. Flying on the outside is She's So Fast. 3/4 in 136 and 3/5. As they race around the upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Juliet Capulet with the lead. Going to hold on second is Lover's Waltz. Up on the outside third is She's So Fast. Hitting a wee bit fourth is Mount Camus. As they race toward home, that's Juliet Capulet and Lover's Waltz. Juliet and Lover's Waltz. And here comes Racing Artist fast along the rail. It's Juliet Capulet and racing. It's Juliet Capulet. Up for place was Racing Artist, and the third horse was Lover's Waltz. And 4/5.
2:06 and 4/5. Our winner, Juliet Capulet. That is a Betty Clegg trainee, and of course Nick in the bike. Pretty impressive. I think it was wire to wire, wasn't it?
Wire to wire, and come that last quarter in 30 and 1. So a really nice mile for 2-year-olds at this time of the year. Fractions were 33, 105 and 4, 136 and 3, and 26 and 4.
We didn't get to talk before we went to the race about, any of these 2-year-olds, of course. This is everybody's first start here today, but we can tell you a little bit more about the families. So this 2-year-old filly by Fear the Dragon is out of Lady Capulet. It's always a virgin mare. We'll say this mare made $251,000 in her racing career with a mark in 150 and 4. Juliet Capulet does have a full sibling to Fear Romeo, and is actually a Clegg trainee as well that we will see later today in the 10th race. So they obviously thought a little bit something about the full sibling to go back.
We can hear.
Your mic is live.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm going out. You guys can hear me, they can't. It's all new stuff, guys. Can you guys hear each other while we're doing it?
Yeah. Okay, Matt says we're good. Ashley and I just looked at each other because we could hear Matt, and we said, Matt, your mic's live. No, it's not, he said. We have new equipment, so Matt's going to be doing some fancy stuff this year, and we're going to be a little lost.
I did have a 1-7-4-5 across the wire, and here is Nick Clegg.
Winners go coming in from Matamoros, Pennsylvania. Comes number 1, Juliet Capulet. Owned by Kimber Clegg, trained by Betty Clegg, and driven elected this evening by Nick Clegg. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Paulding County Agricultural Society.
Clegg back in the winner's circle, a very familiar spot for Betty.
Juliet Capulet, the winner of race 1.
Well, in true 2-year-old fashion, she behaved very well during the race, but we're seeing lots of new things for the first time, and you can see Betty was cackling there in the winner's circle.
Yeah, these colt, you never know what to expect out of them, but actually everybody out there behaved pretty well in the race.
Juliet Juliet Capulet was the winner. Number 2, Don't Bruise Deb was 6th. Number 3, Full Body Stare was 7th. Number 4, Lover's Waltz was 3rd. Number 5, Mount Camus was 4th. Number 6, She's So Fast was 5th. Number 7, Racing Artist was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 33 seconds. The half was in 1:05 and 4/5. The 3 quarters in 1:36 and 3/5, with a mile in 2:06 and 4/5. From the top it should read 1:67, 3:45, 2 on the bottom, a mile in 2:06 and 4/5. The Hill You Wearin', change the driver to Drew Neal. Drew Neal will drive number 4, The Hill You Wearin'. Number 5, Mickey's Money. The driver will be Hank Levan. Hank Levan driving number 5, Mickey's Money. And number 6, Whiskey Twist is not wearing trotting hobbles. No trotting hobbles on number 6. And number 3, Wisco Collector is wearing trotting hobbles. There is going to be trotting hobbles on number 3, Wisco Tax Collector. Okay, Matt.
All right, so there we go. Our very first race of the season is in the books. And, of course, who takes it? Our reigning 2024 champion. Trainer, winningest trainer. So congratulations. There we go. Juliet Capulet, our winner in 2:06 and 4. Again, top down went 1, 6, 7, 3, 4, 5, 2. Quite a big field for our freshmen there.
It is. So we're going to take a short break, and then we're going to be right back with race number 2.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fair. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 22 fairs in 20 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Here we are, the Paulding County Fair. Susan, I have never been here before. This is my very first time visiting.
This is a nice, and I'll tell you, round about the 8th or 9th race, somebody will bring us ice cream.
Oh.
They always bring us ice cream here at Paulding. We're thinking of Frank Frost. I had to go and get some fair food right away before the races got started. So in honor of Frank Frost, I had a pulled pork sandwich today from Gibson's, and it was just absolutely great. So that one was for you, Frank.
What did you think of it?
It was really good. They had pineapple sauce to go over the top. So
we have to improve upon our food reports, Susan. We really have to tune into our Frank Frost.
As most of you know, Frank has taken on a new position with OHHA. He is now our executive director, and so he won't be at quite as many fairs as he used to, but I'm sure he's still going to try to get to 15 or 20, he said, just not the 40 that he used to go to. Oh, Bill's giving some payoffs, but we don't need those. So let's move to the second race. The second race is a 1-mile trot, purse of $3,815. Now, we always talk about this early in the season. The purses are small, but it's because there is so many divisions. There's 4 divisions of almost everything today, so it does divide up that purse quite a bit. The base purse actually went up $1,000 this year. The OHHA Board of Directors allotted some more money, some extra money, so that the base purse for each fare before they get before we put nominations in and before they put the entry fees in is $11,000. So when you add in those other 2 entries and starting fees, and then you divide it up. But anytime you have that and you divide it by 4, it's going to be a smaller number.
But with that, Susan, if we have some new listeners or people that just aren't familiar with the racing program here in Ohio, can you give an overview of what you're talking about? Like, OHHA actually does help these fairs put on these programs. We pay a large chunk of these purses.
Absolutely. The fairs there's a certain amount of money that is designated for the fairs from the VLT, the video lottery terminals, and that money then is divided up. I believe that all told, it's going to be somewhere around $7 million that is given to the fairs. So the VLT money is strictly for the purses for the 2 and 3-year-olds. We also give OHHA gives money. It's $13,000 if you have 1-day racing, or it's $15,000 if you have 2 days of racing, and that is to pay all your expenses, pay your judges, the starting gate, the track maintenance, and things like that. So it's most of the fairs, unless you have a lot of overnight races, most of the fairs are completely covered by what OHHA and the Ohio Fair Fund sends to them.
And obviously, we've got 66 fairs with 120 race cards this year.
Mm-hmm.
Our fairs are strong and healthy, and we actually do give a small amount. I believe it's just $1,000 to non-racing fairs. $2,000 for non-racing fairs to help their ag community too. Because at the end of the day, we're all one and the same. And we have a great crowd here today too, and everybody coming out to support what is Ohio harness racing in this grassroots level is just, there is nothing else like it, truly.
And they were here early. We got here about quarter to 2, and there were already people here, and a couple people already had their lawn chairs out. Some people like to sit right down on the apron, so they are really close to the horses. And we have, like you said, we have a very good crowd here.
And even on the backside, just taking a look, into this first turn, people are lined up. They brought their chairs and sitting in the back of their trucks and their SUVs, and it's just fun. Susan, how did this creep up on us so fast? It happens every year.
It does, but in some ways it seems like it was a long winter and a long time till this, and in some ways it just whizzed right by. So it's great to be out at the fairs again. It's just a feeling that everybody misses.
And it's a beautiful day. We couldn't ask. I was nervous. I woke up and it was pouring rain in Dayton. And I was like, oh no, is this how it's going to start? But it's a beautiful day. Can't ask for anything more. I ran into the Dharma Falls while they were coming over there, and she's like, oh, it's, nice outside. She said in a couple months we're going to be sweating and wishing for this weather back, and I can't agree more.
Also had a talk with 86-year-old Melvin Peters. He was here today. He is a cousin of Bill Peters, our announcer. But Melvin's he's having a little bit more trouble getting around, and he just loves the broadcast. So he was here today. He says he's going to make four fairs this summer, but he says, I am not going to miss one race all summer thanks to the OHHA broadcast. So it was really nice of him to stop by and say that.
As we hear, even throughout the winter, we hear how important watching these fairs are, even if somebody can't get here live, and it doesn't hurt the fair attendance. That's kind of a misconception among some people. We're not pulling any money away from the betting terminals, because we don't do that here. We talk horses, we talk people, and we just try to promote the sport that we love, the sport that both Susan and I have just been around our entire lives, and do it in just a different way.
And it's Mr. Peters said how important it was to folks that are older and they can't get around. But it was neat because he was bound and determined to walk up those stairs and tell me that. So good for him.
Enterprise, owned by E.G. Trott LLC of Findlay, Ohio, trained and driven by Ed Greeno Jr. Number 2 is Trotton Marseille, owned and trained by Bill Webb of Defiance, the driver Mark Hedworth. Number 3 is Wisco Tax Collector, owned by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 4 is The Hill You Wearin', owned by Lance Bayless of Clarkston, Michigan, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Drew Neal. Number 5 is Mickey's Money, owned by Kathy Gorby of Huntsville, Ohio, Nicesonger Stable LLC of Lebanon, Ohio, trained by Jeff Nicesonger, the driver Hank Cobain. And number 6 is Whiskey Twist, owned by Chris Beaver of Radnor, Ohio, James Bellasack of Strongsville, Ohio, Leo Fleming of Ontario, and Ben Baines, also of Ontario, trained by Chris Beaver, the driver Clifton Bell. Horses will take one score and go to the gate. Mutual
right, there we go. A field of 6 headed into the second race. This is 2-year-old colt trotters, a purse of $3,815. Another first division of 4 for these 2-year-old colts. Now on the rail, we have Golden Enterprise. Ed Greeno Jr. trains and drives his 2-year-old colt by Enterprise out of Up Front Bye Bye Girl. E.G. Trott of Findlay does own this colt. He was a $2,000 purchase out of the Buckeye Classic sale. This mare was pretty impressive during her, well, actually I should say here, just her dam career. 7 of 8 foals have made money. 3 siblings of Golden Enterprise have made over $160,000, including Stone in Love, who has made $317 in its career with a mark in 150 flat. Leaving from the second post position is Trotton Marseille. This is a 2-year-old colt by Marseille out of Trotton Brook, owned, trained, I believe, and bred by Bill Webb. Mark Hedworth will be in the bike. Susan, would you like to introduce our 3-horse?
Wisco Tax Collector. Emmanuel Miller will drive. Herman Hagerman is the trainer, owned by Herman Hagerman Racing. This is What the Hill out of a Yankee Glide mare, Passport to Love. This horse was purchased at a yearling sale for $22,000, and it will wear trotting hobbles today.
Drew Neal drives the 4, The Hill You Wearin' for Rosie Weaver. This colt is by What the Hill out of Dress for Success. Lance Bayless of Michigan does own this colt. We actually will feature him in Freshman Focus. Actually, I believe Rosie will be published this Thursday at 7 p.m. on the OHHA Facebook, so look out for him. She obviously likes this colt. And the mare, Dress for Success, did make $115,000 in her career with a mark in 154-3.
Mickey's Money will be driven today by Hank Levan. Jeff Nysonger trains. Kathy Gorby and Nysonger Stables are the owners. This is a Ready for Money colt out of a Master Levesque mare. Mickey Levesque sold at the Ohio Selected Sale for $10,000.
And I guess some things I'll mention about Mickey's Money is his mare, his dam. So Mickey Levesque is who he is out of. She's another one where 7 of 8 of her foals have made money on the track, so another producer for us. Mickey's Money is a half sibling to a $120,000 earner. Rounding out the field, we have our 6-horse Whiskey Twist. Clifton Bell in the bike for Chris Beaver. This is a colt by Ready for Money out of Manhattan, Oz, a Muscles Yankee mare. Beaver does own in partnership with a couple other Ohioans and actually some from Ontario. And there is our field for the second race.
Looks like Clifton is having a little bit of trouble with this colt. He's getting a little wound up. He's going to parade now in front of the judges. They have to go in front of the judges at least once at the fair so judges can take a look at him. And I believe he's coming down the stretch now. So here we're going to get a look at Whiskey Twist, the 6-horse. As we said, this is the first of 4 divisions of this 2-year-old colt trot. Track record here for 2-year-old colt trotters is 206. Let me take a peek. 2-year-old colt trotters. A horse called Oversoft. Ron Randall was a trainer and driver all the way back from 2001. Track record for 2-year-old colt trotters, 2-6 flat.
I know there are some old track records that have stood for a very long time here in Paulding.
Got one from 1987. I was looking that up. 1987. What happened in 1987? It was the biggest stock market crash ever. The largest ever 1-day percentage drop. The song of the year was "Walk Like an Egyptian." That's just kind of a joke now. The "Walk Like Egyptian" set. And President Reagan is a "Tear Down This Wall" speech. That's what happened in 1987 when our oldest track record is held. That was for 3-year-old colt trotters.
Looks like we have a 2-year-old filly trotters from 2000. I see they're all over the board. We've got some recent ones that have gone fast. Our all-age trot here was actually broken last year, and it is 1:59 flat. It was Tulsa Bell with Luke Hanners in the bike. And actually, the all-age pace was 2001, another long-standing one, in 1:55 and 4. It was Jess Cash. Actually, the driver was my dad, Jim Daly. So pretty old there, I'll say.
So the horses are headed to the gate. From the rail out, we have Golden Enterprise and Ed Greeno Jr., Trotting Marseille, Mark Hedsworth, Wisco Tax Collector, Emmanuel Miller, The Hill You Wearing, Drew Neal, Mickey's Money, Hank Levan, and Whiskey Twist will start from the second tier with Clifton Bell up.
Please don't recall. Please don't.
Here they come. Up and trotting the first horse away is Trotting Marseille. Up on the outside second is The Hill You Wearin'. At the rail third is Golden Enterprise. On the outside fourth is Whiskey Twist. Racing in there fifth, that's Wisco Tax Collector. And the last horse is Mickey's Money. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark. Flying up on the outside to gain command now is number 6, Whiskey Twist, driven by Clifton Bell. Racing in there second is The Hill You Wearin', driven by Drew Neal. Third is Trotting Marseille, driven by Mark Edworth. Fourth is Golden Enterprise, driven by Ed Greeno Jr. Racing in there fifth is Wisco Tax Collector, driven by Emmanuel Miller. The last horse is Mickey's Money, driven by Hank Levan. First quarter was trotted in 33 and 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's Whiskey Twist showing on top by 2.5 lengths. Racing in there second is The Hill You Wearin'. Moving along third is Trotting Marseille. Fourth is Golden Enterprise. Edging up on the outside fifth is Wisco Tax Collector. The last horse, Mickey's Money. 6 horses pretty well bunched as they come to the half-mile mark. That's Whiskey Twist with the lead. In there second is The Hill You Wearin'. First half trotted in 107 and 3/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Whiskey Twist. The closest horse second is The Hill You Wearin'. At the rail third is Trotting Marseille. On the outside fourth is Wisco's Tax Collector. Moving up on the outside fifth is Mickey's Money. The last horse is Golden Enterprise. The pace picks up as they go down the backside over to the 3/4 mile mark. Flying up on the outside now comes The Hill You Wearin'. Dropping back second at the rail is Whiskey Twist. At the rail third is Trotting Marseille. On the outside fourth is Mickey's Money. 3/4 in 140 and 2/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's The Hill You Wearin' by 2 lengths. Racing second is Whiskey Twist. Trotting Marseille third. Moving up fourth along the rail. That's Wisco Tax Collector as Mickey's Money went off stride. As they race toward home, that's The Hill You Wearin' and Whiskey Twist. The Hill You Wearin' and Whiskey Twist. It's going to be The Hill You Wearin'. And here's the outcome. Whiskey Twist up for place. Up for third is Trotting Marseille. A mile in 2:11.
2:11 flat. The Hill You Wearin'. Say really coming on that backside, made a move and didn't question it.
Yeah, they look pretty good. Those top two especially, they were just trotting like crazy down the stretch. It was nice. You look across the track and they just look so pretty. They're trotting along.
It's quite amazing. Again, these are all 2-year-olds. This is their very first start. A lot of them haven't really been away from home, and they're behaving pretty well. It's quite impressive.
We have something.
I'll give it mine.
Oh, okay.
Say it does look, Susan. It was 4-6. Who did you have coming across the wire?
I had 4, 6, 2, 3.
2, 3, and our fractions were 33 and 4 to the half, and 107 and 3. 3/4, 140 and 2, and again that final mile time 2:11. Do need to give some props though to Whiskey Twist. He did not let that second tier deter him.
No.
Clifton was pretty determined to get him on the front end. He put in a very nice effort, but The Hill You Wearin' just was on cruise for Drew Neal.
I noticed that Whiskey Twist did have his earplugs out at the half already, so he was because that colt was a little bit fired up before the post parade. So Rosie Weaver coming back to the winner's circle to greet the Hill You Wearin'.
Back into the winner's circle, and the winners go. Coming in from Clarkston, Michigan, comes number 4, the Hill You Wearin'. Owned by Lance Davis, trained by Rosie Weaver, and driven to victory this evening by Drew Neal. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Paulding County Agricultural Society. Rosie Weaver was the leading trainer in the Ohio Fair Racing Conference last year, and she gets her first one of this year's.
I'm sure this is a duo. We saw a lot last year. I'm sure we'll see them more this year. Drew Neal and Rosie Weaver had quite a season in 2024 and starting off correctly.
And the Hill You Wearin'. And to the Paulding County Agricultural Society, the donors of the blanket.
We got a Michigan fan down there. He wanted us to notice that he was a Michigan fan in the winner's circle. So we'll get this rundown, and then we're going to take a short break. And when we come back from that, we're going to talk to Gus Davis.
Golden Enterprise was 5th. Number 2, Trenton Marseille was 3rd. Number 3, Wisco Tax Collector was 4th. Number 4, the Hill You Wearin' was the winner. Number 5, Mickey's Money was 6th. And number 6, Whiskey Twist was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 33 4/5. The half was in 107 3/5. The 3 quarters in 140 2/5 with a mile in 2:11. From the top it should read 5-3-4 1-6-2, a mile and 2:11.
Okay, we're going to take a short break, and then we will be right back with Gus.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
Okay, we are back here at Paulding, and Gus, thanks for having us. That's always always a great time here at Paulding. I just want to make sure that you have such great sponsors here at your fair. This is a free fair. Nobody has to pay to get in, right? Wow, how great.
I don't know if I would, and sometimes we run through the mud with them and they say that's okay, just bring her back, and we try to clean them up best we can before we take them back. But and then True Land is they give us the John Deere tractor to pull a water wagon around here, and then of course Joe and friend Dharma Fall are a big donor all the time. You can count on them every year to give us something, and we share that donations. I put it towards the singing, a little bit of everything. So, yeah. And we got other donors like Haviland Tile Mill. If you'd have seen the track right now, right here at the finish line, it's pretty deep. But 2 weeks ago, we had to put these drains in because it rained and all the water run down, and it kind of washed our track away clear to the first turn. So our county workers come out of here, and the engineer give his time up, and they put in these drains and have them tile, give us the tile to fix the track, and they done the best they could. Therefore, it was a little deep right here at the wire, but we're going to try to work it out between tonight and tomorrow night. And then Boffman Tile is another main. Every year they're giving us, they're a big sponsor all the time as well. Cowser Trucking, just today, we got a new system out here of putting our sponsors up, and Mike Cowser come out and donated his time, these trucks, and they've got excellent clean equipment. When Mike come out today, and it rained, and we were stuck out here a couple times, but we got the trailers in, and I told him I owed him a good wash job on his vehicle because it was stuck. But we got Maine, for free at the door. We don't charge nothing here. We got NTPA. We do charge for that, but we fill the place. But Paulding County, you wouldn't think, but we got some generous ones. Cooper Farms is another main farm. They put a lot of money into this place. But like I said, I try to every year I send out things for harness racing, and I try to put a banner up for them, and we're going to try something. Those wagons are going to go at the end of at the stretch here to put up so we can advertise all week for them, basically. Like I said, I heard Friday they're having another 80% chance of rain. So,
oh gosh.
So we got a rodeo and the NTPA tractor pull yet. Hopefully this weekend we can get that in. But overall, we got some generous sponsors here in the county.
It sounds like your community is very involved.
Oh yes.
In your fair.
Yes, we have a very good involvement in, and they help the kids in the junior fair. We have an excellent junior fair program back there. As a senior fair, we're trying to get all this built up, and with the activities we're having, even the harness racing program is coming back a little bit. Every year we always have everybody says, well, how do you have the most horses every year? I just think we have no competition. We're the first fair in Ohio. I don't know if it's anything we do or not. It's just everybody's got that 2-year-old. They want to try to get them out, see what they want to do. I can remember sitting here a couple of years ago, and I think doing an interview, and these 2-year-olds, some of them is the first time away from home, and one of them went right straight across the track or through the winner's circle, and that just happened to be my colt Chad Williamson had. So you don't know which way everybody. It's new to them, so. But I think that's the reason why we have so many horses. Everybody wants to just see what they got. And the main thing in the fair circuit, we're the first fair. We have no competition.
You have to be pretty proud of that, though.
Oh
that
yeah,
you are
yeah.
the first fair.
Yeah. It's pretty fun. It's just and we can house 75 horses.
Oh,
and we've had 99 today and 106 tomorrow. So.
Yeah.
And we're kind of got them all over. We're kind of taking some campers. We're in their front yard out here with horses, but they understand that when they come in. So.
Yeah. And you've got a great crowd tonight. I mean, the people were here early. We keep talking about that. We got here about 1:45, and there are already people sitting here waiting.
Right.
Just can't wait for that first fair.
But I appreciate you guys coming out and doing this, and it can only help us.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Tell us a little bit, as you've got some new drains here. You always get a little project done with the capital improvement grants that OHHA that gives out. And this year you worked on some drainage.
Some drainage, and we got some lights. We're trying to go to night racing as well. But this here come from, like I said, the track flooded out, or the first turn. The county come in and they put these 2 French drains in, and we got that taken care of. But we're working on that lighting project to where we just got the stretch done. Hopefully next year we'll be able to race at night.
Oh,
Won't have to keep moving post time up, but that's a good problem when you got too many races to have to move your post time.
Yeah.
Right, a very big card tomorrow. 19 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did move the card to 3 o'clock, so hopefully we will get done before it gets too dark. But
And I got a lot of good help, too. I got Bruce Forkers as assistant speed superintendent, and I couldn't leave my wife out because she's doing my running tonight, and when she works with you guys to deal with her, because I'm not that too smart on a computer, so when you guys send her stuff, you usually send it to her, and then I go from there with it. But and then all my workers, I usually got the same workers every year, my truck drivers and my watering people, and that way they're familiar with the horses, and what they're going to do, stuff like that. So.
Well, we appreciate letting us come up here. You were more than willing to set us up our table and make sure that we're taken care of, and just being excited for the year and setting us off on a good foot.
Yeah, like I said, it's fun. Of course, I had horses for about 25 years, or my wife and I did, and we haven't had any the last 4 or 5, but we're thinking about getting back involved.
That's what we like to hear.
So maybe we'll get back in there. But this is okay to do, but I'm telling you, it's one of them deals. Of course, I just retired, but yet you're always second-guessing yourself. Do I got enough? Do I got this done? Do I got this done? It takes a lot of people to take care of to get this project done.
Absolutely.
So,
well, it sounds like you've got great people that come back year after year to help you, and you've got a great community behind you that supports it. So it's a good place to be here in Paulding.
Yeah. Like I said, I'd like to say that the senior board's got it going the right way. And like I said, we got an excellent – and if you just walk back here and see these junior fair buildings back here, they're all about brand new, and we're trying to replace certain buildings. And there's a lot of generous people and businesses in this county is all I can say. So
that is great. A labor of love here at Paulding.
Right.
Absolutely.
So,
well, thank you very much, and we'll let you get back to work, and we're going to give a quick rundown of these horses in the third.
Okay, thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Our third race is the second division of the 2-year-old Philly Pacers, a field of 6, purse of $3,830 on the rail. We have Danson Haida, and then in our second post position we have Bankroll Bonnie. Leaving from the 3-hole is Delta Lady. Our 4-horse is Faithful Ray. Our 5 is Stone Creek Girl, and leaving from our 6th post position from that second tier is Me So Fine.
The only driver change we have in here is on the 3-horse. Mark St. Louis will drive Delta Lady.
Here they come. Up and pacing the first horse away is Bankroll Bonnie. Up on the outside second is Delta Lady. 3 wide is Stone Creek Girl. At the row 4th, Dancing Hilda. In there 5th, that is Me So Fine. And the last horse is Faithful Ray. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Mark St. Louis has Delta Lady on top by a length and a half. Pacing second is Bankroll Bonnie, driven by Derek Flowers. A little farther back third comes Stone Creek Girl, driven by Nick Clegg. Racing 4th is Dancing Hilda, driven by Pierce Henry. Racing 5th is Me So Fine, driven by Hank Levan. The last horse is Faithful Ray, driven by Mark Edworth. First quarter is paced in 31 and 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's Delta Lady by a length and a half. Right there, close second, Bankroll Bonnie. Bankroll Bonnie edges up a little bit now on the outside. Closing in a wee bit third now is Stone Creek Girl. Dancing Hilda racing in their 4th. 5th is Me So Fine, and the last horse is Faithful Ray. Coming to the half-mile mark, that's Mark St. Louis and Delta Lady with the lead. Up on the outside second, it is Bankroll Bonnie, and 3 wide, but going off stride now is Stone Creek Girl. First half paced in 103 and 3/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Delta Lady. On the outside second is Bankroll Bonnie. Along the rail third is Me So Fine. 4th is Dancing Hilda. Racing 5th is Faithful Ray. The last horse offside was Stone Creek Girl. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. That's Delta Lady now by 2.5 lengths. Taking over second along the rail is Me So Fine. Dropping back third, that's Bankroll Bonnie. And racing in there 4th is Dancing Hilda. 3/4 in 135 and 2/5. as they race around the upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Delta Lady now by 3 lengths. Me So Fine racing in their second. Racing third is Bankroll Bonnie, and fourth is Dancing Hilda. As they race toward home, that's Delta Lady and Me So Fine. Delta Lady and Me So Fine. It's going to be Delta Lady, and here the outcome. Me So Fine up for place. Up for third is Bankroll Bonnie. A mile and 204 and 4/5.
2:04 and 4/5, quite a mile for our very first start out. These 2-year-old filly pacers, Delta Lady just made it look very, very easy. Mark St. Louis was in the bike. That is a Jeff Nysonger trainee. This filly is by Catch the Fire out of Sugar on the Beach, a roll with Joe Mayer.
It was quite a mile for this early in the season. Last half in 1-1-1. So,
say Delta Lady was a $20,000 purchase out of the Ohio Selected Jug Sale. Coming across the wire second, I have Me So Fine. Hank Levan, of course, drove and does train this filly by Me So Fast out of Safe from Terror. We didn't get to talk too much about this field, but the Safe from Terror, the dam of Me So Fine, made over $1 million in her racing career and had a mark in 1:50.3. I believe she did a lot of racing in the Pennsylvania Sire Stakes, and I believe won the final over there at 3, and even the Nadia LaBelle. So kind of hit that grand circuit as well, and hopefully Hank likes this little horse too. I think she looked like she wanted to pace, right? She got down to business. Trying to see if there Mark is slowly making his way back around, heading to the winner's circle. That final mile time in 2:04 and 4. Here is Bill.
The winners go coming in from Huntsville, Ohio, Ponte Vedra, Florida, and Lebanon, Ohio, comes number 3, Delta Lady, owned by Kathy Gorby, Mary Lynn Irvin, and Nysonger Stable LLC, trained by Jeff Nysonger, and driven to victory this evening by Mark St. Louis Jr. Mark was the leading driver in the Ohio Fair Racing Conference last year. Also, he was the leading driver in the whole state of Ohio at the fairs last year, picking up his first fair win of the season here in race 3. And here for Delta Lady and all concerned.
Yeah. I can give you that address real quick.
We're going to wait for that final rundown. However, across the wire, I do have them coming 3-6-2-1. Fractions were posted in 31 and 4 to the half in 103 and 3, and we'll give it to Bill.
Number 1, Dancing Hilda was 4th. Number 2, Bankroll Bonnie was 3rd. Number 3, Delta Lady was the winner. Number 4, Faithful Ray was 5th. Number 5, Stone Creek Girl was 6th. Number 6, Me So Fine was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 31 and 4/5. The half was in 103 and 3/5. The 3 quarters in 135 and 2/5, with a mile in 204 and 4/5. From the top it should read 4-3-1. 5-6-2, a mile in 204 and 4/5.
Every year, Susan, I have to comment on how professional our freshmen are so early in the season. We did have some miscues, some breaks in that race, but still, when they're on, they are on. It's so mind-boggling that these racehorses come out as racehorses now. There's not a whole lot of transition.
Right. I think that they have learned their lessons well this spring and winter. I mean, they've been at it since, most of them have been at it since last fall. And I think it also goes to the competency of all our trainers. You know, the trainers and the grooms that take care of them do such a really good job. The horses, I think, are a little bit different than they were years and years ago. They're not as hard to break. You know, we used to call it breaking because it really was. It was hard back then, but now they just seem to, and so many of them pace naturally.
A natural talent.
Yeah,
absolutely.
very good.
Absolutely. So there we go. Delta Lady was our winner in race 3. Moving on next to race 4, it is going to be the second division of 2-year-old colt trotters. But before we give you this field of 5, we'll hear a quick message from our sponsors.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
Who feeds your need for new ideas for your family's best farm future? Ohio Farm Bureau. We work with our members to shape ag policy that will positively impact our industry. Farm Bureau is advancing business solutions to give you a competitive advantage. We help you gather information to stay ahead of important topics and technologies. Plus, Ohio Farm Bureau creates opportunities for growth. Ohio Farm Bureau, feeding your need for new ideas.
Thanks for joining us here, the Paulding County Fair, the very first racing card of the entire year. Headed next into race 4. Susan, we do have a Rosie Weaver trainee in here that we're going to feature actually later this Thursday evening in Freshman Focus. And I do have to mention, this is quite a haul for the Weaver team. It's she lives in Beach City, so way over on the other side of the state. And I was very grateful that Roger and Matt they've let me come along this year and be a part of Freshman Focus. And I've never been to Rosie's place before, and she keeps it pristine. I can't say I know Rosie very personally before our trip up there, but I was so impressed by how she runs her stable. Like, we've seen her win record, right? We know she's a real deal, but when it comes to being in her personal space, she is so gracious and knows exactly what she's doing at any given time. And she talks so highly of the people that help her too. And they're so excited for fair season. And we talked about this long haul and how the kids that work for her just love it, and they don't care how far. They just want to race at the fairs. And truthfully, I think that they carry that over because Rosie is so passionate about what she does.
Yeah.
And it's just indescribable the way that she talks about her passion for these horses and the excitement that she has. It just carries over. It becomes infectious when we were hanging out with her for the day. And for me, it was very obvious of why she's been so successful, is because she cares so deeply about every single one of the horses and people that work for her.
And the details.
Yep.
She remembers everything about every horse, and just, she is a great trainer and a great person.
And it was quite fun. The place where she, trains her horses out of, they do have a swimming pool. And I have not really ever seen one of those up close and personal. We got to watch somebody swim. I'm sure we'll feature a little bit of that in our Freshman Focus episode. And again, that airs at 7 p.m. this Thursday on OHHA Facebook and YouTube. Matt's giving me the head shake.
It is a beautiful night here at Paulding. We, as Gus said, it had rained here quite a bit in the beginning of the week, but boy, tonight it is just a perfect night. Perfect night for all these people in the grandstand. We have a singer in between, Matt Richardson, I believe, and he comes to quite a few different fairs. And I know Joe and Fran Darmafall are one of the main sponsors of him being able to come and entertain everybody in between, because they can't hear us in between. So they got that beautiful music that Matt plays, and he seems to know what the crowd likes, that is for sure.
I think that Matt just sings at OFRC fairs, some OFRC fairs, right?
Yeah, kind of this corner of the world. Napoleon, I know I think he's at Wasion, a few others up in this northwestern corner.
OFRC, I mean, really, we have our hands on it as OHHA quite a lot. It is the biggest fair conference in Ohio. There's a total of 4. OFRC is the largest with 22 member fairs. I think next is OCRA. There's might be 19 in that circuit. And then, of course, we have a Southern Valley Colt, and I'm forgetting Home Talent. Of course, can't forget Home Talent.
Had a gentleman call the office this morning, and he was from Canada, and he had an Ohio bred, and he said, can you explain this all to me, how this all works? I said, well, we have the 4 colt circuits, and you have to nominate to one of them, one or more of them. There's no sense in nominating to all of them because there's no way in the world you could race at them all, but he thought it was pretty interesting how that the Ohio Fair circuit is structured, and then, of course, then we go to the BSS and then the OSS, so guy from Ontario and dipping his fingers into this Ohio well.
We used to have more fair circuits, but they've kind of, in the last handful of years, kind of absorbed into each other. Some of them, I guess I should say, have absorbed. I think the Western Colt Circuit has gone into OCRA, and I can't say I've been around a super long time, but there are a few that I remember that have kind of dissolved into the 4 that we know today. And of course, our top dogs is our Ohio Sire Stakes. Our 2-year-olds have not started. They really won't start till around the 4th of July, a little bit after in the Sire Stakes. But our 3-year-olds, of course, have already started that. And then our mid-tier racing, which really isn't mid-tier. We have such tough competition, but that is the Buckeye Stallion Series. They've already kicked off. And for our 3-year-olds, same idea with our 2-year-olds. That's about a month or so. Actually, I guess it's mid-July or mid-June already. It's really not even that far away. And we're seeing, hopefully, I mean, it's very possible we'll see some of those horses here today and tomorrow actually enter in a Buckeye Stallion, or who knows, maybe an OSS.
Yeah, you never know. I think people come here and they try them out a little bit to sort of see what they have, because no matter how much you train them at home, you can't really tell for sure until you get them out in a field of horses. So looks like the post parade is coming for race number 4.
One is Buckeye Baron, owned by Darren Pierce Henry of Lipsick and Alan Miller of Fredericksburg, Ohio, trained and driven by Pierce Henry. Number 2 is Enter's Place, owned by Suzanne Bates of Gibsonburg, trained by Ty Bates, the driver of Luke Hanners. Number 3 is Beck Story, owned by James Bellasack of Strongsville, Ohio, Mike Lee of Rudolph, Ohio, Bob Carson of Strongsville, Ohio, and Dr. Jill Dental of Delta, Ohio, trained by Mike Lee, the driver of Mark Hedworth. Number 4 is Fast Break, owned, trained and driven by Bob Rowland of Jackson, Michigan. At number 5 is Mogul Maverick, owned by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, T.J. Gentry of Newark, Ohio, S.A. Weingartner of Newark, Ohio, and B. Rogers of Newark, Ohio, trained and driven by Rosie Weaver. Horses will take one long score.
So a field of 5. We can kind of give you a quick intro into who we are looking at. This is the 2nd division of 2-year-old colt trotters, a purse of $3,715 on the rail. We have Buckeye Baron Pierce Henry, trains, drives, and co-owns this gelding by Long Tom out of Franny's Ridge, a Tom Ridge mare. Darren Henry do co-own this colt, as well as Alan Miller of Fredericksburg, Ohio. Buckeye Baron has 3 half siblings that have made over $150,000 in their racing career, including Buckeye Boss, who made $337,000 with a mark in 153 flat.
Enter's Place will leave from the 2-hole with Luke Hanners up for trainer Tyler Bates and owner Suzanne Bates. This is an Enterprise out of an Andover Hall mare over at my place. This horse does race with trotting hobbles and was purchased at the Blooded Horse Sale for just $3,500.
So we got to watch Enter's Place at the Salina matinee. I mean, goodness, that feels forever and a day ago already. Pretty impressive. I believe he was 2nd in that matinee up at Salina. This is the first foal for the dam over at my place, and that mare didn't race at all. Our 3-horse is Backstory. Mark Hedworth will drive for Michael Lee. This is a colt by Full Count out of a Cantab Hall mare. It was a $10,000 purchase out of the Buckeye Classic sale. Backstory does have a half sibling that made $216,000 in its career.
Fast Break and Bob Rollins from the 4-hole. Bob also trains and owns this horse. Bob's from Jackson, Michigan. This is a long Tom gelding out of Almond Joy, who's by Enjoy Levesque, a $9,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale.
And Susan, I keep going back to dams because we only know so much about our 2-year-olds. But Fast Break does have 4 siblings that have made over $100,000. 2 of them have made over $300,000, including Spee Club was a 2015 foal that has made almost $400,000 and is still racing today. Rounding out the field is the 5-horse. This is Rosie Weaver in the bike. It's one of her trainees. Mogul Maverick, a $37,000 purchase out of the Ohio Select. And again, one we will feature this Thursday in Freshman Focus. It's a half sibling to Elegant Gigi, who's made $140,000 in her career.
Oh, where are we at? 3.
Here they come.
2. And a 2.
Off and trotting the first horse away on the outside is Mogul Maverick. At the rail second is Buckeye Baron. Moving up third is Fast Break. Off stride fourth is Inner's Place. And the last horse at this point is Backstory. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that quarter-mile mark, horses are strung out just a wee bit. That's Rosie Weaver on top with Mogul Maverick. About 4.5 lengths back second is Buckeye Baron, driven by Pierce Henry. Racing third is Fast Break, driven by Bob Rowland. Farther back fourth then comes Backstory, driven by Mark Hedworth. And the last horse is Enter's Place, driven by Luke Anders. Going past that quarter-mile mark, that's still Mogul Maverick by about 4.5 lengths. First quarter trotted in 33 and 4/5 seconds. Trotting in there second is Buckeye Baron. Third is Fast Break. Farther back fourth is Backstory, and the last horse is Enter's Place. As they race down toward the half-mile mark, that's Rosie Weaver and Mogul Maverick bringing the horses down to the half. He's racing in there second is Buckeye Baron. Moving along third is Fast Break. Past that half-mile mark, it's Mogul Maverick with the lead, but Buckeye Baron is closing with every ground. First half trotted in 104 and 3/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Mogul Maverick. 2.5 lengths back second is Buckeye Baron. Fast Break trots third. Fourth is Enter's Place, and the last horse is Backstory. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. That's still Mogul Maverick with the lead. Edging up on the outside second now comes Buckeye Baron. Racing third, Fast Break. Fourth is Enter's Place, the last horse, Backstory. Past that 3/4 mile mark. Now Buckeye Baron sticks his nose out in front on the outside, dropping back second to the rail is Mogul Maverick. 3/4 was trotted in 137, now battling back along the rail is Mogul Maverick, regaining the lead. Second on the outside is Buckeye Baron. They're only heads apart as they turn for home. Mogul Maverick on the inside, Buckeye Baron on the outside. As they race through the lane, Mogul Maverick and Buckeye Baron. Mogul Maverick at the rail, Buckeye Baron on the outside closing. Mogul Maverick and Buckeye Baron. It's tied at the rail, tied at the rail. Between Buckeye Baron and Mogul Maverick. Up for third is Fast Break. 1 mile and 2:10 and 1/5.
So far, that was our faster division, 2:10 and 1/5. I do think it was Buckeye Baron at the wire.
I think so too, but what a great stretch drive between those two colts. Both got a lot of education.
In the final turn, I thought there for a moment with Rosie Mogul Maverick, I thought he was going to kind of give in a little bit in the final turn as Buckeye Baron, came up on the outside of him, but he dug in. He tried his best. So that's hard to teach one. They have to want to do that.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's where that heart comes in.
Unofficially across the wire, I have 1-5-4-2. There was Bill confirming it was Buckeye Baron. He's going to come back to the winner's circle. 2:10 and 1/5. I'm sure Pierce Henry is pretty pleased with that very first start.
And he's a co-owner on this horse also. This horse was bred by Eli Kaufman.
have been pretty impressed too with how our 2-year-olds are handling the crowds, the tractors, you name it.
You got schedules? You got the little schedules?
We'll go ahead and pass it back over to Bill.
Owned by Darren and Pierce Henry and Alan Miller, trained to deliver victory by Pierce Henry. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Paulding County Agricultural Society.
The check. Waiting on the check. It'll be a little bit for Bill to do this fourth race. No, if he'll do it after 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's have a big hand here for the Henry family, Mark Beamer and Buckeye Barron. And to the Paulding County Agricultural Society, a donors of the blanket.
We will wait for that official rundown, but I do have fractions in 33 and 4, 104 and 3 to the 3/4, and 137 flat. And again, final mile time 2:10 and 1/5. I have Buckeye Barron, and second was Mogul Maverick, and we'll pass it over to Bill.
One Buckeye Barron was the winner. Number 2, Enter's Place was 4th. Number 3, Beck Story was 5th. Number 4, Fast Break was 3rd. Number 5, Mogul Maverick was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 33 and 4/5. The half was in 104 and 3/5. The 3/4 in 137, with a mile in 2:10 and 1/5. From the top it should read 1:45.3, 2 on the bottom. The mile in 2:10 and 1/5.
Okay, so those are the results of the 4th, 5th race coming up. We're going to see some 3-year-olds, a 3-year-old colt pace. We are scratched down to a field of 5. The 5, Pure Dragon, is sick and will not start in race number 5. But let's take a short break, and then we'll come back and talk about these horses.
Make summer memories this year at the Ohio County Fairs. The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association will be live streaming every race this year, and we want you to be there. Be a part of the excitement with the 2025 Ohio County Fair Racing Passport. Stop by the OHHA broadcast location in the grandstand to pick up your passport and stamp. Get stamps at every fair you attend. Prizes will be awarded to those that attend the most racing programs. Get your passport at the first fair you attend or call the OHHA office at 614-221-3650. Harness Racing, the fastest ride at the fair.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Hey, welcome back to Paulding, the 5th race coming up. It's our first division of the 3-year-old colt pacers. Purse of $4,814. There are 3 divisions of this tonight.
We are 1/4 of the way through our program. We've got 16 on tap. And if you are just joining us, we do have 19 races tomorrow here at Paulding County. So post time has been moved up to 3 p.m.
Okay, we are going to take a little time here. We are joined by Nathan Klein. There we go. So Nathan is a intern from Indiana. Tell us a little bit about what you're doing this summer.
Okay, so I am interning at Horseshoe Indianapolis as a marketing intern, but I'm going to be introduced and reminded of many facets of the racing industry. Like, I'll get a week in the racing office. It won't just be me marketing, and one cool thing is that I have the opportunity to have my own segment at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They call it Nathan's Horse Racing History Minute. So every Thursday, I get a minute to talk about something that happened in racing history that week. So I can recap something that happened in mid-June, sometime in history that involved racing.
That's pretty neat. We're all about history here. We certainly are. Now, even though you're a thoroughbred guy, you're kind of leaning over or getting some interest in harness racing?
I'd say, yeah. I've always respected harness racing because they race more than us. They're strong, even-tempered, just the real unsung blue-collar heroes of racing, in my opinion. You can't hate a standard bred.
That's absolutely true.
We like the way you talk. And Nathan, of course you're interning, but you're also in a racing program, right?
That is correct.
School?
Yes, I am going to college at the University of Arizona's Racetrack Industry Program, which is the only one of its kind. It's a 4-year program in the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences, entirely about horse racing. You can take classes about horse racing. Like, my homework could be writing a condition book for a hypothetical race meet or a simulcast schedule for like a parimutuel track. So on and so forth. You get homework about horse racing, so it doesn't feel like homework.
I'll bet.
Can you tell us, did you grow up in racing? Why the interest? Why are we in school for this?
Well, it actually did not start with my family. I know a lot of people, they started because they had someone in racing. Me, it wasn't the case. I grew up in North Carolina, which has no horse racing to speak of, and my family's last experience with horse racing was in the 1970s in New York. Although they did grow up really close to Roosevelt Raceway, but they never went. But it all started with horse riding as a form of actual therapy for both my mind and my body for coordination. And then my grandmother decided to show me a horse race on the television, and that's kind of when the bug bit me.
What's been your favorite class so far?
Favorite class? That is a tough one. Because
tell us many then.
Let's see. There's a racing law class, so you get to learn all the ins and outs of like racing law and enforcement. I even got my name featured in one of the test questions, which was kind of funny. The question was, if I'm applying for a trainer, to be a trainer, what amendment do I waive? I waive the Fourth Amendment. So they're allowed to search and seize my house without a warrant. It was a good way for me to learn that lesson in racing law. There's one where you get to be a racing secretary, so you get to run a hypothetical racetrack. There's an entire class dedicated to horse conformation, so you learn about the form and function of the equine athlete. You get to read books, watch videos. One of my favorite parts is some of the bonus questions, because they're so silly. Like, one of the bonus questions was, who was this horse? And the horse was named Izzy Vungu Vungu. But I got a bonus point for that. Or I got a bonus point for remembering my teacher's favorite West Virginia sire.
Oh, wow.
It's that kind of personableness that makes it so awesome.
How many kids are in a typical class there?
It depends on whether it includes people who are in the equine veterinary part of just horses. Okay. Sometimes it's up to 20, but sometimes it's just 3. And you better like everybody. You're going to see a lot of their face.
Yeah. Well, you're very interested in announcing.
Yes, that is my main goal. I'm hoping to expand my horizons because in racing you got to wear many hats if you're going to get anywhere in this game at this moment. But the main thing that I've wanted to do since I was 6 years old was be a race caller. I've currently called 78 races at 6 racetracks in 4 states. And if my luck's right today, this will be state number 5.
And number 79 for you.
Yep.
That's a big deal. And how old are you?
I am 20 years old.
Yeah, you're very young. You've got many, many years.
I sure hope I do.
To keep that number, I want to say we brought up Roger Houston is 84 years old and knows exactly, I think almost 84. Roger, please correct me if you're listening.
Hey, Roger.
But regardless, he's getting close to 185,000 races called, or
like
somewhere
that.
around there. And
You said something earlier that really interested me, and you said you didn't know if you should use this word or not, but your lust for the sport, that you want to learn more and more. And tell us about that, how you just, it seems like you can't get enough.
I think it started because I didn't grow up near a racetrack. Growing up in North Carolina, a lot of the horse racing I watched was on TV. And TV's great, it keeps me in the loop, or getting a blood horse subscription, but you're not there. So I think part of it, and the reason why, like today, with no racing going on at Indy, I drove 2.5 hours to get here, is the desire to make up for lost time, to see things, because also of the kind of sensitivity of the sport. There are tracks that I wish I could have gone to that no longer exist, but did 10 years ago, like Hollywood Park, Arlington Park. And so I really want to make sure that in the time that I have, that I see as much as possible, because it could be gone. I'm not saying racing itself is going to be gone, because I'm an optimist, and I wouldn't get very far if I thought I was on a dying something. But nothing here is set forever, and it kind of almost incentivizes me to enjoy everything while I can, because this sport's going to change, and I hope it's going to be for the better. I'll try to make sure it is for the better, but it's going to be different. So enjoy as much as possible, but also, I think just to live a happy life, you have to have something you're chasing, not just a dream. It could be a location, a new thing. Always trying to try new things. I just hope that when I'm 30, when I'm 40, and so on, I have something new to chase, something that I'm hungry for.
Yeah, yep. That was what I thought you meant when you said that before, and I'm glad to hear that you're going to be you keep moving forward, all the time moving forward. When you are going to announce a race later on in the card towards the end, Bill Peters has said that you can call a race.
He did, and I'm thrilled. I can't thank him enough. I went in today not expecting to call a race, but that's part of the great surprise of the sport, is just how kind and open people are to people who are just excited. My excitement has been my secret weapon to get me to all these opportunities. People wonder, how do I do all this? I don't know. But I just know that I come up with an authentic, excited, ebullient smile, and the rest just kind of works out for me.
That's perfect. That's perfect. Well, we're going to cut to Bill for the post parade.
Luke Hanners. Number 3 is Center Story, owned by Kimber Clegg of Metamoris, Pennsylvania, trained by Betty Clegg, the driver Nick Clegg. Number 4 is Garoppolo, owned by Miller Racing Stable Incorporated of Greenville, Ohio, Amazing Racing Stable of Middle Point, Ohio, and Melinda Hayes of Patagonia, Arizona, trained by Ryan Miller, the driver Hank Coman. Number 5, Pure Dragon has been drawn. Number 6 is It's Time to Cody, owned by Thomas Little IV of Eastburn, New York, trained by Robbie Brooks, the driver Pierce Henry. Horses will take one.
Okay, so that is your field. We're going to finish up a little bit with Nathan before we get to this race. How would people find out? Is there a website for the school? Do you remember it?
I think the best way to look it up is U of A, RTIP. That's the official acronym for the program. There is a U of A RTIP website. You can also just look up University of Arizona's Racetrack Industry Program.
Okay.
They have every form of social media: Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, etc., etc. So that would be probably the best place to learn more about the program. If you got a young person who wants to do a 4-year degree in the sport of horse racing, I'd recommend it. Even those who aren't fully sure about horse racing, it's a really good program. You get so much personal accommodation because it is very small. So you get to carve out your own path and your own destiny.
That sounds great. And I think there's a lot of people that are not aware that there is a program such as that.
Well, I'll gladly tell everyone. I'll sing it from the rooftops. That's how I ever got here.
Have you ever called a harness race before?
I have, but not a lot. I've called 2 at Hoosier Park, and I've called 2 at Shenandoah Downs in Woodstock. Okay. Everything else was either quarter horse or thoroughbred.
Which is quite different. I mean, the race calls can be 180.
Absolutely. There's so much different terminology going on. The pace of the race is so different. I have to reel myself in and slow myself down. And then for quarter horse, I'm doing my best impression of an auctioneer. I'm pretty good at it, but
Very quick race. Very quick race.
yeah, but it's not the style I need for harness racing. You have to just get a different flow and style for each race.
Well, we wish you the best of luck throughout your entire career, and today, obviously, hope you enjoy it and have a good call.
Of course, you guys have been great to me. Thank you so much for all of this. I never thought that when I stepped in here, this is what I would be getting, such a warm welcome. So thank you so much for having me.
Well, you are welcome. We'll look forward to hearing you later on in the program.
Absolutely.
So we are going to go ahead and take a look, scratch down to a field of 5 for our 5th race. This is the first division of 3-year-old Colt Pacers, a purse of $4,814 on the rail. We have Rose Run All-Star Darren Dower trains and drives this colt by Wellsaid. He's looking, this is his very first start of the year.
From the 2-hole, hey, it's Freyne. Luke Canners drives for trainer Michael Lee. Michael Lee and Jill Dental are the owners of this Down by the Seaside.
Nick Clegg is on our 3-horse Center Story. Betty Clegg does train, looking for the first win of the year. However, recently went a mile up at Northfield in 1:57.4.
Garoppolo and Hank Levan from the 4. Ryan Miller trains. The 5-horse is a scratch. Pure Dragon is a scratch.
And rounding out from that second tier is still our 6-horse. It's time to Cody Pierce Henry in the bike for Robert Brooks. Very lightly started. Only 1 start as a 2-year-old and 4 starts currently as a 3-year-old. Pass it over to Bill.
Off and pacing the first horse away in the middle of the track is Center Story. Racing at the rail second, that's Rose Run All-Star. Up on the outside third is Hey, it's Friday. Racing fourth is Garoppolo. And the last horse off stride is It's Time to Cody. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over to the quarter-mile mark. On the front end with the lead, that is Center Story. In their second is Rose Run All-Star. Racing along third is Hey, it's Friday. Fourth is Garoppolo, and the last horse is It's Time to Cody. First quarter pace in 31 seconds as they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's Center Story by 1 length. Right there second is Rose Run All-Star. Racing third, it's Hey, it's Friday. Fourth is Garoppolo, and closing in fifth now is It's Time to Cody. Front 4 well bunches the race down toward the half. That's Nick Clegg and Center Story bringing the horses down to the half. Sitting in the golden chair second, that's Darren Dollar with Rose Run All-Star. Up on the outside third now comes Hey, it's Friday. In their fourth is Garoppolo, and the last horse, It's Time to Cody. First half paced in 1:03 2/5 as they round the turn now to head down the backside and race over that 3/4 mile mark. Now, Hey, it's Friday is taking over. Dropping back second is Center Story. Rose Run All-Star is in their third. Moving up fourth now is Garoppolo, and the last horse, It's Time to Cody. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark. Darren Dollar's out and on the move with Rose Run All-Star. Also on the move is Hank Levan with Garoppolo. Going to that 3/4 mile mark. On the rail is Hey, it's Friday. But flying on the outside is Garoppolo. Garoppolo now takes over and drumming back second. It's Hey, it's Friday. 3/4 in 1:33 1/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Garoppolo with the lead. Racing second is Hey, it's Friday. Center Story is third with Rose Run All-Star fourth. As they race through the lane, that's Garoppolo. And Hey, it's Friday. It's going to be Garoppolo. And here the outcome. Up for place is Hey, it's Friday. Up for third is Center Story. 1 mile and 2:03.
That mile in 2:03, Garoppolo. This is a very nice mile out here, coming last quarter in 29 apiece and last half in 59. That's a very nice mile. I noticed that Roger Houston said his total right now is 184,210 races called, and Nathan, today is going to be his 79th.
79, yep.
So
we're gonna
make sure that Nathan keeps track of it, just like Roger has all these years.
Here in our fifth, that was a really big, strong move by Garoppolo.
Yes, it was.
On the backside, going into that final turn, made it look very easy. Even Luke Hanners, though, with the hey, it's Friday, coming in front of the stands for the first time, made a nice move, too, went to the front. We didn't get to talk too much about our horses in that last race, but hey, it's Friday. Was recently in a Buckeye Stallion series. That was his last start. Didn't get a check, but I think we should mention it was because he was in the same division as Sippin' on C-Rock.
Yeah.
And that division did go in 149 and 4. Hey, it's Friday didn't go in 53, although he didn't get a check. So still a very nice colt. We saw that here today, but it was all Garoppolo in 203 flat.
And Garoppolo had won a race at Scioto Downs in 52-2, 3 starts back. The Jerry Knappenberger late closer series that they have at Scioto Downs.
This makes for the second win of the year in 7 starts for Garoppolo. Pretty lightly raced, actually, as a 2-year-old, taking
Yes.
A deeper look into the lines. Just as a freshman, had 3 starts and was shut down pretty early.
Going to the winners going come in from Greenville and Middle Point, Ohio, and Patagonia, Arizona, comes number 4, Garoppolo. All by Miller Racing Stable, amazing racing stable, and Linda Hayes, trained by Ryan Miller, and driven to victory this evening by Hank Levan. A blanket for this race is courtesy of Tressler Plumbing of Defiance, and members of the Tressler family are in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation.
In the winner's
That's
circle.
a big hand here for Rod Cooper, Chris Hope, Hank Levan, and Garoppolo, and the Tressler Plumbing, the donors of the blanket.
They said that was Rod Cooper standing there next to Hank in the winner's circle. Rod has gone with both feet into this harness racing game. It was start probably about 6-7 years ago. He just wanted to know about it and got his first horse, and now he owns lots of horses.
Was 4th. Number 2, Hey, it's Friday was 2nd. Number 3, Center Story was 3rd. Number 4, Garoppolo was the winner. Number 5, Pure Dragon had been drawn. Number 6, It's Time to Cody was 5th. Time of the first quarter was 31 seconds. The half was in 103 2/5. The 3/4 in 133 1/5. With a mile in 203. From the top it should read 4, 2, 3, 1 scratch 5. A mile in 203.
So there was our rundown for race 5 again. 203 flat. It was our 4-horse Garoppolo. Next, headed into race 6. It's the first division of 3-year-old filly trotters. A nice full field of 7. But before we introduce you to our 3-year-old fillies, let's hear a quick message.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is a full-service standardbred breeding farm. Cool Winds stands the popular dancing Yankee, a 2-time world champion, along with 2019 jug winner Southwind Ozzy, a son of Some Beach Somewhere. Cool Winds also stands the royally bred $2 million earning Western Fame. Be sure to inspect the Cool Winds yearlings at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 13th.
The Ohio equine industry needs your help. I'm Scott Mogan, president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. With over 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. That means jobs that pump millions of dollars into the local economy and support thousands of families. For Ohio's equine industry to remain strong, we need to send a clear message to our legislators about the important role that the agricultural small businesses play in Ohio's economy. To do that, we need your help. PACER, the Political Action Committee for Equine Racing, helps support and inform on issues that could positively affect Ohio harness racing. Please consider a donation to PACER. To donate, visit our website at ohha.com or call 614-221-3650. Your donation will help keep harness racing strong in Ohio. Thank you for your support.
Okay, welcome back to Paulding. We're coming up on race number 6, but in the meantime, while we're waiting for the horses to come out, we're going to talk a little bit with one of the new OHHA employees, Stephen Taylor. Stephen welcome to OHHA. Welcome to Paulding. You've never been to Paulding before, right?
I have not.
Tell us a little bit about what your background was to be. You're the content
multimedia specialist.
So he and Matt know all of the equipment and all of the things to push and work on. He was telling me some things on the way up. I'm going to be honest with you, 90% of it went right over my head. But as long as these two guys know how to get us on the air, that's what counts. So what's your background in this? Why did you, what made you interested in this job?
Well, I did video work for the Marine Forces Pacific Band while I was in the Marine Corps. And that's kind of how I got into video. And then when I got out, I got a degree in film and media production from Capital University. And now here I am.
I go back to his to Stephen's office sometimes, and I look at the stuff that he's working on, and it's just like there's just so much to it. How I know a lot of the programs that you do and everything. It's just everything is so precise. Did you learn most of that in school, or did you just learn that by doing?
A lot of it's by doing, just using those programs every single day. Eventually, you kind of get a feel for it and you get your workflow down.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of like tinkering and fiddling until you get the settings you like. And it's no project's the same, so you can't just blanket do the same thing you did the last time. So you have to fiddle with it every time to get it the way that it should be.
Get it the way it should be. I know that there's an awful lot. We have been putting out, I think, more content lately, thanks to Stephen and what he's been doing. We've just for instance, that last Pacer commercial by Scott Mogan. Stephen was a big influence in that and figured out how to get everything right. It wasn't all done in one cut, was it? It just it takes a little bit of patching together sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, we shot it in one cut, but
yeah,
you know, there's always editing that happens.
And the editing is what you really like.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's something that, like I said, most of what he said about this job goes right over my head, but thank goodness that we have him. And we also have another new employee, Wes Mayberry, who is doing a lot of writing for us now, so he's going to help out with those press releases, the stories in the newsletters, in the print newsletters, and then Stephen will be helping with the digital newsletter. So we welcome you to the team.
Thanks.
Okay, the Royal Horses for race number 6 are headed out into the track. We just have one driver change that I know about, and that is the 3-horse, A Little Intoxicated. Pierce Henry will drive. For those of you who don't have a program yet, you should be able to go to harnessracingohio.com, and you will be able to find your program. The next time you're at a fair, make sure you stop by the broadcast booth because we are giving out the passports. We've been giving them out. We had a little guy in the barn here, Colton. He must be, about 6 years old maybe?
Maybe.
And he said he had one last year and he wanted his passport right away. And since then we've handed out probably another dozen of them to fans in stands who played it last year and want to play along. So if you're at a fair, stop by the broadcast booth, get your sticker, get your passport and your sticker for the day. Every time that you come to a fair, to a race meet, you will get another sticker, and the person with the most stickers gets a big prize. A big prize at the end of the year. I think last year it was like, a 55-inch TV, or maybe it was even bigger than that.
It might have been bigger than that, but truly it wasn't even the TV that was the cool part. Roy was our winner last year, and I can't remember if it's Wednesday and Thursday or if it's just Thursday, but he's getting tickets into the Jug Pavilion tent. That's worth it for me, and it's a free program for us. You don't have to pay a cent. You just show up and have some fun.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty exciting to go in that pavilion tent where there's a lot of the owners and trainers and everybody go in that tent, and it's just a pretty neat place to be. All the food you can eat all day long, unlimited. They start with breakfast. They have breakfast, lunch, snacks in between, dinner that night. So it's under a tent, so it's kind of cool.
Do you think Frank would let me take a day off to not work on Jug Day and just enjoy?
No.
Do you think?
There is no shot.
No.
I was telling Stephen about the summer, and I said, and then we have the week at Delaware. I said, so it's nonstop, and that's for sure. We put out a lot of content at Delaware.
Delaware is my Christmas. I'm sure many horsemen feel like that, but it, especially, my first couple years that I was working it with OHHA, it was just the coolest thing, and we get, some insiders, and we like to pretend we have a little bit of pull at that place, right? And get to see some cool people and some really, really nice racing. And I just already so excited for it, and it comes up much faster than we like to admit sometimes.
Just the fact that we get to broadcast from inside, in what I would call the judges' stand, which now they're up on top, but inside that building in the middle of the half-mile track at Delaware, Ohio. How much cooler is that?
Absolutely.
So let's get a little bit of a rundown with these horses in the 3-year-old filly trot. Gone in a Flash, Tom Moore drives. He also trains and owns along with Peyton Moore. This is an Uncle Peter filly out of Mr. Levesque mare, Action on Levesque. No starts yet this year, but did have 9 starts as a 2-year-old.
Our 2 horse is Petra, trained by Betty Clegg. Nick Clegg does drive, and I actually think we're going to hand it over to Bill.
$27 and a blanket courtesy of Schisler Insurance Agency. Number 1 is Gone in a Flash, owned by Thomas Moore Jr. and Peyton Moore of Napoleon, Ohio, trained and driven by Tom Moore Jr. Number 2 is Petra, owned by Kimber Clegg of Matamoros, Pennsylvania, trained by Betty Clegg, the driver Nick Clegg. Number 3 is A Little Intoxicated, owned by Brad Schaefer of Bluffton, Ohio, Brad Nowakowski of Ottawa Lake, Michigan, Vicki Jennings of Weston, Michigan, trained by Brad Schaefer, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 4 is Wild Child Annie, owned by Heartland Acres of Wahonding, Ohio, and Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, and the driver is Drew Neal. Number 5 is Lovely in Red, owned by E.G. Trot LLC of Findlay, trained by Ed Greeno Jr., the driver Cody Greeno. Number 6 is L.T. Modana, owned by Gene Massey of Sycamore, Ohio, Patricia Jury and Jim Mays of Bucyrus, Ohio, trained by Kurt Massey, the driver Clifton Bell. And number 7 is Jersey Janet, owned by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Horses will take 1 score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes.
All right, so picking up where I left off with our 2 horse, Petra. This is a Betty Clegg trainee. Nick will be in the bike. If I'm remembering correctly, Petra actually started her career in the Jeff Nysonger stable and moved over to the Cleggs maybe like middle to end of last season. As a 2-year-old, she did make $31,000, has 6 starts on the year, still looking for the first seasonal win. However, recently at Northfield, did have a 3rd place finish and a non-winners of 1 and a mile time of 2 minutes flat.
A Little Intoxicated and Pierce Henry will leave from the 3-hole for trainer Bradley Schaefer. Brad Nowakowski and Vicki Jennings all own this Enterprise filly. It's out of an Andover Hall mare, Alvarez. Was sold as a yearling at the Ohio Selected for $10,000 and has already had 12 starts last year, earning just a little over $10,000, and has had 3 starts so far as a 3-year-old.
It will be Drew Neal on our 4 horse, Wild Child Annie. Rosie Weaver trains this 3-year-old filly by Long Tom out of Teacher Pat, a Lucky Chucky mare. Wild Child Annie is owned by Heartland Acres and Weaver in a partnership. She was originally just last year more than last year, she's 3-year-old, but $24,000 purchase out of the Buckeye Classic. She was a very nice 2-year-old. She made $34,000, 7 wins last year in that season. Recently in her line, she has been making some breaks, so maybe she's here today to kind of get a tune-up, but she still can go the mile, a handful back. She did trot in 59 and a piece.
Lovely in Red and Cody Greeno from the 5. Ed Greeno Jr., the trainer. E.G. Trot LLC from Findlay, the owner of this 3rd Pat filly out of a Lovin' Every Moment mare. Too Lovely had 16 starts as a 2-year-old, earned a little over $8,000, and just 1 start this year. That was at Northfield, and she did trot in 2 minutes and 2/5.
Clifton Bell will be in the bike of our 6 horse, LT Madonna. Curtis Massey trains this 3-year-old filly by Long Tom out of Holy Mary, a credit winner mare owned in partnership. So he's still looking for the first lifetime win. Actually had 11 starts as a 2-year-old, just one single start this far up at Northfield. Was just out of the money, but did go the mile in 2:02 and 2, just at the very end of last month.
And Jersey Janet rounds out the field. Emmanuel Miller up for Herman Hagerman. Hagerman Racing owns this Enterprise filly. Out of a Donato Hanover mare, Change Your Mind. Lightly raced last year, just 6 starts, with a win at Scioto Downs in 2 minutes and 4/5. Just her 3rd start of this year.
So we do score 5 wide here at Paulding. So we're going to have 2 trailers. Our 6 and 7 will be on that second tier.
Track record for 3-year-old filly trotters here is 2-1.
Here they come. Off and trotting the first horse away is Petra. On the outside, second is Wild Child Annie. Moving up third is Lovely in Red. Fourth is A Little Intoxicated. Gone in a Flash trots in their fifth. Racing sixth is Jersey Janet. And the last horse is LT Modana. Off stride now goes A Little Intoxicated. Heading down the backside over toward that quarter-mile mark. Nick Clegg has Petra on top by a length and a half. Trotting second is Wild Child Annie, driven by Drew Neal. And their third is Lovely in Red, driven by Cody Greeno. Fourth is Gone in a Flash, driven by Tom Moore Jr. Fifth is Jersey Janet, driven by Emmanuel Miller. Sixth is LT Modana, driven by Clifton Bell. The last horse still off stride, A Little Intoxicated, driven by Pierce Henry. The first quarter was in 32 and 1/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, the front 6 are pretty well bunched in their straight alignment. With the lead is Petra. In the golden chair, second is Wild Child Annie. In their third is Lovely in Red. Gone in a Flash is racing fourth. Fifth is Jersey Janet. Moving up sixth now is LT Modana. Further back seventh is still off stride is A Little Intoxicated. First half was trotted in 1:04 and 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. That's Petra by 3.5 lengths. Trotting in there second, that is Wild Child Annie. Third is Lovely in Red. Fourth is Gone in a Flash. Racing fifth is Jersey Janet. Sixth is LT Modana, and the last horse, A Little Intoxicated. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. Now Petra is out top by 3 lengths, but going to a drive now is Wild Child Annie. Racing third, Lovely in Red, followed by Gone in a Flash fourth. 3/4 in 1:35 and 1/5. As they race around the upper turn to head for pay dirt, Drew Neal is asking more now of Wild Child Annie, and she's responding. Coming back second now along the rail is Petra. Lovely in Red is racing third. Along the rail fourth comes Gone in a Flash. As they race for home, that's Wild Child Annie still will lead. Gone in a Flash closing fast along the rail, and on the outside, Lovely in Red. Past the stands, it's going to be Wild Child Annie. Up for place is Gone in a Flash. Up for third, Lovely in Red. 1 mile and 2:07 and 1/5.
Not a bad mile for our sophomore fillies, 2:07 and 1, and it was Wild Child Annie. I had mentioned when we introduced them that the last couple starts she had been making breaks, but minded her manners and kept it going for Drew Neal and Rosie Weaver. That's a double for that duo today already.
I am sure that was the best thing about that mile, that she stayed flat for Rosie, because you want them to mind their manners, that's for sure. I did not catch any of the rest except the winner. They were all pretty good bunched up.
I do think they came across the wire 4-1-5-2. So it was Petra who did post most of our fractions. Got a little tired at the end. They all kind of came at once. I like watching a trotter that travels with their head down, like Wild Child Annie. We haven't seen Bolt today, have we? Rosie's dog? One of them now? Usually he makes his way over the winner's circle, and we have not been blessed with his appearance yet. I'm sure we'll have plenty of more winner's circle pictures with the Weaver team with him in them throughout the entire season.
I'm thinking that if Matt did the editing, that there's a lot of Bolt in the freshman focus.
Ohio Ohio comes number 4, Wild Child Annie. Owned by Heartland Acres and Rosie Weaver, trained by Rosie Weaver, and driven elected this evening by Drew Neal. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Schistler Insurance Agency. Let's have a big hand here for Wild Child Annie and all concerned, and the Schistler Insurance Agency, the donors of the blanket.
Still waiting for that official rundown. I'm sure we'll get that here shortly from Bill, but I do have them across the wire. I believe it was 4-1-5-2.
A lot of big smiles in that winner's circle.
On the top, number 1, Gone in a Flash was second. Number 2, Petra was fourth. Number 3, A Little Intoxicated was seventh. Number 4, Wild Child Annie was the winner. Number 5, Lovely in Red was third. Number 6, LT Modana was sixth. And number 7, Jersey Janet was fifth. Time in the first quarter was 32 1/5. The half was in 104 1/5. The 3 quarters in 135 1/5. With a mile in 207 1/5. From the top it should read 247 136. 5 on the bottom. The mile in 207 1/5.
There we go. The 6th race wrapped up was another Drew Neal and Rosie Weaver winner. Moving next, we're going to head into race 7. It is going to be the 3rd division of 2-year-old filly pacers, scratched down to a field of 6. Susan and I will introduce you to the field after a brief message.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fair. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 22 fairs in 20 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Thanks for joining us. Paulding County, you know, we're pretty close to Indiana, right? Ish. I don't know. We're up in the northwestern corner. Not totally up into Michigan yet. That's, Napoleon area and things like that. We're a little bit further south, but it's quite the drive for us here today. But excited to be here. It's my very first time at Paulding, and I've been impressed by the program they've been putting on.
They have they built a very nice. It's an open air barn back there. I don't know if you can see it. It's got 4 rows of stalls, and I think what do you say? They can fit about 75 horses in that. It's just a really nice, especially when it's hot. It's got that nice open air, so that there's always a breeze over there, and it's just a nice place for the horses. They also have a shed row. That's a little bit old, but it's still a good place to put your horse. So accommodating some of the bigger stables like Rosie Weaver and Levan's, they race right out of their trailers. They seem to just have that down pat, where they don't have any trouble at all racing out of their trailers.
And truly, we've had so many horses entered today and tomorrow. It's kind of a necessity.
Yeah.
We only have so much stall space. 99 today. I haven't counted what's in tomorrow, but 19 races, so it's going to be quite a bit more than 100.
Yeah. I can't remember what Gus said, but they always draw a lot here at Paulding. And like Gus was talking about, this is the time when everybody kind of wants to try out their 2-year-old. You know, maybe you're even thinking, well, should I keep going, and then see what they show you here.
And some people choose not to start them this early. Of course, this is not all of the 2-year-olds we will see all year long. Some choose to start a little bit later in July. And, you know, one thing, you know, talking to trainers growing up in this industry, and especially our time with Freshman Focus recently, we hear the same thing. The horse will tell you.
Yeah.
The horse will tell you whether they're a fair horse, you know, whether they need to step up into the Buckeye Stallion or the Ohio Sire Stakes, or frankly, you know, not every 2-year-old is ready at 2. Sometimes they just need a little bit more time to mature. And that's why, you know, in the last couple of races, we did see a 3-year-old that did not start as a 2-year-old, and those trainers did the best they could for those horses and gave them some time to grow up. And, you know, whether that was mentally or physically, some of these 2-year-olds are very big and need to grow into their bodies. Some of them are very small and still need to grow into their bodies. And we get quite a special look, Susan. I mean, all of the team, because we really follow all of them intimately all year throughout, you know, all 3 tiers.
Yeah, yep, we get to see them all. And like you said, a horse like Garoppolo, who won the 5th, he just had 3 starts as a 2-year-old, so obviously he needed some time, and has come back and raced really well. Won a race in 52-2 at Scioto, and then won here today in 2-3. So it's just what they need, that's for sure. Getting a little windy up here in our booth.
It is.
We're lucky to have a booth here at Paulding. They set up tables and chairs for us. It's just really, really, really nice.
Say in a couple months, we're going to be wishing for the cool breeze.
Yeah. Yeah, it's close to being sweatshirt weather right now. It
kind of is. We haven't got our ice cream yet, Susan. Are we gonna have to hold out?
I don't know. I'm sure that they'll bring it. I would be very disappointed if they don't. Just because it seems like it's a tradition here. So the next race coming up is a 2-year-old filly pace. The 3rd division of 4. We've got some nice horses. We've got one scratch to let you know about the 6th horse. You're No Daisy at All is a scratch transportation. And we've got a couple of driver changes. So the 2 Wanna Know What Love Is, Luke Hanners will drive. And the 3 City of Fear, Greg Bateson.
We have not very many on the track yet for the 7th.
I thought maybe that was the start of the post parade, but I guess not. It was just the one horse coming down.
Have we checked comments and see where people are tuning in from yet, Susan? Have you taken a look?
My phone is just showing that the names of people. I don't know what's going on.
I'll see if I can
see if you can get
hop
the comments.
on. Say if we have some new listeners that maybe aren't familiar with what the heck we're doing here. Every once in a while you'll see, you know, checking in from Mechanicsburg, Ohio, or checking in from wherever. It doesn't have to, obviously not Ohio at all. We do like to hear where you're watching from, you know. Makes it fun, and we like to keep tabs of who is our furthest out. We have over the years, you know, some countries in Europe that will tune in. Australians, we love it, especially when you're dealing with a time change. The dedication is appreciated.
Oh, and Roger Houston just said Delaware qualifiers on the 17th and 24th of June will be broadcast on OHHA Facebook page. So those will be live just like this is. So you got to remember that on the 17th and 24th of June, Delaware. We will be broadcasting those live for you. Oh, the Garage Bar in Toledo. Tim is back.
I'll be coming through about 11 o'clock, Tim.
I'm pretty sure I saw somebody from Australia on. because they were talking about that it was the start of winter and it was 5 degrees.
Oh,
I'm not sure if that's
well, probably Celsius.
Probably
They gonna say
Celsius.
we're the Americans are kind of the weirdos when it comes to that.
Yeah. But lots of people again. We've got some nice horses in this race. The one horse Beth Dutton Wheeler. This was a $9,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale, and the mare odds on Arthea, and a mark of 53 as a 3-year-old, and this is just her second foal of racing age. So that's some. I noticed that there was quite a few young mares as I was looking up some of the horses. Ashley and I kind of split it up. She looked up the first horses, and I looked up the 2-year-olds that are later in the card. But when you go back to that second dam, wow, there was some breeding back there. Then it's first foal out of this mare, but then when you go back a little bit further and look, the mare herself was sister to $100,000, $200,000, $1 million winners. It's just amazing how that. Yeah, sometimes I wonder when I see a horse that was purchased, and if you don't look far enough, you wonder why somebody paid this much for this horse. But then you go a little bit deep, dig a little bit deeper, and you can see exactly why.
One thing about these horses, whether it's 2 or 3-year-olds, they don't know what you pay for them.
Mm-hmm.
So we could always have a horse that was a $1,500 purchase that comes out and by the end of the year wants to compete and win the fair final.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite things about this sport is, of course, there's a lot of talent, whether it's the driver, trainer, the horse itself that has the talent that can teach, or realistically, there's a whole lot of luck that plays into this sport. All right, I think we're going to hand it over to Bill for the post parade of the 7th.
$30 and a blanket courtesy of Paulding County Agricultural Society. Number 1 is Beth Dutton Wheeler, owned by Springhaven Farm of Utica, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver of Manuel Miller. Number 2 is Wanna Know What Love Is, owned by Suzanne Bates of Gibsonburg, Ohio, trained by Ty Bates, the driver of Luke Anders. Number 3 is City of Fear, owned by Rick Hessel of Oakwood, trained by Chad Williamson, the driver of Greg Bateson. Number 4 is Marnie Said, owned by Robbie Brooks of Van Loo, Ohio, and Thomas Little IV of Eastburn, New York, trained by Robbie Brooks, the driver of Pierce Henry. Number 5 is Shabuzi Al, owned by LeVan Stables of Woodstock, Ohio, Louis LeVan, Harrison LeVan, of Woodstock, Ohio. Megan LeVan, also of Woodstock, and Adam Heffelfinger of Ashland, Ohio, trained and driven by Hank LeVan. Number 6, your No Daisy at All has been drawn. At number 7 is Raised Parlay Girl, owned and trained by Bill Webb at Defiance, the driver Mark Hedworth. Horses will take.
Well, Susan, I think you have a lot of the in-depth information on our 2-year-olds, so I'm happy to do some introducing if you want to fill in some gaps for us. On the rail is Beth Dutton Wheeler, Emmanuel Miller in the bike for Rosie Weaver. This filly is down by the seaside, and so you kind of introduced the mare just before our post parade, but she was a $9,000 purchase out of the Buckeye Classic sale.
As I said, this mare has a record of 153 as a 3-year-old, and this filly is just her second foal of racing age.
Our 2 horse is Wanna Know What Love Is. Luke Hanners is now going to be in the bike for Tyler Bates. This filly is by Well Said out of a Sunshine Beach mare Susan Bates does own. It was an $8,500 purchase out of the Blooded Horse sale.
This is the first foal out of this mare. She herself had a record as a 3-year-old of 57-3, but the mare is a half-sister to 2 51 pacers who earned $345,000 and $275,000.
Greg Bateson will now drive our 3-horse City of Fear. Chad Williamson does train this Fear the Dragon filly. She is out of City Delight, a Better's Delight. Claude Richardson Estel of Oakwood, Ohio, does own this filly. She was bred by Emerald Highland Farms and was a $11,000 purchase out of the Buckeye.
And that mare, City Delight, she has produced winners of almost $1 million.
Pierce Henry and Robert Brooks are going to team back up. That was quite the duo we saw last year in the 2024 racing circuit. On the 4-horse, Marnie Said. This filly, another one by Well Said, out of Marnie by the Sea, a down by the seaside. Robert Brooks does own, in partnership with Thomas Little Springhaven Farms, bred this filly. She was a $6,000 purchase out of the Buckeye.
And that mare, Marnie by the Sea, is a half-sister to 2 $500,000 winners. This is her first foal.
Our 5-horse is Shabuzi L. Hank Levan trains and drives this filly by Summa Cum Laude out of Scooch, a Real Desire mare. She is owned by lots of Levans, and then Hefflinger out of Ashland, a $10,000 purchase out of the Blooded Horse.
And Shabuzi L is a half-sister to McRaven, who has a mark of 51-3 and $165,000.
Moving on to the second tier, our 6 is a Scratch. And our 7-horse is Ray's Parlay Girl, Mark Hedworth, in the bike for, I believe, trainer, owner, and breeder Bill Webb. This filly is by Cheyenne Ray out of a Noble Ability mare.
This is a half-sister to winners of over $1.5 million, including What a Boy, 149-4, made $587,000.
We'll pass it over to Bill. Here is our field scratch down to 6.
Here they come. Up and pacing the first horse away is Wanna Know What Love Is. Up the rail set is Beth Dutton Wheeler. On the outside third is City of Fear. Racing fourth is Ray's Parlay Girl. In their fifth is Marnie Said. And the last horse at this point is Shabuzi L. As they head down the backside, a race over that quarter-mile mark. Emmanuel Miller has Beth Dutton Wheeler on top, but moving up on the outside, second to point on the pressure is the Wanna Know What Love Is, driven by Luke Anderson. Wanna Know What Love Is takes over, and dropping back second is Beth Dutton Wheeler. Third is City of Fear, driven by Greg Bateson. Fourth is Ray's Parlay Girl, driven by Mark Hedworth. Racing in their fifth is Marnie Said, driven by Pierce Henry. And the last horse is Shabuzi L, driven by Hank Leland. The first quarter was in 32 1/5 seconds. Racing around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time. That's Wanna Know What Love Is, on top by a length and a half over Beth Dutton Wheeler. In their third is City of Fear. Fourth is Ray's Parlay Girl. Racing fifth, Marnie Said, and sixth is Shabuzi L. 6 fillies pretty well bunched as they race past the half-mile mark. That's still Wanna Know What Love Is with the lead. First half paced in 103 4/5 as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Wanna Know What Love Is. The closest horse second is Beth Dutton Wheeler. Ranging up on the outside third is City of Fear. Fourth along the rail is Ray's Parlay Girl. Fifth is Marnie Said, and the last horse is Shabuzi L. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. That is still Wanna Know What Love Is by 2.5 lengths. At the rail second, Beth Dutton Wheeler on the outside third, and pacing fastest of all is City of Fear. Fourth is Ray's Parlay Girl, and fifth is Marnie Said. 3/4 in 135 2/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still Wanna Know What Love Is with the lead. On the outside second, pouring on the pressure is City of Fear. At the rail third, Beth Dutton Wheeler, and Ray's Parlay Girl is fourth. As they race through the lane, that's Wanna Know What Love Is with the lead. On the outside second, City of Fear. Wanna Know What Love Is and City of Fear. It's going to be Wanna Know What Love Is. And here they all come. City of Fear up for place. Up for third is Beth Dutton Wheeler.
207.
A mile and 207.
207 flat for our Philly Pacers. It was Wanna Know What Love Is and Luke Hanners. Trying to flip back and see what our other freshman Pacers went in. Division 1 went in 206 4. So just a tick, quite literally, just a tick slower than the first division, I guess I should say. Across the wire, I do have 2317 unofficial.
I think Shabuzi L and Hank Levan, they pulled up heading to the backstretch for the second time, and they did not finish.
So that did not look to be due to any incident. It definitely was not.
Right.
Maybe just a learning experience that we do have to go the full mile, but regardless, horse and driver are completely fine.
As I said earlier, this well-said filly is a first foal out of a mare who had a mark of 57-3, but she herself, that mare, is a half-sister to two 51 pacers, so kind of a nice family.
So we don't get to see Luke Hanners very often at fairs, but of course it's Monday, so Scioto Downs is not racing. I'm assuming that's why he has headed all the way up here. I think Luke had a pretty good weekend over at Scioto. I think he won the open pace. I think so. I try to keep track, but sometimes we watch so many horse races, they tend to run together. But Luke spent some time out east in recent years, and the last couple seasons he's been back here in Ohio. Grew up here for the most part, as a young adult.
Get in the winner's circle, where the winners go. Coming in from Gibsonburg, Ohio, comes number 2. Wanna Know What Love Is. All by Suzanne Bates, trained by Ty Bates, and driven elected this evening by Luke Hanners. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Paulding County Agricultural Society. Let's have a big hand here for Luke Hanners and Wanna Know What Love Is.
I don't know as I've ever seen that color blue in a harness. That's really unusual. It's almost like a aqua blue. Pretty striking on that dark horse.
I guess I haven't noticed, because that was a Ty Bates. His part of his colors is blue, but I don't think all of his horses go in blue equipment, do they?
I don't think so.
Beth Dutton Wheeler was third. Number 2, Wanna Know What Love Is was the winner. Number 3, City of Fear was second. Number 4, Marnie Said was fifth. Number 5, Shabuziel did not finish. Number 6, You're No Daisy at All had been drawn. Number 7, Ray's Parlay Girl was fourth. Time of the first quarter was 32 1/5. The half was in 103 4/5. The 3 quarters in 135 2/5. 1 mile in 2:07 from the top of Charade. 3, 1, 2, 5, DNF, scratch, 4 on the bottom, a mile in 2:07. And the upcoming race 8.
All right, there we go. 2:07. It was all Wanna Know What Love Is for Tyler Bates. Luke Hanners in the bike. Say we were getting summoned. We're getting our ice cream orders ready. We're almost halfway through the program. Next is race 8 of 16. Headed into the 3rd division of 2-year-old colt trotters. It is a full field of 5. Susan and I will introduce you to the field after a brief message.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres' experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
Make summer memories this year at the Ohio County Fairs. The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association will be live streaming every race this year, and we want you to be there. Be a part of the excitement with the 2025 Ohio County Fair Racing Passport. Stop by the OHHA broadcast location in the grandstand to pick up your passport and stamp. Get stamps at every fair you attend. Prizes will be awarded to those that attend the most racing programs. Get your passport at the first fair you attend or call the OHHA office at 614-221-3650. Harness Racing, the fastest ride at the fair.
Headed into race 8 for our very first program of the 2025 season. Paulding County Fair, thanks for joining. It is Ashley Daly, Susan Schroeder, and we've got Matt Clark behind the camera. So far, so good. I have no complaints.
We have a lot of people watching. It's just kind of fun to scroll through and see where everybody's from. We really appreciate you all watching. We do have somebody from Ireland. Roger Houston said someone was watching from Australia. So we've got people from all over, especially all over Ohio. And I was talking to Stephen about this on the way up, how it's gotten to be this community, and everybody's saying, "Hey, how are you? How'd your winter go? You know, I haven't seen you." So it's kind of nice to be all back together again for the racing season.
For the most part, though, I mean, that's a great way to talk about it. Of course, we're a community of like-minded people, but you go on the backside, it's a family.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we've seen that throughout the years, and it just continues to grow, and it's a very special place.
Yeah, it really is. It's as competitive as everybody is out on the track, and maybe you're not going to give somebody a hole or anything, but you go back to the barn and you said, "Man, I need a pair of knee boots. My tire blew. I need a tire." Everybody's right there to help you with equipment, help you with anything, help you hold your horse, do whatever you need to do. But on the racetrack, it's competitive. So the 2-year-old colt trot coming up is let's see, what division is this?
I think this is the third division.
Third of 4. We went in 2:11, the first one, and 2:10 and 1, the next one. So I was seeing out by the winner's circle, Gus Davis, our Secretary of Speed, and he was out there, and he talked to me before about how much he wanted to make sure that we said to thank all the county workers who worked on the drainage issue that he has, and to talk about these 4 main sponsors that he has their banners hanging on the winner's circle: the Integrity Ford, Steichman's, Chevy, it looks like, Truland Equipment, and then Joe and Fran Darmoffel. How important they are to this program, and that they help them out with things. They give them equipment. Joe and Fran, of course, do donations to help Gus pay for a lot of other things that go on. Helps them with the music with Matt Richardson that everybody here in the grandstand is enjoying. So it's just, it takes a lot of people to put this all together. And Gus wanted me to make sure that we thanked everybody that was out that helped him.
You might have to maybe I'm going to jar your memory. Last year, we had quite a bit of rain in Paulding? Does that sound... Do we remember? Paulding usually can have some weather issues.
I was muted. I've been here before when it's the hottest I've ever been. Mm-hmm. And then last year I think it was cold and possibly rainy too.
I think so. I think it rained. It rained some. Yeah, we should keep better notes.
We should. We should.
You do forget from year to year. You do forget.
Regardless, it might not always be a perfect program here at Paulding because it is the very first one of the year. There's lots of hiccups, whether it's, on the backside with the horses or the trainers or the drivers, or even when it comes to race officials and just making sure this program's put together. But although it's not a perfect program, it's always a good program. They take a lot of pride in it. And so we thank them for, gathering even their sponsorships and letting us come out today and always being proud to present.
Well, like you said, it's starting out for everybody. Jim Ashman was walking up the stairs, and he's our photo finish guy today, and he started walking up, and he says, "Man, I hope I remember how to do this." I'm sure he was just kidding, but still, everybody's a little bit rusty. You haven't done it since
it is
Lancaster last October, so it is a little bit of a learning experience each time.
So even for us, maybe you guys feel the same way I do. Getting back on air, it's like, man, what do I have to do again? How do we tend to do our programs? Because we do have a short break by all means, but it's fun. I don't get near as nervous as I used to. Every time I jumped on air, I used to get pretty worked up, but now it's old news. We just got to have fun.
Yeah. I still do, and I'm not on air most of the time. I had a pretty nervous week leading up to this, to be honest.
Well, you always do, because you're always so concerned about how the show is going to look.
Yeah. I understand that Bill's audio is it's not perfect here by any means, but it's loud everywhere. I saw where, even on the backside, the speakers are real loud back there. We're just getting a little bit more voltage than we can handle right now, so apologize for that, but at least we can hear it.
Yeah, yes. It's funny because Matt was so excited. He got a new little piece of equipment and brought this wire down from up by, well, Bill is up in the very tip top of the grandstands. Brought this wire down, put it in this new little box, and then the wire came out and went into our stuff, and thought this was going to be so great, and then, oh, rats.
Yeah.
It didn't work.
Last minute audible.
Yeah.
So we always try to put on the very best program. We all here care deeply about what we put out there, and of course we want to give you the very best product, but we're not a professional setup. You know, we're not TVG, you name it.
Yeah.
But we work with what we have in the county fairs. Some of them are quite literally in the middle of nowhere, but we think we figure that issue out when it comes to internet and everything else. So as always, especially beginning of the year, we appreciate everybody's patience and just having fun with us.
We do know that we do have an amazing video, though.
We hope.
We got
Looks like when I check out Facebook, it's on there anyway.
We got some new cameras this year, so a few new pieces of equipment, so kind of excited about to see what that'll all bring. Matt was lucky enough to go down to, what was that show called that you went to?
NAB.
NAB, National
Association of Broadcasters. It is unbelievable. If anyone's ever been to the Las Vegas Convention Center, it is one of the biggest facilities I've ever tried to walk up and down each and every hallway over the course of 3 days. But, I mean, you can learn a lot out there. All the new equipment's there.
Colt Trot, going for a purse of $3,715 and a blanket courtesy of Paulding County Agricultural Society. Number 4 is Winding Path, owned by E.G. Trot LLC of Findlay, trained and driven by Ed Greeno Jr. Number 2 is Pump Action, owned by Rosie Weaver of Beach City and Heartland Acres of Wahonding, trained and driven by Rosie Weaver. Number 3 is What Say You, owned by Joel Shivak of Woodville, Ohio, and Suzanne Bates of Gibsonburg, Ohio, trained by Ty Bates, the driver of Luke Hanners. Number 4 is Rude Dude L, owned by LeVan Stables of Woodstock, Ohio, Darla Fall Racing Enterprises, Sylvania, Ohio, Ed Perry of Cable, Ohio, and Megan LeVan of Woodstock, Ohio, trained and driven by Hank LeVan. And number 5 is Olive Hill, owned by Chris Easterday of Bucyrus, Ohio, trained by Carl Easterday Jr., the driver Curtis Harper. Horses will take one score.
Let's take a closer look at the horses in this race. The 1, Winding Path, Ed Greeno Jr. drives, also trains for E.J. Trot LLC. This is an Enterprise colt out of a Cantab Hall mare, Why I Did Hanover. And this is her first foal, and she was unraced herself.
Our 2 horse is Pump Action. Rosie Weaver in the bike also trains this colt by Long Tom out of Jailhouse Jenny, a Jailhouse Jessie mare. Weaver does co-own alongside Heartland Acres.
This mare, Jailhouse Jenny, had a mark herself of 57-1. This colt was sold at the Blooded Horse sale for $29,000.
Our 3 horse is What Say You, Luke Hanners in the bike for Tyler Bates. This colt by Long Tom. It is out of Cantab Hall mare. Susan Bates does co-own along with Joel Chevek of Woodville, Ohio. What Say You was a $14,000 purchase out of the Ohio Selected Jug Sale.
Just the second foal from this Cometpedia mare, but the mare herself is a half-sister to Angelpedia, who made almost $200,000, and Jetpedia, who made $150,000 plus.
Hank LeVan trains and drives our 4 horse, Rude Dude L. Was originally an $11,000 purchase out of the Ohio Selected. This gelding by Long Tom is out of Lips of Angel Oz, a man of many missions mare, owned by LeVan Stables, Dharma Fall Racing. E. Perry, I'm trying to jar my memory on who that is, but a Perry and I believe Megan LeVan.
This is the second foal from Lips of an Angel Az, and she herself had a record as a 3-year-old of 56-3.
Rounding out the field, Curtis Harper will now drive our 5 horse, Olive Hill. Carl Easterday Jr. trains. Chris Easterday did breed and still currently owns this gelding by What the Hill out of Lady Lois, a Conway Hall mare.
Making this colt a half-brother to Lady Alamus, 4-year-old mark of 55-1.
Looks like we are gathering to go behind the gate. Susan, will you remind us what our other 2 divisions went in? so far?
Well, let's see. A 2-year-old colt trot, 2:11 and 2:10 and 1.
Do we think we can get our fastest division out of this group?
Let me look at that. There's just 5, so everybody will be on the gate, so that'll be nice. Everybody stays flat. I think that they'll beat 2:10.
Beat 2:10. Are we doing
Yeah.
2:10 flat? We're going to go to the other. What is it? The over under?
They got to beat it. They got to go in 9 and something.
Right there.
Matt's still singing.
What's that?
Matt's still singing.
Sometimes I don't want to say that because
And then you make a
say it,
break.
they go off,
Winding
yeah.
path, pump action, what say you, Rude Doodle and Olive Hill. Here they come. Off and trotting the first horse away in the middle of the track is What Say You. At the second is Winding Path. And the third is Pump Action. Moving up on the outside, fourth is Rude Doodle. And the last horse is Olive Hill. As they make the turn now to head down the backside and race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Luke Hanners has What Say You on top by 2.5 lengths. Trotting second is Winding Path, driven by Ed Greeno Jr. In their third, that is Pump Action, driven by Rosie Weber. A little farther back fourth comes Rude Doodle, driven by Hank Levan, and farther back fifth is Olive Hill, driven by Curtis Harper. Past the quarter-mile mark, that is still What Say You with the lead. First quarter was trotted in 33 seconds. What Say You by 2 lengths. Winding Path trots second. Third is Pump Action. Moving up on the outside fourth now is Rude Doodle, and farther back fifth is Olive Hill. Front four pretty well bunches their race down toward the half-mile mark. That's Luke Hanners and What Say You bringing the horses down to the half. Sitting in the golden chair second, that's Ed Greeno Jr. with Winding Path. On the outside third now is Rude Doodle. At third fourth is Pump Action. The last horse, Olive Hill. First half was trotted in 105 and 4/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is What Say You. The horse pulling on the pressure on the outside second is Rude Doodle. At third is Winding Path. Fourth is Pump Action, and the last horse, Olive Hill. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark. Along the rail is What Say You. On the outside second, Rude Doodle. At third, Winding Path. Pump Action fourth, and then comes Olive Hill. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. What Say You gets a little new life. It opens a length and a half on Rude Doodle. 3/4 was trotted in 137. Racing around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's What Say You now by 2 lengths. Racing second, Rude Doodle. Third is Winding Path. Racing fourth is Pump Action and Olive Hill trails. As they race toward home, that's still What Say You with the lead. What Say You? And Rude Doodle past the stands. It's going to be What Say You? And here the outcome. Rude Doodle up for place, and the third horse is Winding Path. 1 mile in 2:07 and 4/5.
Well, I guess you called that one pretty easily, Susan.
I'm going to be honest. When they got hit the 3/4 of 137, I went, oh, they're not going to make it home. But that was a really nice last quarter.
Yeah, really.
My gosh. What Say You, the long tom out of a Cantab Hall mare.
I believe across the wire second was Rude Doodle. He did try to challenge Hank Levan. He seems like he had his hands full when he left the gate and, getting around that first turn and stuff. But tried to challenge going into the final turn and just could not get it done. What Say You was all business.
2:07 and 2, the fastest mile for the 2-year-old colt trotters.
I mean, truthfully, I think that mile was about as fast as our 3-year-old filly trotters.
Yeah, they went in 7 and 1. That was a really nice last quarter.
30 and 1, right?
Mm-hmm. And look well in hand, 30 and 2.
30 and 2. Trying to see if Luke is slowly making his way. There he is, back around. Guess we'll have to add up. That is at least back-to-back for Luke.
Yes. And back, isn't that a tie also? Yep, back to back for Luke and Ty.
Circle around the winners go. Coming in from Woodville and Gibsonburg comes number 3. What say you? Owned by Joel Shivak and Suzanne Bates, trained by Ty Bates, and driven back to this evening by Luke Hanners.
Got the racing part down. I'm not
That's
sure about all this.
in the winner's circle from the last race. Bike of this race courtesy of Paulding County Agricultural Society. That's a big hand for Joe Shivak, Ty Bates, Luke Hanners, and what say you? And the Paulding County Agricultural Society, the donors of the blanket.
Still waiting for that final rundown.
Race 8 from the top. Number 1, Winding Path was 3rd. Number 2, Pump Action was 4th. Number 3, What Say You was the winner. Number 4, Rude Doodle was 2nd. Number 5, Olive Hill was 5th. Time of the first quarter was 33 seconds. The half was in 1:05 and 4/5. The 3 quarters in 1:37. 1 mile in 2:07 and 4/5. From the top of charade, 3, 4, 1, 2, 5 on the bottom. The mile in 2:07 and 4/5.
Okay, nice mile for those 2-year-old colt trotters, 2, 7, and 2, fastest division yet. Next race coming up is the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series Pace. This is sponsored by Joe and Fran Darmafo. There's 5 horses in it, and we're going to take a look at those. But first, we're going to do a little spot that we're going to call Eye on Ohio by Tom Pye. Tom Pye took a trip around the state this winter and picked out some areas that might be of interest to you. So today we're going to look at Bellefontaine, and we're going to do this throughout the summertime. We picked out about 10 areas so that if you're going to come to a fair someplace, maybe you'll want to stick around a day or two and see what else that is offered in the area. So let's join Tom Pye with the Eye on Ohio.
Bellefontaine, the county seat of Logan County, 48 miles northwest of Columbus, is home to Campbell Hill, which at 1,549 feet above sea level is the highest point in Ohio. The name means beautiful spring in French, as the original travelers found lots of springs in the area. With over 56 newly renovated buildings downtown, in 2023, the city of over 14,000 was named one of the best hometowns in Ohio. There are numerous golf courses and camping sites, and it's a perfect starting point for your adventures. Visit Ohio Cabins in nearby Libertyville as you descend 40 feet underground and see stones that glow in the dark. Or take a day at the 5,100-acre Indian Lake. Built in the 1850s and the second largest man-made reservoir in Ohio, is a great time to be had by boating and fishing. In downtown Bellefontaine, it's a short walk, and I do mean a short walk, on McKinley Street, which, at a total of 20 feet, 6.1 meters for you metric chaps, is the shortest street in America. Then stop by Court Avenue, the oldest concrete street in the United States, set in 1891. A quick stroll brings you to a fully restored hall and theater, which has been host to performances since the 1930s. This all comes together at the Logan County Fair, which runs from July 7th to July 12th, and be sure to catch the thrills and excitement of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference stake races on Monday, July 7th and Tuesday, July 8th. Host time at 6 p.m. It's all Bella Bella and Bellefontaine.
Okay, back here at Paulding, moving on to the 9th race. As we said, this is the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series Pace. This will be the first of a summer full of Ladies Driving Series, as well as today we've got a signature series. So this is the first of everybody to get their points started for that, for those finals.
I think the finals at Delaware, right?
Yes, yep.
So that was a very nice piece, a new segment we're going to try out this year. by Tom Pye, the harness guy. I'm sure if you've been around Ohio, you probably know his face there for a while. He's been with, working some freelance stuff for OHHA for a handful of years. He actually started out doing the Racing with the Stars, right?
Yes. Yep. He went around to all the fairs with a tent and a spinning wheel, and he did trivia, and he came up with a number of cool events that we still do. Text trivia. He was a big guy with text trivia. So we appreciate Tom did that. He like I said, we picked out about 10 areas for the summer, and we'll be playing those. Like we'll show the Bell Fountain one. Now we'll show that up until Bell Fountain races, and then we'll move on to another one. I think we're doing Hilliard next. So just interesting. It's interesting what you see, what you find out about different areas that you didn't know. And what about the Bell Fountain pineapples?
So I grew up pretty much right beside Bell Fountain. It is the county next to Champaign County, so the Urbana Fair was my home. But because of that, so I'm pretty familiar with the Bell Fountain Fair too. And Matt was like, how did Tom not mention the pineapples all over downtown Bell Fountain? And so the story goes, there is a very nice fountain in front of the courthouse, and there is a giant pineapple on top of the fountain, and it was completely by accident. They actually, the company they ordered it from, it was supposed to be like a bust, like a head of a guy. I don't even remember who it was. And the company they ordered from accidentally got their shipments mixed up, and so Bell Fountain ended up with a pineapple that was supposed to originally go to Hawaii, and Hawaii got the bust, the head of the guy that Bell Fountain ordered. And long story short, Bell Fountain said, it's good enough. They put it on top, and they have just run with it ever since. And so if you go downtown Bell Fountain, you'll see pineapples everywhere because all the local shops and stuff have just grabbed a hold of this little cork, and it is now kind of the center of this town.
And from a mistake.
Yep.
I'll tell you a little bit about this rail horse, the Royal Delta. I was looking at her, and so she's had 150. Oh, I'll tell you after Bill's done.
Going for a person $800 in the blanket courtesy of Joe and Fran down the fall, and will also give $100 to the winning driver. The one is Royal Delta, owned by Emerald Colton Hay of Serena, trained and owned by Emily Hay. Number 2 is Odds On Checkmate, owned, trained and owned by Courtney Macon of Columbus Grove. Number 3 is Headbanger, owned by Hader Stables LLC of Tempest, Michigan, trained by Greg Bates and the driver Jennifer Main. Number 4 is Famous Seamus, owned by Denmark Stable of Florida, Fort Myers, Florida, trained by Karen Takosik, the driver Christina Johnson. And number 5 is This Jet's a Bookin', owned and trained by Tommy Vossick of Mineral City, Ohio, the driver of Leslie Joyce. Horses will take one score and good with.
All right, Susan, why don't you jump back in and tell us about the one horse?
Yes, Royal Delta, you look at her lines and things were just kind of interesting. Of course, no starts in 25, but only one start in 24. Has had 154 lifetime starts, so I started looking her up. I said, oh my gosh, 23 she had 3 starts, 21 she had 1 start, 2020 she had 6 starts, and then before that she was racing 20 to 30 starts in a year. I said that's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years where she's had just a handful of starts. So I asked Emily Hay, who Emily and her son Colton own this mare, and she said, oh, she's just a pet. So we keep her around. She says, I get her ready. Colton is now jogging her and training her and learning with her about how to rate a mile and so forth. So she just keeps her around and comes out once or twice a year in the ladies driving series. Then she goes back home and just hangs out for another year. So she is 13 years old, and I'm going to say that I think Royal Delta's got a pretty darn good life.
Leaving from the second post position is Odds On Checkmate. Courtney Macon trains, drives, and owns this 6-year-old mare by JF, and I can't even pronounce that, Susan. How do we say
End
that?
of an era.
Oh, I guess if I would read a little harder. So there we go. 6-year-old mare by JK, End of an Era, out of an American Ideal mare. Has 14 starts on the year, has yet to hit the board, but recently up at Northfield did go a mile in 1:59 flat.
Headbanger and Jennifer Main from the 3-hole for trainer Greg Bateson. Hader Stables from Temperance, Michigan, the owners. This is a 9-year-old gelding by a rock and roll dance out of a Keystone Raider mare. 178 lifetime starts, $158,000 in earnings, and a 5-year-old mark of 150-4 at Scioto Downs.
And it looks like we are already moving behind the gates, so our 4-horse is Famous Seamus. Christina Johnson will be in the bike of this 7-year-old gelding by Do Me That Again out of a Western Hanover mare, Chicka Hanover. 15 starts on the year with 1 win and 1 third-place finish.
Another 13-year-old, this is a gelding. This Jet's a Bookin'. Leslie Joyce will drive for Tommy Voisick. Tommy also owns this horse. It's a Jeremy's Jet. 293 lifetime starts, 43 wins. A mark is a 4-year-old of 150 flat.
This Jet's a Bookin'. Here they come. And pacing the first horse away is Headbanger. Up on the outside second. Now comes Famous Seamus. 1 more third. And there's Odds on Checkmate. 4 wide is This Jet's a Bookin'. The last horse is Rayabella. And 4 across the track is a race plan that turned in down the backside. Sitting there is in front now is Headbanger. Up on the outside second comes This Jet's a Bookin'. After the third is Odds on Checkmate. Racing in their fourth is Famous Seamus. And the last horse Rayabella. Going to the quarter-mile mark. Leslie Joyce says This Jet's a Bookin' on the outside with a leader. Hanging around second. That's Headbanger driven by Jennifer Main. Third, it's Odds on Checkmate driven by Courtney Macon. On the outside fourth, Famous Seamus driven by Christina Johnson. The last horse Royal Down driven by Emily Hay. First quarter was in 29 3/5 seconds. As they race down toward the half-mile mark, that's Jennifer Main and Headbanger bringing the horses down to the half. Sitting with on turn second, that's Leslie Joyce with This Jet's a Bookin'. Racing up on the outside third, it's Famous Seamus. At third, fourth, that's Odds on Checkmate and trailing is Royal Down. First half passed in 1 minute and 2/5 seconds. As they round the turn line and down the backside, they're racing at 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Headbanger. The closest horse to the line is This Jet's a Bookin'. On the outside third is Famous Seamus. At third, fourth is Odds on Checkmate and Royal Down at trails. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark. Now Jennifer Main opens up about 4 lengths with Headbanger. At third, second, that's This Jet's a Bookin'. On the outside third, Famous Seamus. The Odds on Checkmate is fourth and trailing Royal Down. Past that 3/4 mile mark. That's Headbanger now by 6 lengths. 3 quarters and 132 3/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Headbanger by about 9 lengths. Racing up second now is Famous Seamus. Back to third is This Jet's a Bookin' on the outside fourth. That's Odds on Checkmate. As they race toward home, that's Headbanger and Famous Seamus. Headbanger and Famous Seamus. It's going to be Headbanger. And welcome. Famous Seamus up for place. Up for third is Odds on Checkmate. 1 mile and 2 2/5.
Everybody wanted the front end on that one.
Wow. 4 wide, and they didn't give up.
No, they did not.
They were
Roger Houston is always very adamant of like the ladies race is always going to be the most interesting.
Yeah.
By far, they put on the best show because they're going to go out and they're going to try to get the front, every single one of them, and they want to win.
Yeah. Absolutely. I was just thinking that there was enough room out on the track out there to be out there 4 wide.
Good point. Good point. I think it was Roger. Maybe I'm wrong, but somebody within our team has always said, like, jokingly, like, oh, the ladies would park their grandma.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty good example. They're serious. They mean business. And at the end of the day, I actually even thought, I was like, man, Royal Delta, she was kind of not really in the gate. She got away behind. I was like, just because of the fractions, the way they're racing, like, she might end up winning her only start of the year this year.
Yep. And yeah, some of these are old race horses that it's just maybe that's kind of their thing. They want to get to the top. When they get to the top, they're really good. So sometimes that definitely happens. But I mean, these horses, Headbangers, got 178 lifetime starts, 19 wins, made $158,000, and is just a 9-year-old. Just one of the younger horses in the race. So. They're fun to keep give these horses something to do.
And I do think it's Bill Peters and Emily Hay that really spearhead this program for all of the ladies. And Jennifer Main coming back in front of the grandstand.
Coming in from Tempest, Michigan, comes number 3, Headbanger. All by Hayner Stables LLC, trained by Greg Bateson, and driven action this evening by Jennifer Main. The banker for this race is courtesy of Joe and Fran Dormifall. They are on the winner's circle and also have $100 to present to the winning driver, Jennifer Main. The bank is also in Greg Bateson's colors here. That's all they have for Greg Bateson, Jennifer Main, and Headbanger, and Joe and Fran Dormifall for representing the market, and also for giving the $100 to Jennifer for being the winning driver.
So they not only got the portion of the purse, but Jennifer got an extra $100 from the Darmfalls, and they got a little trophy, and they got a blanket. It was pretty good haul being in the ladies' pace.
And then Royal was 5th. Number 2, Odds on Checkmate was 3rd. Number 3, Headbanger was the winner. Number 4, Famous Shamus was 2nd. And number 5, This Jet's the Bookin' was 4th. Time in the first quarter was 29 3/5. The half was in 1 minute and 2/5. The 3 quarters in 1:32 3/5. The mile in 2:04 2/5. The time of charade 5, 3, 1, 2, 4 in the bottom. The mile in 2:04 2/5.
That wraps up our 9th race of 16 here in Paulding County. It was all Headbanger and Jennifer Main for the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series Pace, the very first one for the 2025 season. I should mention, again, we talked about it a little bit, but sponsored by Joe and Fran Darmfall, who we did see in the winner's circle. We see them quite a lot around their county fairs. They have some horses with Hank Levan, and they just love to come watch their horses race all over the place. And I talked to Fran when I was headed back to the backstretch, and she was saying that Joe actually introduced her to all of this, took her to her very first county fair, not even racing, racing related, but her very first county fair. And this is just a hobby for them now. They love it. This is their fun, their relaxation times. And she mentioned, but also she loves to garden. Kind of goes hand in hand, I guess, for her.
Needs a little time to do that too. The 10th race coming up will be a 3-year-old colt pace. We got a couple of changes. The 1 horse, Pete Said, will be driven by Hank Levan, and the 5, Cruising Over Fire, Mark St. Louis up. Those are the only changes we know about right now, so we'll be back real shortly.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Perfect. Thanks for joining us here in Paulding County. Headed next into the 10th race, 10 of 16. You're just joining. Tomorrow we have quite a big card once again. 19 races on tap for tomorrow. So we have moved post time to 3 p.m. 3 p.m. here tomorrow in Paulding County, just to fit everybody in. Going into the 10th race, it is the second division of 3-year-old colt pacers. A purse of $4,814. We will take a flip back and see what our first division of colt pacers went in. 2:03 flat. So that is the time we are aiming for. That was the 5th race, was the first division of 3-year-old colt pacers, and it was Garoppolo that went in at 2:03 flat. We'll take a quick look at this field, a field of 6. So on the rail, Pete Said, trained by Chad Williamson. This is a 3-year-old gelding, of course, by Well Said out of the Mistress. And Pete Said will be driven by Hank Levan. Has only one purse start on the year, has yet to hit the board, however, did qualify and have that single start on the year over at Hoosier Park. In his qualifier, he did end up 5th, however, should mention that he timed his mile in 1:56.2, final quarter in 28.1. Pete Said is owned by Claude Richardson Essel of Oakwood, Ohio. Our 2-horse is trained by Betty Clegg, Fear Romeo, a brown colt by Fear the Dragon out of Lady Capulet, and Always a Virgin mare. Nick will be in the bike. If we remember, I believe it was our first race. Actually, Juliet Capulet was our winner of our first race for 2-year-old filly pacers, and this is a full sibling. That was a full sibling to the Fear Romeo. Fear Romeo did not start at all as a 2-year-old. However, as a sophomore now, does have 3 starts, has yet to hit the board, but in a qualifier back in early May 5th up at Northfield Park, did take second in 1:59.1 with a final quarter in 29.4. Fear Romeo is owned by Kimber Clegg. Our 3-horse is Real Trooper. Pierce Henry trains and drives for owner Jeffrey Batt of Defiance, Ohio, who also bred this gelding by Dancing Yankee, out of Cashmere Dreams, a Real Desire mare. Another one that was pretty lightly raced as a 2-year-old just last year. Still looking for the first lifetime win. At 2, only had 5 starts, hit the board a couple of times to make almost $3,000. Only 1 start so far as a sophomore, and that was up at Northfield Park. Earlier in the year, again, earlier in May, had a qualifier go in 2:02.1 and was second with a final quarter in 30.1. Our 4-horse is Legendary Photo. Jamie Weller trains. Rod Allums Jr. will be in the bike. This bay gelding by Bit of a Legend in out of American Ideal mare Lyra. Stephen Reyes out of Republic, Ohio, and J&R Racing out of Rising Sun, Ohio, do own. A couple years ago, he was a $13,000 purchase out of the Blooded Horse sale. Another one that is still looking for a very first lifetime win. Last year did have 14 starts, made $6,400, and let's pass it over to Bill for the rest of the post parade.
Given in memory of Paul and Mary Copsey. One is Pete Said, Alma Rick Estel of Oakwood, Ohio, trained by Chad Williams and the driver Hank Leman. Number 2 is Fear Romeo, Alma Kimber Clegg of Matamoros, Pennsylvania, trained by Betty Clegg, the driver Nick Clegg. Number 3 is Real Trooper, Alma Jeff Brown of Defiance, trained and driven by Pierce Henry. Number 4 is Legendary Photo, Alma Stephen Reese of Republic, Ohio, and J&R Racing of Rising Sun, Ohio, trained by Jamie Weller, the driver Rod Allums Jr. The 5 is Cruising Over Fire, Alma Marion Kester of Sydney, Ohio, My Solar Stable LLC of Lebanon, Ohio, and Benson Roth of New Albany, Ohio, trained by Jeff Neusauer, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. And number 6 is Widger Boys, Alma Kimber Clegg of Matamoros, Pennsylvania, trained by Betty Clegg, the driver Emmanuel Miller. This will take 1 score and
All right, so going back to wrapping up my thoughts, I guess I should say, of our 4-horse Legendary Photo. Still looking for the very first lifetime win. Has 2 seasonal starts, just 2 back in a qualifier at Scioto Downs. Did time a mile in 1:57.1 and took second place with a final quarter in 28.3. Our 5-horse is Cruising Over Fire. Jeff Neisonger trains Mark St. Louis Jr. in the bike. This gelding by Catch the Fire is out of Cruise on Ashley, a Yankee Cruiser mare. Actually, a couple starts back, did go in the Buckeye Stallion Series, was out of the money. However, should mention over at Scioto Downs in a handful of starts has timed miles in 1:52.4, so one that can definitely get on the pace. Last year in 2024 as a freshman did make $31,000. Rounding out the field is the 6-horse Widger Boys, Nick Clegg in the bike for Betty Clegg. This gelding is by Lather Up out of Profound Beauty and Art Major Mare. Most recently won a qualifier up at Northfield just a handful of days ago and 1:59 flat. Another gelding that had no starts at all as a freshman and 3 starts currently, per starts I guess I should say, as a sophomore, but hasn't hit the board.
You're talking about that Cruising Over Fire that raced well last year. Had a mark of 53-1 at Dayton as a 2-year-old. To me, that's still a really fast 2-year-old.
I agree. I mean, every year it just gets faster, and those 53, 52 marks are very, very fast. You used to win Sire Stakes, and now that's kind of not even, depends on the division you draw, but not even sometimes getting a check in the Buckeye Stallion.
Yeah, it is tough. Looks like Emmanuel Miller is driving the 6 Widger Boys. So make that driver change. So we got 3 driver change in this race. The 1, Pete Said, Hank Levan up. The 5, Cruising Over Fire, Mark St. Louis. And the 6, Widger Boys, Emmanuel Miller. For any of you that are going to, first I want to talk about Harness Racing Ohio. We have redesigned that fans page for you, and hopefully you'll find it a little bit easier to navigate. Also something that we're really excited about on that harnessracingohio.com. If you haven't been there recently, we are starting to put up the Ohio Harness Racing Hall of Fame people. So people and horses that are in the Hall of Fame will be having little biographies there. We're putting those up as best we can. So take a look there before you go or after you go and get your program for the day. Click on that top spot and look at the Ohio Harness Racing Hall of Fame, and we hope that you enjoy reading about the people and horses that are in the hall.
Here is our field of 6 from top down. From rail out, I guess I should say, is Pete Said, Fear Romeo, Real Trooper, Legendary Photo, Cruising Over Fire, and Widger Boy will start from the 2nd tier.
First division went in 2-3.
There you go, buddy.
And pacing the first horse around the middle track is Real Trooper. Now taking over the extreme outside is Cruising Over Fire. That's Cruising Over Fire with the lead. Up there, second is Pete Said. On the outside third is Real Trooper. Racing in their 4th. That is Fear Romeo. Racing 5th is Legendary Photo, and the last horse is Widger Boys. Heading down the backside over the quarter mile mark, Mark St. Louis has Cruising Over Fire on top by a length and a half. Pacing second is Pete Said, driven by Hank Levan. Third is Real Trooper, driven by Pierce Henry. In their 4th is Fear Romeo, driven by Nick Clegg. Racing 5th is Legendary Photo, driven by Ron Adams Jr. And the last horse is Widger Boys, driven by Emmanuel Miller. First quarter paced in 30 seconds. As they race around the upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time, Nick Clegg is out and on the move with Fear Romeo. He flies up on the outside, sticks his nose out in front. Coming back center on the line is Cruising Over Fire. Racing down the half, now Cruising Over Fire regains the lead. At third, second is Pete Said on the outside, third Fear Romeo. 4th is Real Trooper. Legendary Photo is 5th. The last horse is Widger Boys. First half pace of a minute and 4/5 seconds. As they round the turn, they head down the backside and race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Cruising Over Fire. The closest horse second is Pete Said. Racing in their 3rd is Fear Romeo. 4th and moving up is Legendary Photos. Offside momentarily went Real Trooper 5th. The last horse, Widger Boys, going to the 3/4 mile mark. That is Cruising Over Fire by a length and a half over Pete Said. Legendary Photo is pacing 3rd. 4th is Fear Romeo. Moving up 5th is Real Trooper. As offside goes Fear Romeo. 3/4 in 1:32 and 1/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt, Mark St. Louis is getting real busy there with that race Cruising Over Fire on the front end. Now moving up on the outside side is Pete Said. As they race toward home, that's Cruising Over Fire and Pite Said. Cruising Over Fire at the wall. Pite Said closing fast on the outside. Cruising Over over four and Pete said. Cruising over four and Pete said. Cruising over four and Pete said. Between cruising over four and Pete said. Up for third is Legendary Photo. A mile and 2:04.
I don't think I'm going to try to call that one.
Nope, too close to call. What do you think, Matt?
Dead heat. That's as close as I've seen here. I mean,
Really?
that is tight. Yep.
Yeah,
I
that
think maybe Mark St. Louis held on, if anything. I don't know. That was close.
Well, some tracks, they say the Scioto, they always say there's an outside advantage, but I don't know here. That was tight.
Yeah, this might take him a minute to sort this one out.
Well, I said before that Jim Ashman said, I hope I remember how to do this, so I hope he does.
Yeah, but we all do now.
He's going to have to. He's going to have to know this.
You know, oddly enough, we don't say dead heats are common by any means, but we do see a handful, you know, at the raceways or wherever it may be. It does happen.
Yeah,
So
he
was
held
our,
on inside.
That was our 5-horse cruising over fire. Over the 1. Say, we actually had a lot of miscues in that race for 3-year-old colt pacers. That's not something, you know, we see often. Usually with pacers, you kind of throw some hobbles on, and at that point, they'll just keep going forward. But we had lots of breakers.
Yes. Yes. Mile and 2:04, not the fastest. The other division went in 2:03. I did not catch the half.
I did not either. I'm not sure if Bill gave it to us or if we were just so into it, we missed it.
During the commercial, maybe we should see if we can get that photo from Jim.
That's a good idea. It's always neat to see. So that is, let's see, Mark St. Louis, is that his second win?
I thought Hank had gone past him a couple different times. That 5 just kept fighting.
I think this is Mark St. Louis's second win of the day.
Coming in from Sydney, Lebanon, and New Albany, Ohio, comes number 5, Cruising Over Fire, owned by Brian Kester, Niceover Stable LLC, and Benson Roth, trained by Jeff Niceover, and given elected this evening by Mark St. Louis Jr. The blanket for this race is given in memory of Paul and Mary Copsey, and members of the Copsey family are in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation. Paul was a long-time horse horseman here, stabled here at the Paulding County Fair. And this blanket is given in memory of Paul and his wife Mary. That's all been here for Cruising Over Fire and all concerned. And to the family, members of the family of Paul and Mary Copsey for giving this blanket in their memory.
Here we'll get the official rundown and times for you from Bill Peters.
Gonna assume our big crowd in the winner's circle was all family of Paul and Mary, where that race was in memory of.
Nice to see that, you know, everybody from little kids to grandmas out there.
Pete Sand was second. Number 2, Phil Romeo was 6th. Number 3, Real Trooper was 4th. Number 4, Legendary Photo was 3rd. Number 5, Cruising Over Fire was the winner. Number 6, Winter Boys was 5th. Time of the first quarter was 30 seconds. The half was in 1 minute and 4/5. The 3 quarters in 1:32 of a mile and 2:04. From the top of charade, 2:64, 3:15, a mile and 2:04.
So that last half was in a minute.
Was it, what was the final time?
2:04. I thought he said down to the half in 104, mile in 2:04.
Oh, see, I have it a minute and 4. I couldn't tell. Sometimes it's hard to tell. We know that Bill's mic isn't the best, so we're not sure. Regardless, the final mile time did go in 2:04 flat.
We do apologize if you're having we're just having trouble with Bill's audio. It's not as clear as it could be, but I think it's been getting better than it was the first race, that's for sure. So 11th race coming up is the 3-year-old filly trot. This will be the second of 3 divisions of this race. 6 horses in it. 1 driver change that we know about. So Luke Hanners will be driving the 3, Suds and Ritz. We'll be back to talk about all the horses in the 11th after this message.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fair. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 22 fairs in 20 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
Make summer memories this year at the Ohio County Fairs. The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association will be live streaming every race this year, and we want you to be there. Be a part of the excitement with the 2025 Ohio County Fair Racing Passport. Stop by the OHHA broadcast location in the grandstand to pick up your passport and stamp. Get stamps at every fair you attend. Prizes will be awarded to those that attend the most racing programs. Get your passport at the first fair you attend or call the OHHA office at 614-221-3650. Harness Racing, the fastest ride at the fair.
We do have that.
Yeah, we're back.
We do have that photo finish for you. Boy, that is tight, isn't it?
I don't know how well this is going to work in this lighting. We're trying though. There we go. I think it's going to catch it.
That good?
Oh yeah, there we go. Yep, that's pretty tight.
Yeah.
It's a nose.
So that was the photo from the 10th race where Cruisin' Over Fire just won by a nose over Pete Said. It's really close. See, the photo finish, they can just sit around for 9 races, but boy, when you need them in the 10th, they've got to be on the ball. As we said, the 11th race coming up is a 3-year-old filly trot. First division went in 2-7-1. Horses are out on the track. It looks like the 6 horse will be driven by Drew Neal. We'll check some of the rest for you. The horse is still warming up. Probably for another race or 2 they'll be warming up, and then we'll be able to zip through the last few. We do have 16 tonight. We've got 19 races tomorrow. So really a full card tomorrow. We'll be looking forward to Circleville this Saturday and Sunday. Always a big Father's Day card there at Circleville. It's always it's a big tradition for my daughter and son-in-law to always go to Circleville with the boys for the races, so it's always a nice day there. Looking forward to that. They'll, of course, be featuring the Steamin' Demon.
I was going to ask, have you brought up the Steamin' Demon yet?
Yeah, no, a great race that they have put forward at the Pickaway County Fair, and they do it up really big. I'm thinking that's going, how much is it going for?
10,000.
10,000 this year. That's always a fast race, too.
So I don't know, I mean, is it really considered an open pace? It's
Yeah.
It's 4 and up.
of it. It does. And Steamin' Demon was a neat horse. He was a double-gated horse. Had records at both trot and the pace, so it was pretty nice. I better go throw these away.
Post positions for the Pepsi North America Cup are in.
I know. Do you want to? I saw that. You want to talk about it?
Swingtown got the 7-hole.
Oh.
Could have done a little better there. But Blueprint got the 4. So Ronnie Wren Jr. has a real good shot, I would say, at
good.
getting a North American Cup.
Wow.
Under his belt.
And that is Saturday?
That is Saturday. Yep, Sipping on Ciroc did not make it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's always so exciting when we've got some Ohio connections in these big races. It's always, and it seems like it's more and more that there are more and more Ohio connections, Ohio bred horses that are getting into those big races, into the Grand Circuit type races.
It truly, down by the seaside has, when it comes to the Grand Circuit and the national map, as a sire, he did put us on the map.
Yeah.
Of course, we've got Catch the Fire. There are some still really nice horses outside of Down by the Seasides, but when he first came on the scene, it was hard to deny what he was throwing.
Yeah.
Of Dilly Dole Company. Ran is Country Behave, owned by Kimber Clegg of Matamoros, Pennsylvania, trained by Betty Clegg, the driver, and Nick Clegg. Number 2 is Tom Hands It Over, owned by Jerry Marshall of Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, the driver, and Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 3 is Suns and Ritz, owned by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, Martin D. of Mount Eaton, Ohio, Listen to Belcher, Winchester, Kentucky, trained by Herman Hager and the driver, Luke Haggers. Number 4 is Speed of an Angel, owned by Emmanuel Miller of Delaware, Ohio, and Peter Gentile Jr. of Daytona Beach, Florida, trained and driven by Emmanuel Miller. The 5 is Annie L., owned by LeVan Stables Incorporated of Woodstock, Ohio, Megan LeVan also of Woodstock, Ohio, and Hetty Rotten of Marion, Ohio, trained and driven by Hank LeVan. And number 6 is Sassy Sally, owned by Heartland Acres of Hunting, Ohio, Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver and the driver, Joe Neal. Horses will take one long score and mutual undisclosing in 4 minutes. There's one place, exact time, trifecta wagering here in race 11. Look at that.
Sometimes we daydream, don't we, Matt? Well, shall we go ahead and look at our field of 6 headed into the 11th. On the rail, we have Country Behave, Betty Clegg trains, Nick Clegg in the bike. This filly by Enterprise is out of Please Behave, a Muscle Hill mare. Kimber Clegg does own. Country Behave has 2 seasonal starts, still looking for to hit the board in general. Was a couple years ago just a $13,000 purchase out of the Ohio Select.
Tom Hands It Over and Mark St. Louis Jr. from the 2 spot. Steve Novak trains for Gerald Migel from Westland, Michigan. This is a long Tom filly out of a Big Rigs mare, Miss Riggs. 7 starts last year, did have 1/3, 2 starts this year. Did a couple starts back at Northfield, did trot in 2-2 and 3, 2-2 and a couple miles in 2-2 and 3.
Luke Hanners will be behind the lines of our 3-horse Suds and Ritz, trained by Herman Hagerman. This filly by What the Hill is out of a Chapter 7 mare, Bubbles and Ritz. Hagerman Racing, Martin Yoder, and Lucinda Belcher of Kentucky do own this filly in partnership. She's a pretty nice 2-year-old. She had 13 starts on the year with 4 wins, made $27,000. This year she has already notched a win that was some time back at Northfield. This year, just 2 starts back, she did start in the Buckeye Stallion Series and was 3rd in 2 minutes and 2/5 up at Northfield Park.
Speed of an Angel and Emmanuel Miller from the 4-hole. Emmanuel trains and co-owns this horse along with Peter Gentile from Daytona Beach, Florida. This is a Marseille filly out of a Muscle Massive mare, Keystone Angel. Just 2 starts this year, had 1 win, 2 starts back, 1 at Northfield, and a non-winners of 1 in 2-1-2 as a 2-year-old, had 14 starts, 5 wins, 3 seconds, and 1/3, earnings of almost $20,000, and a mark of 2 minutes flat at Delaware.
Hank Levan trains and drives our 5, Annie L. This is a 3-year-old filly by Long Tom out of Pandora Oz, a Prego Nilima mare. So another one that's still looking for the first seasonal win, however, has had 4 starts this year with 2 second-place finishes. And she did start in the Buckeye Stallion Series, had a 4th place, so did make some money and won 59-3 up at Northfield. Should mention just last year as a freshman, she was a very nice 2-year-old, made $37,000 and was 2nd in the fair consolation in 2 minutes and 3/5.
And Sassy Sally will leave from the 2nd tier. Drew Neal drives for trainer Rosie Weaver. Heartland Acres and Rosie own this Marseille filly out of a Dream Vacation mare, Visionist K. No starts as a 2-year-old, but has had 4 starts this year. And just last week at Northfield Park, cut the mile, ended up finishing 5th, but did trot in 2 minutes flat. So they are headed to the gate. We'll have 1 trailer. Sassy Sally will be your only trailer. The rest will be on the gate. This is a nice field of fillies.
Did we talk about what our previous division went in?
No, let's see. Went 2-7-1.
2-7-1. We'll see. I'm going to say, what are we going to go over or under, Susan? You had the last one right.
Under. It's going to be 2-6-3.
Got it. So there we go. Our field of 6 up to the test. Let's give it over to Bill.
Trotting the first horse away on the wall is Country Behave. Up on the outside second is Speed of an Angel. Racing in the 3rd, that's Tom Hands It Over. Racing 4th is Annie L. She's off stride now. Racing in the 5th, down the side is Suds and Ritz, and the last horse is Sassy Sally. As they head down the backside, racing in the quarter-mile mark, Nick Clegg has Country Behave on top by 3/4 of a length. Up on the outside second now comes Emmanuel Miller with Speed of an Angel, but now he ducks back in second. Racing in the 3rd as Tom Hands It Over, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. Moving up on the outside 4th is Suds and Ritz, driven by Luke Hainers. 5th is Andy L, driven by Hank Levan. The last horse, Sassy Sally, driven by Drew Neal. First quarter was trotted in 32 1/5 seconds. Racing around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time, that's Country Behave by a length and a half. Speed of an Angel trots in there second. Racing 3rd as they come down to the half-mile mark. That is Tom Hands It Over. Racing 4th is Smith, Suds and Ritz. Closing in 5th is Annie Allen. Final back 6th is Sassy Sally. First half trotted in 103 1/5. As around the turn now to down the backside to race over the 3/4 mile mark. That's still Country Behave in the lead, but Emmanuel Miller's there making his way with the Speed of an Angel. Racing in their 3rd is Tom Hands It Over. Suds and Ritz is on the outside 4th. Racing at the 5th is Annie Allen, then comes Sassy Sally. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark. Speed of an Angel now shows on top by 2 lengths. Racing second is Country Behave. At third is Tom Hands It Over. On the outside 4th, Suds and Ritz. Annie L right there 5th. 3/4 and 134. And now Speed of an Angel opens up about 4.5 lengths. Left stride. Second goes Country Behave. Taking over second on the line now is Tom Hands It Over. As he race toward home, that's Speed of an Angel. Tom Hands It Over. Suds and Ritz and Annie L. As they race through the line, that's still Speed of an Angel here on the front end. There's going to be a race for place position between Tom Hands It Over and Annie L. But past the stands is Speed of an Angel. And here we come. Up for place is Tom Hands It Over. Horse on a break in the throw. Out of the throw was Annie L. A mile in 2-6 2/5.
You're right once again. So we were the faster division in 206 2. It was Speed of an Angel. Not many fillies in that field minded their manners.
No.
Had lots of breakers. I think the only 2 that actually stayed fully flat were, our winner, Speed of an Angel, and our 2 horse. Tom Hands It Over. I think everybody else made miscues.
Yep, I have X's on them all.
I had them timed in 2, 6, and 3, Susan. I think you were spot on. I think they got a little early up the stairs. That was a good mile.
That was a good mile. A good mile for a couple.
Her,
yeah. Manny Miller, I saw when he popped you could see him pop the earplugs. He had a little bit of trouble getting the earplugs out over there going to the 3/4 pole, but once he did, man, she took off.
I'm pretty sure when she warmed up about an hour ago, she was on a dead gallop going the right way through the lane. But then I saw her scoring down, and I thought she looked great, but I didn't want to say anything and, jinx him because I like Vanny. And
yeah.
It's a nice trotting filly.
Did he start this filly last year? Or did
I
he
think
buy her?
I think he got it off of Chris Beaver,
okay.
who he works with.
That's what I thought. That I remember this conversation with you last year. I thought this was the filly that started with Chris Beaver, but he drove her.
Yeah.
And ended up buying her off of him and still taking her to the top and having a good season with her.
Yeah, that was pretty good luck with her.
See, actually, she hasn't raced since May 7th. She was supposed to start in the Buckeye Stallion Series, but was scratched lame, so it's taken some time off, but she came back pretty well today.
Came back look good.
See if we get a backflip out of Cliff Bell.
I know. That would be great. I don't know, he'd flip right out of those shoes he's got on there.
Yeah.
Into the winner's circle, the winners go. Coming in from Delaware, Ohio, and Daytona Beach, Florida, comes number 4, Speed of an Angel, owned by Emmanuel Miller and Peter Gentile Jr., trained and driven director by Emmanuel Miller. The market for this race is courtesy of Dilly Dare Company. That's a big hand here for Emmanuel Miller, Clifton Bell, and Speed of an Angel, and the Dilly Dare Company leaders in the market.
So I'll wait for the final rundown. We did have some breakers across the wire, so I didn't know how that will be placed, if we're going to have any.
Yeah, I think Annie L would be. She almost looked like she was up for second, but I think when that run, she's going to be back. I'm going to say that they're going to place her 4th and Suds and Rich 3rd, but I wouldn't bet on that. Terry Adams out there working with all the blankets and everything. I found this great story about him from 2018 where he's driven and trained horses so long, and now he's helping out at all the fairs and everything. It's really a very neat story that a sports writer, Tyson Egler, wrote about him. Says he fell in love with harness racing when he began training his dad's 2-year-old trotting filly in the late 50s.
It's one thing about this industry is once you're in, you're in.
Yeah.
Truly.
And so many, well, you hear Gus was talking now. Let's turn it over to Bill.
Was 5th. Number 2, Tom Hands It Over was 2nd. Number 3, Suds and Ritz was 4th, placed 3rd. Number 4, Speed of an Angel was a winner. Number 5, Annie L. finished 3rd, was placed 4th for a left-on break at the finish. And number 6, Sassy Sally was 6th. Time of the first quarter was 32 1/5. The half was in 103 1/5. The 3 quarters in 134 with a mile in 206 2/5. From the top it should read 523 146. A mile in 206 2/5. In the upcoming.
So we did have some changes when it came to placing, but there was Bill with our rundown. No matter what, it was Speed of an Angel in 206 2. Moving on, next is actually a signature series. It will be race 12, the Paulding County Trot, a nice full field of 7. Join us back here shortly after a message from our sponsors.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is a full-service standardbred breeding farm. Cool Winds stands the popular dancing Yankee, a 2-time world champion, along with 2019 jug winner Southwind Ozzy, a son of Some Beach Somewhere. Cool Winds also stands the royally bred $2 million earning Western Fame. Be sure to inspect the Cool Winds yearlings at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 13th.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
So as he said, go to ohha.com. If you want to become a member, you can join right there. You can fill out and print out your membership application. You can't mail it or submit it yet. I know I'm not going to promise, but I really, really strongly hope that we will have that online access for you by the fall, or maybe by next January. We're working on that. We've been working on it for a really long time. But as we said before, the Harness Racing Ohio site has undergone some significant changes, and I hope you all go to look when you're over there getting your programs. The only problem I'm going to tell you about is right now the archives are a little bit suspect. So if you're trying to find a race from last year or even all the way back to 2021, we're having a little bit of trouble, and that's probably because Facebook has changed their policy, and we have to get all of our live broadcasts off of Facebook because they're going to delete them. So we're trying to move them over, and that's why some of them you won't be able to find for a while until we get that all straightened out. But you still can go there and see today's races as well as on Facebook and YouTube. So we hope that you do that, and we hope that you go and visit the Hall of Fame.
The Hall of Fame is very cool.
Yeah.
It's very cool, and not everybody has a bio yet, just because that's, takes a lot of time. We do have a lot of horses, a lot of immortal people, and living Hall of Fame that we're just collecting information on. We want to do them all justice by all means. And so, although there's no bio there, all their names are in there.
Yeah, their names are all in. I am pleased that Jay Wolf has been staying up till midnight every night, and he's been writing those immortals. He sent me another 4 of them Sunday night, late Sunday night.
Oh, really?
He must have got some more finished, so we'll get those up as soon as we can. And it's just a great place to go and reminisce. And if anybody has any information about any of them that you would like to see or a story about them, we'd love to do that, because that's, I think, what is so important. It's not just the statistics, it's about the person and what they were like and what they did. And so anybody has any stories that are printable about anybody in the Hall of Fame, just send them in to us. You can send them to publications at OHHA. I think that would be a good one to send it to. So.
By Donato Hanover, owned by Sally Wadsworth of Sandusky, Michigan, trained and driven by Jennifer Main, lifetime earnings over $133,000, a lifetime mark 155. Number 2 is Duke of Lindy. He's a bay gelding, 8 years old, by Ken Tam Hall out of Nashville, Lindy by Love You, owned and trained by Mike Downey of Magnetic Springs, Ohio, driven this evening by David Justice, lifetime earnings over $137,000, a lifetime mark 155 and 1/5. Number 3 is Wonderful Day. She's a brown mare, 10 years old, by Rumpelway Wally out of Zippity Doodah by Approved Action. Owned by Kevin and Carol Mayer of Montrose, Michigan, and Kathleen Mayer of Owasso, Michigan. Trained by Carol Mayer. Driven this evening by Greg Bateson. Lifetime earnings over $60,000. A lifetime mark 2 minutes and 1/5. Number 4 is SJS Star Zimmer. Leased, trained, and driven by Laverne Miller of Whitmore Lake, Michigan. He's a bay gelding, 6 years old, by Star Crazed. out of Rusty Zoomer by credit winner. Lifetime earnings over $37,000. A lifetime mark 201 4/5. Number 5 is Team Al. She's a bay mare, 8 years old by Team 6 out of Ariana Hall by Angus Hall. All Levan Stables Incorporated of Woodstock, Ohio, and Rosemary Levan of Lewistown, Ohio. Trained and driven by Hank Levan. Lifetime earnings over $182,000. A lifetime mark 156 1/5. Number 6 is Shane All the Way. He's a bay gelding, 8 years old by Don't You Forget It out of Here's Holly by Angus Hall. Owned by Rocky Wingfield of Onstead, Michigan. Trained by Jason Seymour. Driven this evening by Mark St. Louis Jr. Lifetime earnings over $420,000. A lifetime mark 153 2/5. At number 7 is MJS Sweeshin for Pete. He's a bay gelding, 6 years old by Uncle Peter out of MJ's Victory Wish by Victory Sam. Owned by Doyle Bross of West Portsmouth, Ohio. Trained by Robbie Brooks. Driven this evening by Pierce Henry. Lifetime earnings over $94,000. A lifetime mark 156 4/5. Those are your horses for the 2025 Paulding County Trot. There's one place.
So there we go, a full field of 7 for our Signature Series, the Paulding County Trot. The Signature Series kind of hops all over Ohio. There are 36 participating fairs, of course, starting here at Paulding County. We do have a trot today, a pace tomorrow, and this series technically ends, I guess, for the season at Delaware, because that is the final. But of course, they do have I get a leg at Coshocton and Fairfield County, so Lancaster, after the fact, that go on to the next year's points. But with that, we'll take a quick look at race 12. So on the rail is Solar Jennifer Main. Trains and drives as an 8-year-old gelding by Father Patrick. Most recently at Northfield about a week ago. Was in the non-winners of 1500. Last 4 was 3rd in that condition and won 58-1. 14 starts on the year. Still looking for a first seasonal win. However, has won 12 times in his lifetime to make $133,000.
The 8-year-old gelding Duke of Lindy will leave from the 2-hole with David Justice up. Mike Downey is the trainer and also the owner. This is an 8-year-old Cantab Hall, 161 lifetime starts. Mark is a 3-year-old of 55-1.
Wonderful Day will be driven by Greg Bateson for Carol Mayer. This is a 10-year-old mare that has no starts yet this year. This is her very first start and has not raced since October at Hoosier Park last year.
SJS stars Zoomer and Laverne Miller from the 4-hole. Laverne is a leasee and also trains. This is a 6-year-old Star Craze, 91 lifetime starts.
Hank Levan drives and trains the 5. Team L has 210 lifetime starts with 21 wins. Most recently went in 158-3.
Shine All the Way, Mark St. Louis up for Jason Seymour, an 8-year-old with 150 lifetime starts.
Rounding out the field is a 7. MJ's Wishing for Pete. Pierce Henry in the bike for Robert Brooks. Here we go.
From the Paulding County Trot, the first horse away on the outside is SJS Star Zoomer. At the rail second is Silver. Moving up third on the outside is Team L. Between horses fourth, that's Wonderful Day. Down at the rail fifth is Duke of Lindy. Racing sixth is Shine All the Way. And the last horse is MJ's Wishing for Pete. As they head down the backside, the race over that quarter-mile mark, Laverne Miller has SJS Star Zoomer on top. But flying up on the outside to pull in the pressure is Hank Levan with Team L. And Team L drives right on and takes the lead. Running back second is MJS Star Zoomer. Third is Solar, driven by Jennifer Main. Fourth is Wonderful Day, driven by Greg Bateson. Racing fifth is Duke of Lindy, driven by David Justice. Sixth is Shine All the Way, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. The last horse is MJ's Wishing for Pete, driven by Pierce Henry. First quarter was 230 1/5 seconds. As they race down toward the half-mile mark, that's Hank Levan and Team L bringing the horses down toward the half. MJS Star Zoomer racing in their second. Solar is turning third, followed by Wonderful Day fourth. Fifth is Duke of Lindy. Moving up on the outside six, now is Shine All the Way, and the last horse is MJ's Wishing for Pete. First half trotted in a minute flat. As they round the turn now to head down the back backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Team L. The closest horse second is MJS Star Zoomer. Solar is racing in their third. Shine All the Way is fourth and trotting fastest of all. Racing fifth along the way of his wonderful day. Moving up sixth is Duke of Lindy. The last horse, MJ's Wishing for Pete. Going to that 3/4 mile mark. That's still Team L by about 4 lengths. MJS Star Zoomer racing second. On the outside third is Shine All the Way. Solar is fourth along the rail with Wonderful Day fifth, and moving up sixth is Duke of Lindy. 3/4 is in 1:31 and 2/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Team L still early with MJS Star Zoomer racing second. On the outside third is Shine All the Way. Fourth along the rail is Solar. On the outside fifth is Duke of Lindy, and leading the racing room is Wonderful Day. As they race for home, that's Team L and MJS Star Zoomer. It's going to be Team L, and here we come. Tight for place between MJS Star Zoomer and Solar. A mile in 2:04 and 2/5.
Team L makes it lifetime win 22.
What a nice mare. And she's been such a steady horse for the Levans all the time.
She had a little bit of a slower year last year. I guess I didn't even realize. She had no wins, just 13 starts. Made about 6,100 in 2024, but actually has doubled that already for 25. So has figured it out once again.
Pretty nice yearling purchase for $9,000.
Yeah, she's made about $183,000, $184,000 now for the Levans. I do think they came across the wire unofficial. We were a little tight outside of the winner, but it was 5-1-4-3, I think, is how they came across.
Gives Hank his second driving win of the day and his first training win. Got Drew O'Neill, Mark St. Louis, Hank Levan, and Lou Canners all tied with 2 wins apiece for the day.
Coming in from Woodstock and Lewistown, Ohio, comes number 5, Team L. Home of Levan Stables Incorporated in Rosemary, Levan, trained into a victory by Hank Levan. The blanket for this race is courtesy of the Paulding County Agricultural Society.
Here, bro, my paper. Where'd it go? 2-4. 2-4? Yeah. 2-5-4-3-1-6-7.
That's a big hand here for Hank Levan and Team L. And to the Paulding County Agricultural Society, the donors of the blanket.
Thanks.
Thank you.
From the top, number 1, Solar was second. Number 2, Duke of Lindy was fifth. Number 3, Wonderful Day was fourth. Number 4, SJS Star Zoomer was third. Number 5, Team L was the winner. Number 6, Shine All the Way was sixth. And number 7, MJS Wishing for Pete was seventh. Time of the first quarter was 30 and 1/5. The half was in a minute flat. The 3/4 in 1:31 and 2/5. Well, a mile in 2:04 and 2/5. From the top it should read 2:54-3:16. 7 on the bottom. The mile in 2:04 and 2/5.
That means we are 3/4 of the way through our program here this evening. We got 16 on tap, so headed next into the 13th. It will be the 4th and final division of 2-year-old filly pacers. Another full field of 7. So join us back here in just a moment, and Susan and I will talk you through the field.
The Ohio equine industry needs your help. I'm Scott Mogan, president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. With over 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. That means jobs that pump millions of dollars into the local economy and support thousands of families. For Ohio's equine industry to remain strong, we need to send a clear message to our legislators about the important role that the agricultural small businesses play in Ohio's economy. To do that, we need your help. PACER, the Political Action Committee for Equine Racing, helps support and inform on issues that could positively affect Ohio harness racing. Please consider a donation to PACER. To donate, visit our website at ohha.com or call 614-221-3650. Your donation will help keep harness racing strong in Ohio. Thank you for your support.
There was President OHHA, President Scotty Mogan, talking about PACER and kind of the importance of that program for us. We've been trying to spread the word further and louder than ever, especially with everything that's going on currently. And it takes a lot of power in the State House to keep us rolling the way that we are.
And it's a lot of little checks put together that make a big impact. So you don't have to send very much in. You can just send in, even if you send in $10. I mean, if a bunch of people send in $10, it adds up, right?
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
So we encourage you, if you are so inclined to, you can find more information about it on our website, ohha.com. Look for the PACER. But you can come there and give a little bit, and it'll help a lot.
Susan, we are going to head next into our 13th race, the 4th and final division of 2-year-old filly pacers. Before we look at this field of 7, of course, fair season is our busy time. We've got plenty of just this stuff coming up, but also in this next week, you are continuing with your outreach. Why don't you tell us about Explore Ag and what's on the docket for you?
We have been partnering up with the Farm Bureau to do a program that they call Explore Ag, and it's kids that come from all over the state. They come to Columbus for a week. They do various activities. I always say they do cow stuff, they do pig stuff, but it's more than just that. It's actually they go in the research labs. They do a lot of fantastic stuff, but one day we've got them all day for harness racing. So we will start out at Virgil Morgan's Winter Circle Training Center, and we team them up with trainers and grooms who have agreed to take a couple of kids, and they stay there for maybe 3 hours, and they get to do whatever they can do. They don't get to jog horses, but they get to give them baths, put the poultice on, rub some legs, get to know about the harness, all sorts of stuff like that. And then we eat lunch right there at Winter Circle, and then we head down to Midland Acres where they talk about the breeding end of it, and we get to see lots of cute babies, and everybody loves those. And then from there we go to Scioto Downs, and we will have dinner with the kids, and we will also get them in the starting gate. We'll give them tours of the new paddock, take them up to see the judges, the announcer, show them all the different careers that are available in harness racing. It's kind of like we talked to Nathan earlier, who is at the racetrack industry program in Arizona. We're just trying to get these kids a little bit of knowledge, a little bit of excitement about the races, and that maybe they will go on and do something like that. But it's a pretty great day. It's really fun. I think we have 18 kids coming this year. These are high school aged. It's going to be a good day.
I say, when I was taking a look at their schedule, we are the only program that they get a full day at.
Yeah.
It is completely dedicated to harness horses, not horses in general, harness horses. Yeah. This is the 4th year, maybe?
I'm thinking even more than that.
Yeah.
I think it's been 5 or 6 years.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Say recently, so that covers kind of our high school age group, and of course we hit FFA conventions and equine affairs and all over the place for that age group. And I actually, about a month ago, went to an elementary school, and I got to talk on careers, partnered with Sally Schaefer, and we both got 2 different classrooms, and for an hour we got to talk about what we do and everything that comes with harness racing, not just, I guess, the job, my job in communications, but everything. and I was a little nervous because it was a bunch of 5th graders, right? I didn't know what to expect, but they were wonderful, and they were so tentative, and they thought, well, drivers were the coolest, right? That's a pretty cool gig, but I had a couple little girls speak up and say, no, I want to be a caretaker. Like, I want my hands on the horse. That sounds like the cool job, because you talk about an intimate job with a horse is you know them better than anybody, and we don't always give them the most credit that they deserve.
And speaking of caretakers, we had our caretaker appreciation night just this last Saturday at Northfield Park. We had it, our first one was at Scioto Downs, and then we had it at Northfield Park. Samantha Mayhew, who is our summer intern, went up and handed out everything. They got the caretakers got a free meal in the track kitchen, and then they got some swag. So we just want to kind of show our caretakers how much we do appreciate them.
Because we used to kind of do a little bit of a different kind of caretaker appreciation.
We used to have some gift cards that handed out, but we wanted to try and reach
everybody.
More. Yeah.
I should have mentioned too about the North American Cup. I guess I was thinking Ohio sired, Ohio bred, or trained, owned, whatever. Joe Tolino, that takes care of Clever Cody, our awesome horse here in Ohio, also is caretaker for Prince Hal Hanover, who has a 9-hole in there. So he's got a couple nice horses that he takes care of. I'd say.
And that a good caretaker like that is worth their weight.
Yep.
Worth their weight in gold, that's for sure.
Clever Cody just raced that same night, Saturday night, wasn't it, at Woodbine?
I honestly, I was watching. I was at Cleveland. We just watched the eliminations, and that was it. For the North American Cup.
To the 2-year-old filly Pace, going for a purse of $3,930 and a blanket courtesy of Paulding Eagles. The one is Dancing Excitedly, all by Suzanne Bates of Gibsonburg, Ohio, trained by Ty Bates, the driver, and Luke Hanners. Number 2 is How About Them Cowboys, all by Ashley Flowers of Terrell, Texas, trained and driven by Derek Flowers. Number 3 is Deborah L., all by Levan Stables Incorporated of Woodstock, Ohio, Hurley Racing of Dublin, Ohio, Richard Fries of Northfield, Ohio, and Megan Levan of Woodstock, trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 4 is Pink Lily, all by Shelley Elser of Montpelier, Ohio, trained by Jason Elser, the driver, Pierce Henry. Number 5 is I'm a Sissy 2, owned by Kimber Clegg of Matamoros, Pennsylvania, trained by Betty Clegg, the driver, Nick Clegg. Number 6 is Hold On Tight, owned by Sandra Hennessy of Grand Blanc, Michigan, Paula Sugars of Whitmore Lake, Michigan, trained by Sandra Hennessy, the driver, Ed Hennessy. And number 7 is Kathy's Clown, owned by Jerry Migel of Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, the driver, Mark St. Louis Jr.
Okay, we'll take a closer look at these horses. The one, Dancing Excitedly, Luke Hanners will drive for trainer Tyler Bates. Suzanne Bates is the owner of this Dancing Yankee fillies out of a Western Ideal mare. Exciting Ideal is making this horse a half-sister to I Am Excited. Got a mark of 51-1. It made $193,000.
Derek Flowers trains and drives the 2 How About Them Cowboys, owned by Ashley Flowers of Terrell, Texas. This filly, by Well Said, is out of an Almahurst Frontier mare, Frontier Sarah. She was a $4,000 purchase out of the Buckeye Classic, originally bred by Don Lee Collins.
This is the second foal out of racing age from Frontier Sarah, and she is a half-sister to $200,000 plus winners. I didn't get the How About Them Cowboys for a minute until I looked at
where
Ashley, where they're from. Yeah, they're Texas.
Deborah L. will leave from the 3rd post position. Hank Levan trains and drives this black filly by Racing Hill out of Private Performance, a Western Terror mare owned by Levan Stables, Hurley Racing, R. Fries, and I believe that is Megan Levan. Deborah L. was a $10,000 purchase out of the Ohio Select, bred by Rose Run Farm.
And Private Performance had a mark herself of 153-4, made $155,000, and is a half-sister to 2 $100,000 winners. Pink Lily and Pierce Henry from the 4-hole for trainer Jason Elser. Shelley Elser is the owner from Montpelier, Ohio. This is a Rockin' Amadeus out of a Pilgrim's Punch mare. Punch's Pilgrim, making this horse a half-sister to Worth a Buck, $312,000.
I'm a Sissy 2. Nick Clegg will be in the bike for Betty Clegg. This filly, by Well Said, is out of Sissy Bar, Aces and Sevens. Mare Kimber Clegg does own. David Lee Miller originally bred this filly, and she was just an $1,000 purchase out of the Buckeye Classic. And just earlier I had mentioned these horses don't know what you pay for them.
And the mare, Sissy Barr, has a mark as a 9-year-old of 151-3, made $273,000. So certainly some longevity in that pedigree.
Hold on tight. We'll leave from the second tier in the 6th post position. Ed Hennessy does drive for trainer Sandra Hennessy, who also co-owns alongside Paula Sugars, both out of Michigan. This filly, another one by Well Said, is out of Queens Highway, a Blissful Hall mare. And this is a homebred for the owners.
A first foal out of that mare, who had a record of 54-1.5, made $114,000. And our 7 horse is Kathy's Clown. Mark St. Louis Jr. will drive for Steve Novak. Gerald Mygel is the owner. This is a Dancing Yankee out of a Jeremy's Jet mare, Jet's Dream. The mare is a half sister to Winners, over $1.3 million. So there is your field. They are getting ready to head to the gate. Mike Webkenberg has the gate in motion. We talked about before how everybody that's at the fairs for the first time, they sort of get the jitters out today, get the rust out or whatever you call it, but not Mike Webkenberg, because he never stops. He never stops all winter.
True.
I don't think he ever has more than a couple of days break at a time. So we always appreciate Mike, and he's always on it. He's just...
Say outside of
everywhere.
Miami Valley and Dayton that he's starting as far as Ohio Parimutuals, he's actually already started the fair season in Indiana.
Yes.
I think that started last week or so.
Mm-hmm. And he'll be at the vast majority of them all summer in Ohio.
We should have asked our young man who was on earlier with Nathan. If has he ridden in the cart yet, or not the cart, the truck yet?
He said he was going to, so I wonder. I didn't notice when they go by if he was in there.
Especially with his experience in thoroughbreds and how different we are. I wonder, being up in that action.
Yeah.
What he thought of it.
So we got 2 trailers from the rail out. We've got Dancing Excitedly, How About Them Cowboys, Deborah L., Pink Lily, I'm a Sissy Too, and from the second tier, Hold On Tight, and Kathy's Clown. Let's turn it over to Bill Peters.
Here they come. Off and pacing the first horse away on the outside is Deborah L. Between horses is How About Them Cowboys? Down the road with the lead now. Racing in the third. That is Dancing Excitedly. Up on the outside fourth comes Kathy's Clown. At the fifth is Hold On Tight. Racing sixth is Pink Lily. And the last horse is I'm a Sissy Too. As they head down the backside, race over that quarter mile mark, Mark St. Louis has Kathy's Clown on top by a length and a half. Pacing in there second. That is Deborah L. Racing along third is How About Them Cowboys? Racing fourth is Dancing Excitedly. Racing in there fifth, that's Hold On Tight, driven by Ed Hennessy. Moving up sixth on the outside is Pink Lily, driven by Pierce Henry. And the last horse is I'm a Sissy Too, driven by Nick Clegg. First quarter paced in 32 3/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, Mark St. Louis and Kathy's Clown are bringing the horses down toward the half. Sitting in there second is Hank Levan with Deborah L. Up on the outside third now comes Pink Lily. On the fourth is Hold On Tight. At the fifth is How About Them Cowboys. Racing sixth is Dancing Excitedly, and the last horse is I'm a Sissy Too. First half paced in 104 3/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside and race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Kathy's Clown. The horse pouring on the pressure on the outside second is Pink Lily. Along the rail third is Deborah L. Moving up fourth is Hold On Tight. Fifth is How About Them Cowboys. Race moving up sixth now is I'm a Sissy Too. And the last horse is Dancing Excitedly. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. That's Kathy's Clown still in the lead, but flying on the outside second is Hold On Tight. At the rail third, that is Pink Lily. Moving up fourth is How About Them Cowboys. 3/4 paced in 135 2/5 as they race toward home. That's Kathy's Clown along the rail. On the outside, flying on the outside is Hold On Tight. That's Kathy's Clown and Hold On Tight. Kathy's Clown and Hold On Tight.
Kathy's Crown and Hold On Tight. Tight at the wire between Hold On Tight and Kathy's Crown. Up for third was Pink Clement. 1 mile and 2:05 and 3/5.
You might want to
2:05. What did our other divisions? I think that, not quite our fastest.
So 2 horses from the second tier finished first and second.
Our 7 horse was determined. St. Louis was determined to get on the front.
Mm-hmm. Another good stretch duel.
We had a couple questions about programs. HarnessRacingOhio.com or where those are posted. Those are free to you, but they do go live an hour before post time. So a couple people were asking for tomorrow's program. They will not be available until tomorrow at 2 p.m. Because remember, we have 19 races scheduled, so we have moved up post time to 3 p.m., which means programs are available at 2 p.m. tomorrow.
And the reason that we do that, the fairs did ask us not to give out free programs too far ahead of their live program here because they were afraid that people would print them at home and bring them, therefore not buying them here at the fair. I didn't hear that.
Bill was calling Hold On Tight, our 6 horse, back to the winner's circle. I once again did not catch that time to the half.
Nope.
I think unofficially across the wire, it looked like 6:7.42 and a final mile time in 2:05 and 3. And here is Ed Hennessy.
From Grand Blanc and Whitmore Lake, Michigan, comes number 6, Hold On Tight, owned by Sandra Hennessy and Paula Sugars, trained by Sandra Hennessy, and driven out to this evening by Ed Hennessy. The bike of this race is courtesy of Paulding Eagles 2,405.
Yeah.
That's it for Hennessy's and Hold On Tight. And the Paulding Eagles, they do as they make it.
I'll give him breakfast. Go ahead.
Well, the Hennessy's are parked, as we said, away over by the 3/4 pole, so they got quite a ways to get that filly back to her stall or her trailer.
Is there a closer gate? Or they've been going out of the one in the first turn and just traveling back?
Oh, okay.
One all the way back there? Yeah.
Ron Denson excitedly was 7th. Number 2, How About Them Cowboys was 4th. Number 3, Deborah was 5th. Number 4, Pink Lily was 3rd. Number 5, I'm a Sissy Too was 6th. Number 6, Hold On Tight was the winner. And number 7, Kathy's Crown was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 32 3/5. The half was in 104 3/5. The 3/4 in 135 2/5. With a mile in 205 3/5. From the top it should read 7, 4, 5, 3, 6, 1. 2 on the bottom. A mile in 205 3/5.
Race 14, number 4, Money Madness, will be wearing trotting owls. Trotting owls on number 4, Money Madness. And number 5, the tenth man, driver will be Curtis Hart. There will be win, place, and exact wager in race 14 in a representative of
There we go, wrapping up race 13. Going to turn the page. Race 14 will be the 4th and final division of 2-year-old colt trotters. Just a quick couple of changes. Looks like we will have a driver change on the 5. Curtis Harper will now drive the Taxman, and our 4-horse Money Madness is going to wear trotting hobbles. But Susan and I will go further into depth for this field of 6, these 2-year-old colt trotters, after a brief message.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, summa cum laude, and bit of a legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Okay, we are back here at Paulding, Ohio, at Paulding County Fair. First fair of the season. Not only first in harness racing, but the first fair at all in Ohio. So it's a great place. We were talking to Gus Davis, the superintendent of speed here. He's also, I believe, on the fair board. Has a lot to do with this fair, and talked about that the amount of money they have put into this fair. A lot of their junior fair buildings are new, relatively new, and they have such wonderful sponsorships for different people that give money to keep this fair going. And it's a free fair. You do not have to pay to come in the gate, so it's kind of nice for families to be able to come here. And today, when I drove in, I usually drive in and I go right to the back stretch because that's just the way, but today I went in the front, and there was a tremendous amount of people there. So for a Monday afternoon, a lot of people there, a lot of people enjoying the judging that was going on. It looked like they were judging some livestock over there, and of course all the food vendors are open. Just a really nice fair. Coming up next, we have Circleville. So as we said before, there's going to be 2 days of racing at Circleville. Just looking to find, we've got, not only do we have the Colt Stakes, but we also have a classic, an open trot, the Terry Holton Youth Driving Series. That will be the first leg of that. Also have then the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series. That'll be the second leg of that, as we had a leg here today. And then the Steam and Demon, the 4-year-old and up, one division, going for $10,000. And then shortly after that, we will be headed to Ottawa, the Putnam County Fair. That is not till June 24th, but June 24th and 25th. Post time is 5 o'clock for those. That is an Ohio Colt Racing Association meet. And it was interesting because Lisa Schwartz, who does the nominations and everything for the Colt Racing Association, said that they had 50 more nominations to Ottawa than they did last year. And I think last year we just had a ton of races there at Ottawa. So I think it'll be another night, a long night. They don't start until 5 o'clock, so we'll be hard pressed to get done before dark up there at Ottawa. And from Ottawa, we go to Marion, and then we're into July, and then it really starts. So it's going to be a lot of racing from then on out. I believe we do have a few Huffs guides left at the office, so if anybody is still interested in getting a Huffs guide, I think there's a limited amount. I'm not sure how many, but there might be a few left, so you can call the office at 614-221-3650 and ask for your Huffs guide. We'll also send you out, they are $10. We'll also send you out a bunch of fair schedule cards if you want them, and can kind of put them around your town. Maybe you can take them different places and hand them out, so we get more people coming to the fairs this summer. It's just a little tri-fold thing you can stick in your pocket. So it's a nice, easy way to remind everybody when the fairs are.
So we always say, and for good reason, the summertime is our busy season, but there's really not a point where we aren't busy. Our winter is spent on those publications and our banquet and everything else in between. And we think about it, really May through the very end of October is our busy season.
Yes.
But between the matinees, the freshman focus, which actually start before May,
Right.
we start recording those before May, and all the way through. I think the last thing is usually the fair finals up at Northfield. Kind of that third, I think this year, I guess we have our Huffs guide with us. I think it's the third Saturday in October this year.
I wasn't quite sure if do we have a post parade?
The drivers are parading, but we're not calling horses yet.
Maybe they're even trying to push Bill.
Yeah. It did sound like they were having some microphone trouble earlier, but I don't hear anything going on out there right now.
Well,
it is really turned out to be a great night.
I know, and there's still such a crowd. I mean, we've
Yes.
got definitely a handful of people behind us, and I'm just kind of, looking into the first turn where the backside really is for the horsemen, and there's so many people still in their chairs and lined up against the fence.
Yep. 3 more races to go. We've got, this is the 2-year-old, Colt Trot. Then we got a 3-year-old Colt Pace. And we're going to finish up with a 3-year-old filly Trot. Nice big fields today, 6 and 7 horses in every race, so it's been a lot of excitement. A lot of the races have been, a couple have been strung out, but the rest of them have been really tight. So a good education for all these horses.
I think last year our biggest fair as far as entries went was Marion. Does that sound?
That sounds correct.
Like it's ringing a
Sounds
bell?
right.
I'm
Yep.
curious to see as we head into Ottawa and Circleville and Marion. I think is the very end of this month into July 1st. How the entries tend to grow.
It's we think of, we come to the fair and we race and we kind of leave, but the fairs are such a big job for everybody else that's here in the county. They work so hard on these fairs because we're just one very small part of the fairs. When they talk about all the kids with all their animals, and this was the first time ever this year I went to the Ohio Fair Managers Association spring meetings. And this is the first time that I ever sat and I listened to the Department of Agriculture talk about all the livestock things and all the rules and regulations and what they have to do. And, we always talk about that we do blood testing and so forth on the horses. They do those on all the animals, which I did not ever realize. But, your cows and pigs and everybody, they get tested.
Especially when we're a pretty big sponsor when it comes to buying animals from the state fair and that auction. And just how difficult it is to have that level of an animal.
Yeah.
And they do a lot of testing and stuff with those winners because it's a big deal. It is a huge deal. Actually, the Levans, if people aren't familiar with Ohio or even Central Ohio, the Levans at one time, I think still kind of dabble in it at least. Very big into cattle. Hank is the oldest Levan. Had a very good career when he was showing and actually even went on, and I did some, not judging. Well, he did judge in college, but he coached the college livestock team, and I think all of the boys and girls younger than him, it's hard. They'll all tell you they love their cattle too, and it's very hard.
It looks like the horses are going to the gate, so we'll just give you a rundown while they're going. We must, I think they're having trouble with
I think there's a thoroughbred track that maybe went without sound during the race. Maybe it was just the post parade, but I think we're about to do that now.
We could be. So from the rail out, we have What a All-Star with Ed Greeno Jr. This is a What the Hill filly out of an Uncle Peter mare. The 2, Always in Range, Emmanuel Miller drives for Rosie Weaver. The 3, Hunt Club, J. Duke Sugg in the bike. He also is the trainer. Money Madness, Pierce Henry will drive for Irvin Schwartz. The Taxman, Curtis Harper up for Carl Easterday Jr. And from the second tier, 314, Nick Clegg drives for Betty.
We're ready for the start. And we're off and racing. Always in range, right to the lead with Hunt Club. Nearest to the inside, What a All-Star. Followed then by, on the outside, Money Madness. Hugging the inside, it is 314. And the trailer early on is the Taxman as we go into the first turn. In front by a length now, it is Always in Range with What a All-Star. Off stride is Money Madness as we continue down past the quarter pole. Always in Range with Emmanuel Miller, a length in front of What a All-Star with Ed Greeno Jr. In third place, 314 with Nick Clegg. Then in fourth spot, it's Hunt Club with Duke Sugg. It's a gap back to Money Madness with Pierce Henry. And concluding the field, it is the Taxman with Curtis Harper as we are now rounding the turn, approaching the end of the first of 2 laps. Always in Range remains the leader. The opening quarter was in 34-2 as we hit the top of the stretch for the first of 2 times. Always in Range remains the boss. On the inside, What a All-Star with 314 in third, and then it is Hunt Club, a huge drop back to the Taxman, and then Money Madness as we hit the wire for the first time. The half a mile in 1 minute 9 and 1. Into the turn once more. It is Always in Range in front by a full length. What a All-Star on the inside. 314 has moved up into second. They're going to the outside, only 3 parts of a length away from Always in Range. What a All-Star in third. Followed then by Hunt Club, and the trailers are Money Madness with the Taxman as we're back down the back stretch. Always in Range trying to take them gate to wire. They're in front by a length. 314 is within striking range. What a All-Star is in third. It's another 5 lengths back to Hunt Club. The 3/4 within 141 and 3 as we are rounding the far turn. Can Always in Range lead every step of the way. 314 is the biggest threat. A drop to What a All-Star. It's now a 2-horse race as we hit the top of the stretch. Always in Range, 314 trying to make up the difference, but Always in Range remains vigilant near the inside of the pylon. 314 chasing desperately in second, but they cannot catch Always in Range by 2 lengths. And it was 314, a gap back to What a All-Star with Hunt Club, and then it will be Money Madness, and at the back of the pack was the Taxman. The final time was 2 minutes 12 and 1.
Give that guy a job somewhere. I thought he killed it.
He did. Oh my goodness, 20 years old. He had no hiccups. Acted like he's done this a million times, and he's only called a handful of harness races.
I think this was his either third or fourth.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was impressed.
Me too.
By far. Oh my gosh. And that was Always in Range, and 2:12 and 1, I think, was our final mile time. Oh, he did such a good job.
That was young Nathan. Was it Nathan Miller? Nathan Klein, I'm sorry, the intern. He's interning for in Indiana this year. Since he's been 6 years old, he wanted to be a race caller. No horse background in his family, just saw it on TV and fell in love with it and did a really good job.
Seems like all of his experience this far has been thoroughbreds, and
Yes.
I give him all the props. I know nothing about thoroughbred racing. I am the first person to admit that, but I do know how different they are, and the fact that he can just pop over like that, and I hope he's proud of himself.
He should
He's
be.
very good.
He did an excellent job. So Rosie Weaver and her gang coming back to meet Always in Range. The In Range filly out of a Lucky Chucky mare, and this is a half brother to Wild Child Annie.
Oh, we saw this guy. I had to ask about him. He was acting up a little bit when we were there. Good looking guy, though.
Got kind of a wild haircut going on.
Yeah.
In the winner's circle today, number 2, Always in Range. Owned by Heartland Acres, trained by Rosie Weaver, driven to victory by Emmanuel Miller. Presenting the winner's circle today, Antwerp Exchange Bank. One more round of applause to our winner today for race number 14, Always in Range.
He's ready to get off.
Are you okay? Yeah.
Kids probably saying that was exciting.
Say we'll still wait for that final rundown. I believe it was 2:6:13 across the wire. Say Nathan has the excitement. He has everything in his voice. He's good. He's good. I'm excited. I hope we get more of him. in harness racing. Truly, I hope that.
I mean, don't we have a couple of fairs we need somebody maybe this year?
Yeah.
We might, right?
I wonder how long he's going to stay.
Yeah. He's just over in Indiana, right?
Right. Yeah. He said it was 2.5 hours to
here. So
Okay.
he might be in Indianapolis. I don't know.
Horseshoe?
Oh, yes. Yep.
Is
Horseshoe. Yep. He did say he's with
Yeah.
Horseshoe. That's around Indianapolis, right? There's Anderson is Hoosier Park.
Yeah.
Horseshoe is.
Indianapolis, I think.
It is Indianapolis. Okay.
I think.
I think so too. But yeah, it's just nice to get a young guy.
That excited about it, and like he knows what he wants to do, and I think he's going to be great at it.
Yeah.
And we'll have to
Wish I
catch
had
it when
that
it comes back
when I was
down.
20. You know, I had no idea this is what I was going to be doing.
Yeah. He knew when he was 6. We still need to get the full rundown.
Well, we might get it. I don't know. We've been having audio issues with.
I have it turned up, so we'll see.
Okay.
I just left them on.
So we do apologize. We know all evening we've been having announcer issues
Results
with
are
our
official for race
Here we
number
go.
14. From top to bottom, number 1, What A All-Star was 3rd. Number 2, Always in Range was 1st. Number 3, Hunt Club was 4th. Number 4, Money Madness placed 5th, placed back to 6th for an extended run. Number 5, The Taxman crossed the wire 6th, placed 5th. And number 6, 314 was 2nd. From top to bottom, 3, 1, 4, 6, 5, 2. The quarter times were 34 and 2, 109 and 1, 141 and 3, and 112 and 1. 212 and 1. I apologize. 212 and 1.
Well, that ended us on a good note, on a high note for the 14th race. Next up is the 15th, the third, I believe, and it should be the final, third and final division of our 3-year-old Colt Pacers. Another field of 6. Join us back here after a couple of brief messages.
Bell Fountain, the county seat of Logan County, 48 miles northwest of Columbus, is home to Campbell Hill, which at 1,549 feet above sea level is the highest point in Ohio. The name means beautiful spring in French, as the original travelers found lots of springs in the area. With over 56 newly renovated buildings downtown, in 2023, the city of over 14,000 was named one of the best hometowns in Ohio. There are numerous golf courses and camping sites, and it's a perfect starting point for your adventures. Visit Ohio Cabins in nearby Libertyville as you descend 40 feet underground and see stones that glow in the dark. Or take a day at the 5,100-acre Indian Lake. Built in the 1850s and the second largest man-made reservoir in Ohio, is a great time to be had by boating and fishing. In downtown Bell Fountain, it's a short walk, and I do mean a short walk, on McKinley Street, which, at a total of 20 feet, 6.1 meters for you metric chaps, is the shortest street in America. Then stop by Court Avenue, the oldest concrete street in the United States, set in 1891. A quick stroll brings you to a fully restored hall and theater, which has been host to performances since the 1930s. This all comes together at the Logan County Fair, which runs from July 7th to July 12th, and be sure to catch the thrills and excitement of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference stake races on Monday, July 7th and Tuesday, July 8th. Host time at 6 p.m. It's all Bella Bella and Bell Fountain.
Tom Pye gives us something to look forward to. That's a new segment we're trying out, kind of tourism around some of our fairs throughout Ohio. What did you call it? Ion
Ohio.
Ion Ohio. I grew up around Bell Fountain. I was kind of paying attention to Tom, kind of talking off air. But if anybody wants to, if these are influencing you to go to some of these fairs that you've never been to before, Bell Fountain I grew up around. Have you ever heard of 600 Pizza? Oh,
No.
Listen, if anybody, hopefully there's somebody in Central Ohio that can back me up on this. 600 Pizza is in, right? Yeah, it has to be Bell Fountain. Yes, that's Bell Fountain. As I'm thinking about it, fantastic. Oh, it's so good. So if anybody has any questions about what to do and where to go that's not, highlighted by Tom, hit me up. Hopefully I have a good couple of suggestions. There's some great food in Bell Fountain, even though it's, a very small ag town, truly. Has some really, really good food. And I think Amy Holler, where's Amy from? Is she from?
Definitely has a connection to Bellefontaine. I think that's where she maybe
grew up,
or
yeah.
they were stabled there or something for a while too. I'm not sure exactly. She was definitely at Bellefontaine last year for the races though.
We are headed into the 15th. What does Roger call this?
Penultimate.
Penultimate. Thank you.
What, you don't?
I couldn't remember.
We all call it.
Been 200 and almost 250 days since I've used it. I couldn't remember what we call it.
This is it. We've got some comments. Dawn said, young announcer did great. Doug Ballinger, who is a fantastic announcer, said, great job, Nathan. So, and Horseshoe is in Shelbyville, Indiana, a little over an hour south of Anderson. So we'll have to tell. Kid was good. Now that's a good compliment. The kid was good.
Yeah.
That's the best.
Here he is.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Nathan. Fantastic job. Oh my goodness.
It was great.
You are a true professional up there. What did it feel like? Here, we'll give you a mic real quick.
Thank you so much. Try to take up so much time.
And we've got some comments for you on our thing. Said, young announcer did great. And Doug Ballinger, who is a fantastic announcer, has been doing it for 50 years, said, great job, Nathan. One guy says that the kid was good. Yes, he was. So congratulations. You really did a great job.
No, we complimented you through and through. You had no hiccups. You really, 20 years old, and you act like a professional. It was very good, especially because this is not, harness horses are not your expertise.
They're not, but you got to learn fast. One of the big things about being a race caller is Murphy's Law. Everything that can't go wrong will go wrong. You have to be ready for everything. And it's a lot more than just horses running in a circle, as we see. Some horses run, some of them hop, some of them trot, some of them canter, and some go the wrong way.
Yeah, you did a really wonderful job. So I think you have a great career ahead of you.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for just all the hospitality I've been given from everyone here at the Paulding County Fairgrounds. You've made a detour into a great memory.
Well, good. I said we hope it was kind of a bit of a drive for you over. Are you in Indianapolis? Is that
Yes.
the general area you're in right now?
Greenwood.
Okay. So it was a little bit of a drive over for you, but we hope that it was worth it by all means. You did a fantastic job, and we even said, we hope we get more of you in harness racing.
Well, for my next fair visits.
What was that? So your next fair?
I'm hoping the next fair that I attend is in Indiana, Corridon. And I also hope to either do the Clinton or the Lebanon Fair in Ohio. Those two are already on my to-do list, and the Shelbyville Fair.
Oh, wow.
Oh, perfect. So we will see you.
Yeah,
we will see you. And if we cross paths again, we hope we do, and we'll have you on again.
Absolutely. Yeah. So you'll be at the Shelbyville Fair?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Shelby County, yeah. Yep, we will be. No,
Shelbyville
there is a Shelbyville one in Indiana, too. We do have a Shelby County, but it's not.
Shelbyville.
Shelbyville, yeah, that'd be an Indiana one.
But you said Lebanon, Ohio, right?
Yeah, that's one of my options that are Clinton. Clinton's closer.
Yep, I'm going to say we'll be at both of those for sure.
At Lebanon?
Yep.
Hope to see you soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, congratulations. I mean, heck.
Very good job.
Yeah, very good job.
Very good.
Okay. So hopping back to our third and final division of 3-year-old colt pacers. For our 15th, the penultimate. It is a field of 6 on the rail. Emmanuel Miller will drive for Herman Hagerman. Vapor at the Sea. This is a gelding down by the seaside. Another one that was kind of lightly raced, just 6 starts last season as a 2-year-old. Did have, though, 2 wins, 1 second and 1 third. This year has had 5 starts, hasn't hit the board, but has been racing quite a bit at Scioto Downs. Just 3 back, did go a mile in 1:54 and 1.
And down by the parade, and Nick Clegg from the 2-hole. Down by the parade is the fantastic 2-year-old that raced last year. around the fairs, had 32 starts last year, earned $124,000. This is a down by the seaside out of a Royal Majesty mare, Gracie's Parade. Betty Clegg trains, Kimber Clegg owns. This was a Ohio Select Sale purchase as a yearling for $8,000. And as I said, last year, as a 2-year-old, earned $124,000.
That's what it was down by the seaside that I noticed was shaking his head. His bridle started coming off. I don't know if you caught that. One ear was out, so Nick just turned him, and I think he's going to go try to get it fixed. But there we go. So our 3-horse is Bounding Delight. We're going to have... I probably missed a driver change because Emmanuel Miller is down on multiple.
Drew Neal.
It is Drew Neal. All right, perfect. So Drew Neal is going to be on Bounding Delight for Rosie Weaver. This gelding is by Fear the Dragon out of Bound to Be Good, a Better's Delight mare Rosie does own in partnership with Heartland Acres. Still looking for the first seasonal win. Last year, though, at 2, did make $13,000. Recently up at Northfield, 2 back, did have a 3rd place finish and a non-winners of 1 and 1, 56 and 2.
Romeo at Heart, Luke Hanners will drive for trainer owner Michael Lee. This is a Rodeo Romeo out of an Art Escape mare, Heart Escape. Very lightly raced. Has 1 start last year and 1 start this year. Raced right here at Paulding last June, finished 2nd. Paces Mile in 2, 2, and 3 then, and then didn't, and started at, or had a qualifier at Scioto Downs, and then hasn't started again until now. So we'll see what Romeo at Heart can do.
Hank Levan trains and drives the 5 Eddie Nine Toes. This gelding is by Miso Fast out of Safe from Terror, a Western Tanover mare. Has had 4 seasonal starts, has yet to hit the board. However, a handful back at Scioto Downs in the Nappy mini series did time a mile in 1:53 and 3.
And starting from the 2nd tier, In Reality, Greg Bateson up. Greg also trains for Thomas and Sally Wadsworth. This is a Fool Me Once out of an Arts Place mare, Southwind Mocha. 10 starts last year, made a little over $3,000.
Here they come. Off and pacing the first horse away is Down by the Parade. Up for a 2nd is Vapor at the Sea. Rolling up 3rd is Bounding Delight. 4th is 89 Toes. Up for a 5th is In Reality. And the last horse is Romeo at Heart. As they make the turn now, heading down the backside, the race toward that quarter-mile mark. Nick Clegg heads Down by the Parade on the outside with the lead. Nothing moving along the 2nd is Vapor at the Sea, driven by Emmanuel Miller. Racing 3rd as Bounding Delight, driven by Drew Neal. Racing 4th down the backside is 89 Toes, driven by Hank Levan. In there 5th is In Reality, driven by Greg Bateson. And the last horse is Romeo at Heart, driven by Luke Hayes. First quarter was paced in 29 and 1/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to go down past the stands for race time. That's Down by the Parade by a length and a half. Racing in there 2nd is Vapor at the Sea. Moving around 3rd is a race down to the half is Bounding Delight. Moving up 4th is 89 Toes. 5th is In Reality, and the last horse when they come to the half is Romeo at Heart.
Minute 1.
First half paced in 1 minute and 1/5 seconds. They're still Down by the Parade with the lead with Vapor at the Sea right to a close 2nd. On the outside 3rd, now comes Bounding Delight. 4th is 89 Toes. In Reality is racing 5th, and trailing is Romeo at Heart. Heading down the backside, that's still Down by the Parade with the lead. Vapor at the Sea still on the rail. On the outside 3rd, Bounding Delight. Moving up 4th, 3 wide now comes 89 Toes. Front 4 well marks as they go to the 3/4 mile mark. That's still Down by the Parade really, but now 89 Toes takes over on the outside. 3/4 in 1:31 and 4/5. As they race around the upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's 89 Toes with the lead. Bounding Delight racing up 2nd. Between horses 3rd is Down by the Parade and Vapor at the Sea 4 on the rail. As they race toward home, it's 89 Toes with the lead. There's going to be a race for place position between Vapor at the Sea and Bounding Delight. But past the stands, it's going to be 89 Toes. And here they come. Bounding Delight up for place. Up for 3rd is Vapor at the Sea. 1 mile and 2:01 and 4/5.
Looks like it was Eddie Nine Toes, 2:01 and 3/5, even with his saddle pad trying to come off his back there.
fastest mile of the day.
Oh, it is. I didn't even think about that.
2:01 and 4. I did not catch any of the fractions, but we'll get those for you. So I saw Eddie Nine Toes and Bounding Delight finished second. Vapor at the Sea was third. That's how I caught him across the wire. So that is win number 3 for Hank Levan as a driver. And win number 2 for Hank Levan as a trainer.
While we're waiting for Hank to come back around, Dan Bennett did jump on. I think he graduated. Dan, I think you graduated with Amy, but correct me if I'm wrong. Amy Holler is from West Mansfield, outside of Bellefontaine. She was at the Logan County Fair last year. They had a race in memory of her grandpa.
Yep.
Ken Harvey. Yep. That is. I think they graduated together, right?
Yes.
Didn't Amy tell us that
yes.
recently?
Yep.
Dan, we're missing you and Terry today. I'm used to seeing you around. Hopefully, I think Terry commented on one of our things that you're not going to be around as much because you got to keep track of those grandkids. But we hope to see you at a fair soon.
So Hank Levan is now leading the trainers with 3. Oh, I'm sorry, the drivers with 3. Rosie Weaver's leading trainers with 3. So.
Let's go. Coming in from Orlando, Florida, comes number 5, Eddie Nine Toes, owned by Winchester Bay Acres Incorporated and trained and driven by Hank Levan. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Williamson Crop Insurance.
It's a really great name, Eddie Nine Toes.
That's the right hand here for Hank Levan, Kevin Wolf, and Eddie Nine Toes, and the Williamson Crop Insurance, the donors of the blanket.
I'm going to say Eddie Nine Toes was named after somebody. There's got to be a story.
There's got to be a story.
We would have remembered it, right, if we asked last year.
Yeah.
Still waiting for that official rundown. I did have
official placings for race 15 from the top. One, Vapor at the Sea was third. Number 2, Down by the Parade was fourth. Number 3, Bounding Delight was second. Number 4, Romeo and Heart was sixth. Number 5, Eddie Nine Toes was the winner. Number 6, In Reality was fifth. Time of the first quarter was 29 1/5. The half was in 1 minute and 1/5. The 3/4 in 1:31 4/5. With a mile and 2:01 4/5. From the top it should read 3:42 6:15. A mile and 2:01 4/5.
Well, we have reached race 16 of 16. So we are almost wrapping up with our very first card of the 2025 County Fair racing season.
And lots of light left.
Yeah.
We didn't even need to turn on the lights.
So next, again, will be the third and very final division of 3-year-old filly trotters, a full field of 7. Join us back here after a quick message.
Make summer memories this year at the Ohio County Fairs. The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association will be live streaming every race this year, and we want you to be there. Be a part of the excitement with the 2025 Ohio County Fair Racing Passport. Stop by the OHHA broadcast location in the grandstand to pick up your passport and stamp. Get stamps at every fair you attend. Prizes will be awarded to those that attend the most racing programs. Get your passport at the first fair you attend or call the OHHA office at 614-221-3650. Harness Racing, the fastest ride at the fair.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at BigDWeb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Oh, we are back.
Sorry, I guess I should have said something.
We're still getting in the flow of things. It's only taken us 16 races to remember our jobs and what we're doing. But hey, thanks for joining us all evening long. We are wrapping it up at the Paulding County Fair, race 16 of 16. A nice field of 7 headed into the final 3-year-old filly trotter. Susan, remind us what our first couple of divisions went in.
They went in 2-7-1 and 2-6-2.
Oh, yes, these were the two that you predicted, right?
I was looking down thinking, well, should I make a prediction about this one? But yeah, no.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the field because I have a feeling we might move a little quicker. So on the rail, Betty Clegg trainee, Dublin's Martini. Nick Clegg will be in the sulky. Has had 3 seasonal starts, still looking to hit the board for the first time. However, a couple of starts back at Northfield Park has timing some pretty consistent miles in 2 minutes and a piece. Last year as a 2-year-old, Dublin's Martini did have 10 seasonal starts with 1 win, 4 seconds, and 2 third-place finishes. Kimber Clegg of Pennsylvania does own Dublin's Martini.
Madam L and Hank Levan from the 2 spot. Hank also trains, and this filly is owned by lots of Levans and more Levans. This was a $15,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale. A Marseille out of a Donato Hanover mare, Leaping Lady. 21 starts last year, 4 wins at a mark of 2-3 at Greenville. Her last start of the year was in the Ohio Fair Championship at Northfield Park, where she finished second, just back by 2 lengths, and trotted her mile in 59-3.
Rhode Island's Jr. will drive the 3-horse Extra Easy for Larry Clayball. This is a filly by What the Hill out of Easy Strength, a Royal Strength mare. So I'll keep an eye. It looks like we're gathering for our post parade. So Extra Easy is owned by Larry Clayball as well. Was originally bred by Jonas Hirschberger. Another one that was kind of lightly raced, not totally. Did have 7 starts as a 2-year-old. Hit the board a couple of times. 4 starts so far this year. Still looking for a first lifetime win. 2 starts back up at Northfield. Did go in 2:01 and 4.
Going for a purse of $4,827 and a blanket courtesy of Dooley Funeral Home. The one is Dublin's Martini, owned by Kimber Clegg of Matamoros, Pennsylvania, trained by Betty Clegg, New Driver's Nick Clegg. Number 2 is Madam L, owned by the Land Stables of Woodstock, Ohio. Megan Levan also of Woodstock, and Harrison Levan of Woodstock, and Rosemary Levan of Lewistown, Ohio, trained and owned by Hank Levan. Number 3 is Extra Easy, owned and trained by Larry Clayball of Medina, Ohio, the driver of Rod Adams Jr. Number 4 is School Kids Fast Girl, owned, training over by Red Trotter of Grange, Indiana. Number 5 is LT Ella, owned by Highland Lakers of Wayhounding, Ohio, Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, and Cabby D, LLC of Hudson, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver of Drew Neal. Number 6 is Tom Power, owned by Ivan and Duke Sugg of Deschler, along with Stephen Moss, also of Deschler, trained and owned by Duke Sugg. And number 7 is Vanellope, owned and trained by Jessica Rodgrove, Streetsboro, Ohio, the driver of Mark St. Louis Jr. This will take 1.
Okay, so School Kids Fast Girl from the 4-hole. Rod Troyer drives, owns, and trains. This is a School Kids out of a Cheyenne Ray mare, Joyfully. No starts yet this year. Had 6 starts last year. Race at the fairs. Did trot at Wasion in 2-6 and 4.
Our 5-horse is a Rosie Weaver trainee. Drew Neal will be back in the bike for her. LT Ella. This is a filly by Long Tom out of a Donato Hanover mare. This actually was a 2-year-old that was very lightly raced. Just 2 starts, didn't figure it out last year, now has had 3 starts on this year as a sophomore. Most recently did start in the Buckeye Stallion Series, but had a late break. LT Ella was a $46,000 purchase out of the Ohio selected sale. Actually, taking a little bit deeper look in her lines, they did try to start her in the Ohio Sire Stakes last year. Those were her couple of lifetime starts as, not lifetime, but career starts as a 2-year-old. LT Ella is owned by Heartland Acres, Rosie Weaver, and Cabby D LLC.
Tom Power and Duke Sugg from the 6-hole. Duke also trains and co-owns this horse, along with Ivan Sugg and Stephen Mass. This is a long Tom filly out of a Power Play mare, Power Wave. 14 starts last year as a 2-year-old, 3 wins. Fastest of those was a qualifier at Delaware in 2-1-1, also won at Northfield. This year as a 3-year-old in 2 minutes and a fifth.
Rounding out the field is our 7-horse, Vanellope. Jessica Rogner owns, bred, trains, but Mark St. Louis will drive. Had 3 starts as a freshman. This is the very first start as a sophomore, so kind of shut down early. Did make 1,400 last year, but very last start was scratched out 6, so maybe that is what put her up for the rest of the season at the very beginning of September. Now she is back for her 3-year-old year. She is by Enterprise out of Crazy About NY, a crazed mare. So there we go, a field of 7. Remember, we score 5 wide here at Paulding, so 6 and 7 will start from the second tier.
Crowd just gave a nice cheer for Matt Richardson, who has been our singer all night, so the crowd really enjoyed them. It looks like that was probably his last song. The horses are headed to the gate for the final event here at the opening night at Paulding. From the wheel out, we have Dublin's Martini, Madam L, Extra Easy, School Kids Fast Girl, LT Ella, and from the second tier, Tom Power and Vanellope.
Let's stay early.
The first horse in there is Dublin's Martini. Following up second is LTR. And then third is Extra Easy. Tom Power, fourth along the rail. Right up on the outside, fifth. That is Madam L. 6 at the rail, heading down the backside. That is Vanellope. And the last horse heading down the backside is School Kids Fast Girl. Racing 10 to the quarter-mile mark. Nick Clegg has Dublin's Martini on top by a length and a half. Trotting second is LTL, driven by Drew Neal. In their third is Extra Easy, driven by Ron Helms. Fourth is Tom Power, driven by Duke Sugg. In their fifth is Madam L, driven by Hank Leland. 6 is Vanellope, driven by Mark St. Louis. The last horse is School Kids Fast Girl, driven by Ron Troyer. First quarter trotted in 32 and 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's Dublin's Martini with the lead. Ranging up on the outside second is Extra Easy. At the third, that's LT Ella. Moving up fourth is Tom Power. Fifth is Madam L. 6 is Vanellope. The last horse, School Kids Fast Girl. 7 trotters, put a little bunches together past the half-mile mark. That's Dublin's Martini still in the lead. Up the second is LT Ella with Extra Easy on the outside third. First half trotted in 105 and 3/5. As around the turn now to down the backside, the race over that 3/4 mile mark. Dublin's Martini still shows on top by 1 length. Extra Easy is pulling on the pressure on the outside second. At the third, that's LT Ella. Moving up fourth is Tom Power. And 3 wide down the backside comes Vanellope. Then there's 6 in this Madam L. Last horse, School Kids Fast Girl. All 7 fillies well bunched going to the 3/4 mile mark. That's Dublin's Martini with the lead. At the second, that is LT Ella. 3/4 and 138 and 2/5. Racing around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That is Dublin's Martini with the lead. Tom Power is now second. Third on the outside is Vanellope. As they race toward home, that's Dublin's Martini, Vanellope, and Tom Power. Vanellope now goes off stride. That's Dublin's Martini and Tom Power. It's going to be Dublin's Martini. Tom Power up for place. Up for third is Extra Easy.
209 and 2.
a mile and 209 2/5.
We definitely had some traffic issues around that final turn. I think, I don't know if it was LTella, exactly what happened, but she was on a break, and she might have caused Madam L to take that miscue as well, but it was, I don't have great unstructured view right here, but it kind of,
right in the way.
I do think there were some traffic issues though, but still 209 and 2, looks like it was Dublin's Martini, kind of a late break from Vanellope. So we will see how those final placings are posted.
I don't think it'll affect the winner.
It shouldn't.
And so that makes Nick and Betty won the first race of the night and won the last race of the night.
Say that was a lot of movement. That was pretty exciting. A decent race to end on. The field was on the backside. I mean, 3 and 4 wide. It looked like they were really trying.
Vanellope was really going a big mile there before she made the miscue.
Especially for being as lightly raced as she is.
So our leading driver of the day is Hank Levan. Leading trainer Rosie Weaver.
Comes number 1, Dublin's Martini, owned by Kimber Clegg, trained by Betty Clegg, and driven to victory by Nick Clegg. Last year, for the last 2 years, in fact, Betty Clegg has been the leading trainer at the fairs for almost the whole state. And she's picked up a couple here tonight, I think the first race and the last race. Let's have a hand here for the Cleggs and Dublin's Martini and the Dooley Funeral Home, the Devils on the Market.
We're official. I thought they were looking at it and talking to Hank, but we've got prices up there.
Oh.
Yeah, they did call Hank back. I really do think that there was some traffic. There were some traffic issues, but they were, I mean, it was in the final turn. And I don't think anybody that was involved in that remotely was in the top 4 finishers. I'm ready to eat some fair food. I'm hungry.
I know.
I've
been looking forward to Fisk fries for like 4 months.
Matt, how close? Well, far, maybe.
Hour and a half.
Oh, okay,
Not
so you're
bad.
you're the closest.
Yeah, hour and 20.
That is nice. Well, we're waiting to see if they're going to make any placings here.
Not a bad win ticket if anybody was hanging out with us and still listening on air.
Yeah, as we said, Nick and Betty Clegg won the first race of the night and won the last race of the night. They had the rail with both of the horses, so that helps too.
I'm trying to remember. I guess we need to, we talk about our media guide that we're trying to put together. We definitely should carry a fair media guide of like how many wins Betty had last season, because we have all that. We keep all of it. We don't necessarily print it and keep it necessarily on hand with us, but we do keep record to go back to. But maybe we need to carry some of that with us.
Yeah. Still waiting to hear from the judges. I know Paul Combs is up there. He's the presiding judge today. Well, some of our other officials today. Of course, Bill Peters, he not only is the clerk, or he not only is the announcer, but he was also the clerk, and Pam Weller was up there doing the charting. Paul Combs, our presiding judge. Lynn Scott Photo, the photo finish, and Bowen Photo was our track photographer.
The presiding judge would like to see the speed officer after the races. Ryan Troyer.
Presiding judge would like to see the speed officer after the races. Troy 16 from the top. One Dublin's Martini was the winner. Number 2, Matamar finished 6th, was placed 5th. Number 3, Extra Easy was 3rd. Number 4, School Kids Fast Girl was 4th. Number 5, LTL finished 5th, was placed 6th for interference while the break. Number 6, Town Power was 2nd, and number 7, Vanellope was 7th. Time of the first quarter was 32 4/5. The half was in 105 3/5. The 3 quarters in 138 2/5. 1 mile in 209 2/5. From the top it should read 153 462. 7 on the bottom. The mile in 209 2/5. Well, that concludes our racing.
Woo, we got through it. This was the very first of 127. How we feeling, team?
Feeling great.
Oh, I'm pumped.
It was a good night. It was a very good night. So we'll see you right back here tomorrow. Remember, post time is going to be 3 o'clock. So 3 o'clock tomorrow. Your programs will be on harnessracingohio.com around 2 o'clock. So for the entire team at OHHA, we wish you that you have a great rest of your night.